houses, the residence, official residence of the trustees of the university, of the members who are sitting at top positions in the university. So these locations are in Delhi and Faridabad. It expands all over Delhi and Faridabad. So 25 different locations, 25 different searches are being conducted at the moment to make sure that there are more details. A lot of details we have gotten in the form of CCTV footages, in the form of stills, in tracing the movement that the terrorist Dr Umar had on the day of the blast. And one of the very prominent locations, because the car was parked right inside this university for several hours, first in the campus, then in the common parking area. And this is the place from where Umar left at the 30th of October and went on his way to Noo, and then several other places, finally making his way to the Red Fort parking zone at 10th of November. So there are definitely several details which are yet to be explored, which are yet to be discovered by these agencies, and they're expected to come up in these 25 raids.
That's right. Shambhavi, thank you for giving us those details on the story. We continue to track the updates that come in, but for now we shift our focus, viewers, to more updates coming in. Breaking developments, CIK is carrying out raids in the Gurgaon area of Kulgam at the residence of Umar Farooq, a cardiologist at the SMHS hospital in Srinagar. SIK raids are underway. CIK raids carried out at Gurgaon area of Kulgam, and that is the latest details coming in on the broadcast. CIK raids. Right, Zeenat, my colleague, is joining us on phone line. Zeenat, help us with the background of the entire story coming in with the CIK now carrying out fresh raids in Kulgam.
Yeah, as we have been reporting since morning about the fresh raids that have been carried by the CIK, and the visuals also that we showed in the morning were from the SMHS hospital where the raids were conducted by the CIK. Now, CIK, the team of Counterintelligence Kashmir, has reached to the residence of Umar Farooq. He's a cardiologist at SMHS hospital, and his place is being searched. Let me put it on record that these are the searches that are underway in a newly registered case that was registered by the CIK. The case involves the individuals who are accused of the terrorism, glorifying terrorists and radicalizing youth for recruitment into the terror ranks. Teams are conducting search at multiple locations. The operation is being carried out under search warrants issued by the competent authorities. It has come from the court. The warrant has come from the court, on the basis of which now we see the raids coming in from some parts of the South Kashmir and also in Srinagar. This is one of the main hospitals, the Sher-e Kashmir, Shri Maharaja Hari Singh Hospital, which is at the counter. Another part of the hospital lies with the Shireen Bagh, and we're showing you the visuals. So this is one of the main Srinagar hospital where the raids are being conducted. And as far as the Umar Farooq is concerned, Dr. Umar is concerned, he also works at the same hospital, the visuals of which we are showing you on screen, that he comes from the same hospital where the raids were early morning. These were the pre-dawn raids that were carried by the Counterintelligence Kashmir, and now another component of the CIK has also reached to his residence, where again he is being searched.
That's right. Zeenat, we also understand that the CIK crackdown has been underway for quite some time now. There were multiple other areas that were also raided the past few days. Help us understand a bit of background on the previous raids that the CIK undertook.
See, as far as the CIK raids that happened till yesterday, those was the part of the terror module case, the Jaish-e-Mohammed case and the white collar case. This is a newly registered case. Although we see again here the doctors in picture, because in the previous module also when that module was busted, the white collar terrorists were the main focus. And again, despite this is a new case being registered by the CIK, again they have taken the doctors into focus. That is why we see the raids in the hospital and also their residential areas. As far as the previous raids are concerned, that was related to the module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which was busted by the Srinagar police when one of the OGW was found pasting the posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which generated a main link and took the security forces, the agencies, to the Faridabad, where they seized the huge consignment. And then later we also witnessed the Red Fort blast we witnessed the role of the Dr. Umar, Ukasa, the Ankara links, the Pakistan links, the ISI links, and finally then also the demolition that was carried by the Pulwama police as far as the Dr. Umar's home was concerned when his home blew up in Koil, Pulwama, because that was a clear message coming in from the government that there is no place for terrorism, there is no place for terror in today's India. So we are seeing that they are trying to uncover what is behind, and also to show the people that how the Pakistan is again trying to waging a war. They are trying to do the infiltration. They are trying to radicalize the minds, and this time they have chosen the people who doesn't have a criminal record. They doesn't have the separatist link. They have rather they are the ones, the clean ones, the white collar people who have never been in the radar. But now, after what happened in the last 10 days, it seems the J&K police is doing again the profiling of the people, because it is no more a listed OGW or a listed terrorist.
All right, thank you, Zeenat, for giving us those details on that story. With that, viewers, we shift our focus to more news and updates coming in. This time, let's bring you a roundup of news that we are tracking in from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
A light and sound show, Hindi Chadar, was organized in Bathinda yesterday as part of a series of events dedicated to the 350th Martyrdom Day of Guru Tegh Bahadur. The presentation was based on the Guru's life, philosophy and sacrifice. To provide employment opportunities for the Maoists who have surrendered, a coffee shop named Cafe Pandam has been opened at the divisional headquarters in Jagdalpur and was inaugurated by Chief Minister Vishnu Devsai yesterday. Recent Maoist surrenders in Chhattisgarh have involved thousands of the cadres, with significant numbers in October and November 2025, including the surrender of 103 Maoists in Bijapur and 21 in Kanker. Over 100 families in Bedarikali village are engaged in making and selling various bamboo products. The village falls in the Kutna block of Mayurbhanj district. For generations, the people have been making bamboo products as a traditional occupation. And moving on, viewers, in a proud moment for India, Union Minister of State for Defence Sanjay Seth inaugurated the India Pavilion at the Dubai Air Show 2025. The Dubai Air Show's India's Pavilion beautifully demonstrated India's defence capabilities. Let's take a look.
A major achievement for India after an Indian pavilion was inaugurated at the Dubai Air Show. Union Minister of State for Defence Sanjay Seth inaugurated the pavilion with full pride. In the inauguration event, an IF contingent comprising of Surya Kiran aerobatic team and Tejas fighters landed at Al Maktoum Air Base. Vice Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Narmdeshwar Tiwari also shared some details on the event.
We sent the Tejas as well as the Surya Kiran at the request of the authorities from UAE. We have a very good cooperation with them, both at the strategic level as well as at the service level. And Tejas has come here and participated before. The interest shown has been tremendous, and we are expecting that the display here this year also will cater for great expectations, not only for the local population but also for all the visitors who have come here to at least showcase the capabilities of the aircraft.
The global event aimed to enhance interoperability, operational edge, and foster military as well as business cooperation. The event will continue till November 25th at Al Maktoum and will see the participation of over 100 air forces.
And viewers, let's once again take a look at the top news and updates we are tracking in from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
UAE Air Force and Air Defence Aerobatics team Fursan Al-Marat Boeing 77X and the Indian Air Force's Surya Kiran team performed at the Dubai Air Show 2025 held at Al Maktoum International Airport. Sanjay said Minister of State for Defence also met his UAE counterpart Mohammed Barak during the Dubai Air Show. The Election Commission has ordered a special revision of electoral rolls in Assam with 1st January 2026 as the qualifying date. In a letter to the Chief Electoral Officer of Assam, the EC said the date of publication of the integrated draft electoral roll will be the 27th of next month. The date of final publication of the electoral roll will be 10th February 2026. Fans are gathered outside the residence of late singer Zubeen Garg and celebrated his 53rd birthday on November 18. All Assam Students' Union have also announced a 3-day celebration of Garg's 53rd birthday at Azad Bhavan. He died while swimming off an island in Singapore on September 19, hours before he was scheduled to perform at the Northeast India Festival. And a big breaking news coming in, viewers. Terrorist Umar had made a video before the blast. The video of terrorist Umar from before the blast attack has surfaced, and in the video he's advocating for suicide bombing. That's a big breaking news coming in. Suicide bombing concept is misunderstood is what he said. The video of terror Dr Umar from before the blast has surfaced. Let's take a look at it. But viewers, we will be shortly getting into that particular video of terror Dr Umar from before the blast that has now surfaced and exclusively accessed by the public, where he is heard saying suicide bombing concept is misunderstood. He is advocating for suicide bombing, and this particular video that we are about to show you is of Umar Nabi from before the blast. From before the blast, Umar is justifying terror attack. Umar's video just before Delhi terror attack. Bomber Dr Umar Nabi's new video has surfaced. We will be getting that video shortly on our screens, viewers. Umar has justified the suicide bombing, and he said it's a misunderstood concept. We have accessed the exclusive video of Umar Nabi.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Shambhavi, my colleague, joins us and we will try and understand what exactly the terror doctor, Umar Nabi, is exactly saying. Shambhavi, this is a very, very exclusive video that is coming in, being accessed. And he's clearly, seen advocating for suicide bombing.
Definitely, he's just talking about something that he will be expected to talk about. He can be clearly seen justifying the blast in itself. And of course, he had his mind pretty set. And as we've been telling our viewers that this entire blast and the location, the time of it, the car being stationary for more than 3 hours at a particular place, this showed that Umar was in a hurry. Umar was panicked and in a hurry because he was scared that his other counterparts or his affiliates were already arrested, were caught, and the module, the plan that they had, the conspiracy that they were planning and conducting blasts in several places, that has been bust by the agencies. So you can clearly see that this man has his mind made up, and then he's also can be seen justifying that the entire idea of a Fidain style bombing, that is a suicide bombing concept. He can be seen justifying that this is a misunderstood concept. So anybody, any brainwashed person, any radicalized person, he's talking like any radicalized or brainwashed person will, justifying and would justifying what he was about to do, justifying his actions. And I would say that in you can see that in a lot of videos and even CCTV footages that we can see, and this is a pretty clear video, or even the pictures that have come up of during this time when he was driving around Delhi and plotting this conspiracy. He can be seen restless, he can be seen a little agitated, but you won't see any remorse on his face. And even on in this video, you can see that there is clearly no remorse, no guilt, that he is about to carry out a blast that would likely take several lives and injure a lot of people. So again, he can be seen justifying the entire Fidain bombing, the suicide style bombing, as any radicalized, brainwashed person is expected to do.
Shambhavi, stay on with us. We will discuss this further, but let's once again play out that video.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have.
All right, Shambhavi, once again, we had played out that video for our viewers. To the fact that Umar Nabi, the most radicalized member of the white collar Faridabad terror module, He's made this video in order to brainwash the individuals. So it is very, very spine-chilling to even think about this thing sitting in probably one of the rooms in the national capital or in the NCR region. From there, he is releasing this video to brainwash individuals and tell them about suicide bombing, not as it is, but as a martyrdom operation in Islam.
See, definitely this behavior was earlier during the investigation was pointed out by Shaheen as well. She clearly mentioned that Umar, among all of them, was the most radicalized of them all, most brainwashed of them all, and that can clearly be seen in this video. You can see that he is clearly defending the Fidain style bombing, the suicide style bombing, and you very clearly pointed out that this could be one of the rooms in the same either university, because he was working here, and it could be the same room where they used to plan this operation that they were about to carry out while they were preparing targets. This could be very well might be happening inside this Al-Falah University, and you can see him, the calmness in his voice is very eerie. With the kind of confidence, the calmness and the conviction with which he is speaking, that is very eerie. He's so confident that, and you can see that he's completely brainwashed. He's completely radicalized, that what he is about to do is absolutely justified, is something which is praiseworthy, and not even just doing it himself, he's trying to radicalize several other people as well, youth of the country as well, and that too coming from a professional doctor. And we were earlier also telling our viewers that somebody who wears the white coat is not somebody that people would assume that he would carry something like that. But he used the white coat, he used that uniform, he used the profession to actually blend among the civilians to gain access of things like rent, being able to meet his affiliates without coming under the radar of suspicion. So again, this video just reaffirms everything that we've been telling our viewers about his behavior, about his radicalized behavior, and about how he's not remorseful at all. And he was clearly not, even thinking about it two times, that what he was about to carry would kill a lot of people, would affect this country.
That's right. Once again, for our viewers tuning in, let's play out that video.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Shambhavi, as we were talking about this particular video and how, you explained the behavior of Umar while he's speaking in this particular video, very calm and composed and with a lot of conviction, he is seen successfully brainwashing the people, and it can be suspected that he was rather training the youth near Al-Falah hospital campus, and with this video surfacing now, the investigation now pans out even further. The students and the youth probably near the university will now be traced down by the investigating agencies.
Definitely, when you actually, the video, again, the impact that would have had already or will have on the youth far away. Think about the students that were actually practicing under him or studying under him, and not even him, even this terrorist Dr. Muzammil, who was also a senior teacher, senior professor here. So imagine the kind of brainwashing that was going on just between these two people, how they were brainwashing the youth that were studying here. They came here to study medical science, and as you can see that they were clearly studying something else. They were being affected, they were brainwashed into believing something else. They were brainwashed into believing that this is a very great act of service. This Fida'in style bombing or suicide bombing is a great act of service, and definitely this expands the horizon of the search agencies, because of the security agencies, because that would definitely widen the horizon of people that would be likely affected by it, or they still haven't come under the radar of these agencies. They could be the doctors, they're the locals working here, and practically anybody and everybody in the university, as you can see, because several agencies have been here conducting raids, not just at the university, they're also at the university trust office, and also the residences of the trustees of the university. So you can see that even before the video surfaced, nobody was left without suspicion. Nobody was left out of everybody is under the radar of these agencies. Everybody will be deeply scrutinized, their life, their maybe bank accounts, from where they were getting the funds, from where they were getting the money, and everything will be analyzed so that no part of information, no angle in this incident, in this unfortunate incident, is left unexplored or untouched.
That's right, Shambhavi.
वीडियो अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां कर रहा है जी.
Okay, viewers, we continue to bring in these updates. In the video, Umar can be seen addressing the idea of suicide attacks. And he is also very clearly advocating for these suicide bombing. And it is now believed it reflects his deep radicalization and long-standing planning for an attack. And this video is going to be a crucial new piece of evidence for the investigating agencies probing the Delhi car bombing, as it shows Umar openly supporting suicide bombings and discussing extremist ideologies. It is very important to ascertain what was the objective, when was this video shot, and was this a part of a video conferencing class which was underway. We will get back to my colleague Shambhavi, who continues to be with us. Shambhavi, deep radicalization, deep radicalization can be felt, and for the fact that a long-standing planning was underway for the attack, which was the attack that got carried out. The way he is addressing the youth or addressing the people, another piece of investigation, which is very much required to ascertain when was this video shot, or who was he exactly speaking to? Was it a part of any class which was underway? That is something that is also going to be another big question.
Definitely, and even the location where he has shot this video, but because of the setting, it can be suggested allegedly that this might be the room, his room, where these terrorist doctors used to carry out their everyday meetings and planning about how this was. And it is very important to point it out again and again that if you look at his face, we have been constantly showing our viewers this video. If you look at his face, you cannot see any shred of fear, any shred of resistance from his side. It appears to be extremely, eerily calm for that matter, very composed, and you can see the conviction in what his conviction in what he's speaking. He's maybe influencing the youth. This video, and what was the purpose of him making a video? Was he trying to send a message? He knew that the investigators might be led to this video while investigating after he was done with his suicide bombing, or was it meant to influence the youth? Or there are other members, there are other associates.
Hold on, Shambhavi. I will come back to you. Mr. SP Ved is joining us on the phone line. So, Ved, thank you for joining us this morning. Very, very important to get a word from you, sir, for the fact that this video which has come to light, completely seen how Umar Nabi radicalized and trying to rather brainwash the people he is speaking to. And, well, something that is to be noticed, he is speaking well accented English.
Absolutely. See, when I heard about Dr. Umar, that he was talking to somebody waiting in the parking area before suicide, blowing off his car and himself, I thought his handler Ukasa was actually motivating him to commit suicide and become a suicide bomber. But listening to this video shows that even before that he was highly radicalized, completely brainwashed. That too, a doctor who's a scientific mind, highly educated, so well placed in society, earning 4, 5 lakhs of rupees, and radicalized to the extent that he will commit suicide bombing in the path of Islam. This is a huge challenge for security practices which are being followed in Singapore, in Dubai, in Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Indonesia, where religious leaders cooperate with the government to create a narrative to counter such attempts. I think what Dr. Umar is doing, he is asking other young boys to take up this path of suicide bombing and killing innocent people. This is very, very dangerous, particularly for India in a neighborhood of Pakistan and Bangladesh.
That's right, Mr. Ved. Very, very appalling and a very chilling situation given the fact that he is sitting on our land and from here he is able to brainwash the youth, radicalize them, and this poses an extreme security threat, and it also brings in it also widens the investigation now for the agencies to particularly build a crackdown on the people who were rather attending this session with the terror Dr. Nabi.
Absolutely. I think that's a huge challenge, and our security forces must crack down on such people and look at what this land has not given to him. Everything best a young boy can aspire in this part of the world, he has been given by this country, and still getting radicalized to the extent of breaking this country, killing its own countrymen, and killing himself in the path of Islam. This is kind of radicalization that needs to be countered, and I think we have to work a lot on this front. Yes.
That's right, sir. Before I let you go, one last question. Something that is striking everyone after looking at this video and hearing Umar, where he is very clearly mentioning that suicide bombing is just martyrdom for Islam. But how do you somewhere, explain this to people that what he exactly is doing is, of course, brainwashing the youth, but how can people somewhere safeguard themselves in this regard?
That's what I was mentioning. I think I am not an expert of Islam, but we have people here in India who are authority on Islam. They must come forward and cooperate with the government to counter such radical Islamic ideology, which is actually exploitation of the religion. I think that needs to be countered by both the religious leaders and the government agencies together, as I was mentioning, is being done in many parts of the world. Yes.
Absolutely, Mr. Ved. Thank you for joining us on Republic this morning and giving your opinions on this very story, the exclusive that we have accessed. Once again, let's listen into this video.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. there are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who continues to join us from outside Al-Falah University. Shambhavi, very, tragic to see this kind of a thing happening from the soil of our country, that too at the NCR region, very close to Delhi. And for the fact that Umar Nabi, the radicalized terror doctor, as we can see, completely brainwashing others, speaking well accented English as well. Somebody who has attained so much education to become a doctor, they are so radicalized, and they're also going ahead and brainwashing the youth. This is a very strong message that is being sent out to the youth of the nation, and how there are efforts that are being made to extend the JEM module.
Right, Priyanka, when you actually look at the video, it has definitely answered a lot of questions or even reaffirmed the information that we had. But it has also raised a lot of questions regarding the timing of it all. The first would be regarding the timing of it all. Was it shot? Did Umar shoot this video before these people, Shaheen, Muzammil, Adil, were arrested, were being interrogated? Did he shoot this video after they were arrested? He knew that they were being interrogated and he has made up his mind, or even got a positive answer from the cross-border handlers, namely UCASA, that Republic has been constantly letting our viewers know about. The UCASA, this cross-border handler who was apparently giving them messages, was giving them directions that, okay, carry this out in this way. So did he get a yes from Mukasa, and he planned this? Now, regarding the timing of it all, this is a very huge question. Apart from this, the place where he shot this, if at all this was shot inside the Al-Falah University, because if you look on the surroundings, there is usually how a typical in-campus hostel or in-campus residence looks like. An almirah, a table with some books on it, and there also you can see some clothes which are hanging in the background. Is it the doctor's uniform, the scrubs that they wear? Is it a part of it? So if you look at the details of the video now, there will be several questions, and if at all it was shot inside the university. The fact that university has been maintaining that they have absolutely no clue about it, that something so sinister was being planned inside the university, that there were regular meetings. There were also meetings among Muzammil and Umar about how to get certain chemicals from the lab of the university and get it in Muzammil's room. So things like this was going on. So this question is also raising, while it is answering several of our questions or reaffirming the information that the investigators had, it is also raising several questions regarding the timing of it all, the place of it all, and of course the fact that there is no sign of distress, there is no sign of fear, no sign of resistance on his face. He appears to be eerily calm and composed and confident, and he does not again proceeds to influence a lot of youth. Back to you.
That's right, Shambhavi, appreciate you joining us with those details. My colleague Jatin also is joining us on the broadcast for more updates coming in. Jatin, जैसे कि हम देख पा रहे हैं ये वीडियो एक्सक्लूसिवली जो हमारे पास आया है, टेरर डॉक्टर उमर ने ये वीडियो बनाया था ब्लास्ट से पहले। क्या इस बात की पुष्टि हो पा रही है कि कहां से ये वीडियो बनाया गया?
बिल्कुल, देखिए सबसे पहले इस वीडियो के बारे में आपको बताते हैं। ये वीडियो डॉक्टर शाहीन के फोन से भी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को बरामद हुआ, ये वीडियो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल के फोन से भी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को बरामद हुआ। और जाहिर सी बात है कि जो इनके पेजेस अलग अलग डार्क वेब पर चल रहे थे, जिसमें सेशंस और दूसरे जो ईमेल आईडी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे, उसके ड्राफ्ट में भी ये वीडियो जो है वो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को मिला है। इस वीडियो पर जब आप ध्यान देखेंगे तो दो बड़ी बातें इस वीडियो में उमर बोल रहा है। उमर ये बोल रहा है और जिहाद को जस्टिफाई कर रहा है, वो ये कह रहा है कि सुसाइड बॉम्बिंग को लेकर लोगों के मन में जो एक धारणा है, धारणा का मतलब जो लोग सुसाइड बॉम्बिंग के बारे में सोचते हैं वो गलत है, वो इसको जस्टिफाई करता हुआ इस वीडियो में नजर आ रहा है। और ठीक ब्लास्ट से पहले का ये वीडियो बताया जा रहा है। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस इस वीडियो को इस बेसिस पर इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है कि इस तरीके के वीडियोस जो कि बतौर डॉक्टर के तौर पर ये लोग जब अपने नेक्सस में देते थे तो और लोगों को रेडिकलाइज करने का काम करते थे। और ये वीडियो इस और भी इशारा कर रहा है कि ये वीडियो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों की सोच को बदलने के लिए, एक बड़ा पैरेलल नेटवर्क खड़ा करने के लिए, जैश के मॉड्यूल को और भी मजबूत करने के लिए और भी पढ़े लिखे लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ने के लिए इस तरीके के वीडियोस ये लोग बनाया करते थे। ना सिर्फ उमर, मुजम्मिल, शाइना और प्रवेश भी। और ये वीडियो बनाकर ये अपने पेजेस पर अपलोड करते थे ताकि पढ़े लिखे लोग इनके वीडियो से इन्फ्लुएंस हुए और उसके बाद इस तरीके के जो इनका नेक्सस है, इनका पूरा मॉड्यूल है, उसके साथ जुड़े। सबसे बड़ी बात कि ये वीडियो कहां बनाया गया, इसको लेकर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का कहना है कि इनिशियल ये पता लग रहा है कि ये वीडियो अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के ही हॉस्टल के अंदर बनाया गया है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके की अलमीरा आपको बैकग्राउंड में नजर आ रही है, इसी तरीके की अलमीरा जो है वो अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में आपको अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर नजर आएगी। तो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस इस वीडियो को एनालाइज कर रही है। ये वीडियो किन किन लोगों को सर्कुलेट किया गया, उन तक पहुंचने का काम किया जा रहा है। तकरीबन 50 से 60 ऐसे नंबर्स ट्रैक किए गए जो कि इस वीडियो को लगातार सर्कुलेट कर रहे थे। उन लोगों को ट्रैक करने का काम किया जा रहा है। ना सिर्फ एनआईए बल्कि मल्टीपल एजेंसीज, चाहे वो स्टेट लेवल की हो, वो भी इस वीडियो को अब इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
जतिन, धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ये तमाम जानकारी इस वक्त देने के लिए। वी विल बी ट्रैकिंग इन दी अपडेट्स दैट आर कमिंग इन अलॉन्ग विद दिस वीडियो व्यूअर्स, बट इट्स टाइम फॉर अ शॉर्ट कमर्शियल ब्रेक. We get back with this unseen video of Umar radicalized, brainwashing the youth.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho बेफिक्र.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She said,
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Ashwarya Kapoor. We continue to bring you all the details as investigations are continuing into the Delhi terror blast case. And now Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at 25 locations in Delhi NCR related to the Al-Falah University. And also a new video has surfaced showing the suicide bomber Umar Nabi talking about the suicide bombing ahead of the blast. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Here are the headlines first that we are tracking. In an unseen video, Red 4 bomber Dr. Umar talks misunderstood concept of suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters. 24 other sides amid a probe into the Delhi blast case. And CIK carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Budgaon. Viewers, a video has surfaced showing a terrorist Umar advocating for suicide bombing before carrying out the Delhi blast attack. Take a look at this video. All right, so this is big breaking news that we are bringing to you. And this is a self-recorded video of the bomber, Dr. Umar, which has emerged. And this is ahead of All right, let's first listen into that video.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
All right, so that is the video that has emerged, and this shows Umar speaking in English, and that too with an accent. He is quite articulate, and he's talking about suicide bombing, and that is really showing the new face of terrorism in India, what is educated, radicalized. All right, we have our reporters joining us from the ground. Shambhavi, my colleague, is now joining us from Faridabad's Al-Falah University. We have Chandrakala also joining us from Okhla. And that is, remember, one of the places where the ED raids are going on. Also, Zenith is joining us live from Srinagar. If I could come to you, Shambhavi, first. Shambhavi, now we just showed our viewers this new CCTV footage, this rather new video that has emerged of the suicide bomber, Dr. Umar, talking about suicide bombing. And we can see in the video that he's very, very articulate. He's speaking with it in English, and that too with an accent. And this really shows, you know, the new face of terrorism that has emerged in India. That's a new security challenge, the one that is educated and radicalized.
Well, Aishwarya, this video has just confirmed what we already knew, that Umar was one of the most radicalized, and I would say most radicalized among them all, among these terrorist doctors who were planning this conspiracy. And in this video, with a calm, with a composed voice that he had, there was no shred of fear or agitation or any discomfort on his face. And how he was seen advocating for suicide bombing, he even proceeds to explain what suicide bombing is, that when you plan to carry out this bombing at a particular time, at a particular place. So he can clearly be seen that he was very radicalized, and he was on his merry way to go and radicalize the other people as well, the youth of this country, the youth who studies inside Al-Falah University, and several other aspects related to the location of the video, which is, again, there are very high chances that this was made from inside the university itself, from his room, in the same room where several meetings were also carried out by these people. So again, this new video clarifies and reaffirms a lot of information that these agencies, security agencies, are currently investigating the matter had. And apart from that, it has also raised some questions which again needs to be answered. And I'm sure with the raids which are going on at 25 different places, one of them being the university itself, new information and new important information will come up. Back to you, Aishwarya.
All right, Shambhavi, stay with us. Let's go to Chandrakala now. Chandrakala is joining us live from Okhla, where this is one of the places where Enforcement Directorate has been carrying out a raid since early morning. Chandrakala, just give us more details on the raids.
Well, absolutely. As the investigation on this very case intensifies, now what we are learning is that, of course, the Enforcement Directorate is now conducting search in one of the location where there are like 25 locations all across Delhi as far as Al-Falah University is concerned. So we are at in front of Al-Falah office here at Okhla, where ED is now conducting searches as far as, as we know that the financial records for a thorough forensic audit has been asked to carry out, and of course ED is now searching this particular location here at Okhla. This is the Al-Falah University office, which is based in Jamia Nagar, Okhla, where ED is now conducting searches. Also, we know that the university chairman, that Javed Siddiqui, is also been questioned as far as this matter is concerned. So yes, several other locations are under scrutiny. What we are learning is that various financial investigating agencies are being asked to made a thorough check as far as the audit records are concerned, as far as the institution records are concerned. If any money was routed through the Al-Falah University, as we know that the Al-Falah University has been the epicenter of this entire terror module being carried on. Several other doctors are under the scanner, are under the net of Delhi police. Now we are at the Al-Falah office here at Okhla, where the investigation, where the raid is underway by Enforcement Directorate. Of course, apart from this, 25 other locations are also being searched across Delhi. So a very, very crucial day, because as we know, the investigation is deepening as far as the blast is concerned. Now we have also seen a very, very chilling video has come to the fore, where he's speaking about the meaning of suicide bombing, which he says that it's a martyrdom operation. Instead, he says that it's a very, very chilling video. So we need to wait and watch where this investigation leads us to, because different angles has been investigated by the investigating agencies. Enforcement Directorate are now conducting searches all across Delhi, and this is one of the locations. That's the Al-Falah office here at Okhla, where the raid is underway.
Right. Let's also get across in fact, Zeenat, who's joining us from Srinagar. Zeenat, now CIK also carried out some raids in the morning in Jammu and Kashmir, but as you mentioned that they were not related to this particular case. But as far as the terror module case is concerned, where is the investigation headed?
See, as far as the case related to this terrorism in the Kashmir Valley is concerned, now we see that the CIK has registered a fresh case, and the raids in relation to the case were underway today at multiple locations from Srinagar to South Kashmir. The raids are in relation to the focus that has come in now as far as the white-collar terrorists or the doctors are concerned, because the first raid that was carried by the CIK in this case comes from the Srinagar's SMHS hospital, where as per the sources, one Omar Farooq, who is a cardiologist at SMHS, they were looking for him, and also his residence at Bugam in Kulgam is concerned, because Kulgam has been in focus as far as Dr. Umar's role is concerned, Dr. Adil is concerned, and Dr. Muzaffar, who is still on run, and J&K police has approached Interpol for Red Cross notice. So South Kashmir is more in focus because the boys who were picked up, or the one who blew up himself during this Red Fort blast, they all come from South Kashmir. So more this case has a links that are they are digging South Kashmir because the links are there, the tentacles are spread across the India. Because in this case, we have been seeing not only the Srinagar or the South Kashmir in focus, but focus was also at Faridabad or the UP. We are seeing the multiple raids being carried by the CIK counterintelligence of the Kashmir, which is again a part of the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the case goes, or the fresh new case that has been registered. Because ultimately it is more about to see that no more doctor turns out to be another detonator as far as the radicalization is concerned. Because this time the radical minds are not the unemployed or the school dropouts or those who are the ones they have been suffering off because of the job insecurity, but they are the one who have been earning great, who have made their made their name and have won accolades, and they have been the toppers in their colleges and in their postgraduate courses. But now if a person of such caliber can blow up himself, then what about the other lot? So we are seeing the more and more searches will be there as per the investigating agencies, and more arrests in the new case are likely.
Right. All right. Zinat, hold on for a minute. We are right now joined in by Mr. Vikram Singh, who's a former UP DGP, on the phone line. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. So we've been just, showing our viewers the new video that has surfaced of the suicide bomber in the Delhi Red Fort blast case, where he talks about martyrdom, he talks about suicide bombing. This is kind of a new security challenge for the Indian security agencies. This is the new face of terrorism in our country, which is educated, radicalized, and very, very calculative.
Good morning. This is a very chilling and a shocking wake-up call for the nation. Indeed, a threat that is very large and looming over all of us. I am satisfied with, yes, that Umar stands neutralized today, but how many Umars like green snakes in the grass are loitering and they are prepared to strike? We have to ensure that all Umars are identified and neutralized, as also the security has to be upgraded in the manner that every Indian's security is fail-proof and foolproof. It is easier said than done, but yes, the security agencies have a task at hand. Their training, their application of mind, intelligence collection will have to be taken to a different level, because suicide bombing is a different ballgame altogether. And therefore, emergency situations call for emergency requirements and application of technology, as also policing. Therefore, I would say the wake-up call is something that is so chilling that it requires for emergency measures right across the country, identified on the basis of actionable, no knee-jerk reaction, but planned, calibrated action against all people who are anti-national and against our society, and they need to be dealt with an iron hand.
Absolutely. And Mr. Singh, also the very fact, that there is an increased vigilance also that really needs to be, increased and pumped up in the country, considering that this Al-Falah University in Faridabad was operating for so long, and it did not even come under this, under the radar of the security agencies for so long. Enforcement Directorate is now conducting searches at 25 locations linked to Al-Falah, but they're looking into various angles, including the money trail, where all the money was coming from, and they are linking it to other countries, foreign countries. These are also the points that really need to be looked at.
The very foundation of this Al-Falah University is rotten to the core, with everything on the basis of fraud and deceit. The promoters came to here with 25 crores of loot from Mau, and then they got a land, 76 acres allotted to them, and that needs to be investigated. Who gave them the certification which they did not deserve, and they continued to try which they did not deserve even for a day. And if they were able to get the certification, that also needs to be, because complicity, corruption, or both, everything needs to be investigated by the ED, the CBI, and the Income Tax Department. I would say that this is a university and edifice of shame, needs to be demolished. Not only demolished, but investigated, and all those who have been perpetrators to this loot need to be made accountable.
Absolutely. And sir, how do you think India, really needs to, ramp up its security agencies, and especially track down on the online part of as far as terrorism is concerned? Because we are, as investigations are continuing, there are details of how online Telegram and all these Facebook and social media was, being exploited by these individuals who were radicalized, and the way they were radicalizing other youth by the use of this digital media.
Very correct. The social media and the presence and use of Telegram and other rogue apps is the latest favorite platform of the terrorists. But matter of satisfaction is that we are second to none, and we take the best international practices, not only from Israel, China, and other European countries, but yes, we have something what is known as cyber patrolling, identifying the keywords and identifying key persons. But I think that we have miles to go before we rest again, because this is a wake-up call and we don't have to go to sleep till we are able to put our act together, identify every potential overt and suicide bomber and their cohorts and the supporters.
All right, sir, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights on that big story. All right, let's go back to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, since you're joining us from the Al-Falah University campus in Faridabad, if you can give us more details on the raids that are presently going on, and also, the fact that the security agencies are also looking very closely at the role of the university's chancellor.
Right. So the ED has been inside for several hours as of this morning, and we just a few moments ago we saw SHO of the Dhoj village in Faridabad, in whose territory this university actually falls. He left from the university along with some other officials. Likely they were of ED, and there are still several ED officials inside, and the raids are being conducted continuously for several hours at this moment. There has been no update on what has been procured or if new leads have come up at the point, but we know that simultaneous 25 searches are being conducted in 25 different locations. Al-Falah University and the Al-Falah University Trust in Okhla, Jamia Nagar, they are the prime locations, one of the prime locations, and apart from these, they're mostly residences of the trustees of this university, and even the people in the management, their houses are being investigated, or that is the place that the ED is conducting searches at this point. And Javed Siddiqui is the person who actually runs this university. In the coming hours, the interrogation will be underway. Yesterday, his brother was also apprehended and arrested from Hyderabad. So there has been constant progresses on the point of the search agencies, that the security agencies actually conducting raids. This has been the situation since last Monday, since there were several kgs of explosive that was discovered by the Jammu and Kashmir crime branch and Haryana crime branch in Faridabad. Here, just 4 kilometers away is the Dhoj village, where in a standalone house several kgs of explosive was found, and that has led to a chain effect of raids happening from every possible place, and not just limited to Srinagar or Jammu and Kashmir. It is extended to parts of western UP, again Haryana, and Faridabad again has become the epicenter of it, with Al-Falah University and all the doctors, most of the doctors of this terrorist doctor module being involved with this university in some capacity. Back to you, Aishwarya.
All right, Chandrakala is also now joining us. She is joining us from the Al-Falah University office in Okhla. Chandrakala, if you can just take us through, the financial irregularities that the Enforcement Directorate is very, very keenly looking at, because now there are reports of that they used shell companies. That is their modus operandi. Used shell companies and also accommodation entities. That is the way they function. If you can shed more light on that.
Yes, absolutely. As the investigation is deepening on this particular case, now all eyes is on the funding angle. Of course, now we know that there was also an angle being investigated by the national investigating agencies as far as the Hawala network is concerned. As far as rupees 20 lakh has been, fund trail has come to the fore. So yes, of course, a very, very crucial development as far as funding terror is concerned. Now, Now, the Al-Falah University, which is the epicenter of this entire terror module being carried out in the heart of the national capital, what we are learning is that the Enforcement Directorate has taken up this matter very seriously. Now, ED is searching different locations all across Delhi as far as the Al-Falah University is concerned, and this is the office of the Al-Falah here in Okhla, where the ED has been conducting raids since 5 a.m. in the morning. The fact that the government has ordered the university to carry out a very strict, investigation as far as the university's financial records are concerned. Of course, a thorough forensic audit has also been ordered to see if there is any such financial irregularities as far as the university is concerned. If any such money has been routed via this university, because we know that several doctors has come to the fore, of course, including Umar Nabi. We have seen the chilling video coming in where he is explaining that what is suicide bombing all about. So it's a very crucial development, as you have already mentioned, and it's a matter of security for the entire nation, the security concern for the entire nation. 25 locations, and this is one of the locations. This is the Al-Falah office here in Okhla, where the ED has been conducting searches. As we also know, the university's chairman, Javed Siddiqui, is also being questioned. He has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. There are 2 FIRs being registered against Al-Falah University as far as forgery is also concerned. So yes, the university's records as far as the financial records of university is completely under scanner, because as we know that the entire module, the terror module that has been busted in Faridabad, and of course after that the Red Fort blast, has been carried out from the Al-Falah University. Many doctors were involved from Al-Falah University, including Dr Umar Nabi. Of course, we know that Dr Shaheen, who is now under custody, is something which is very crucial. Now we are looking at what the investigating agencies would come up with, because it's a very important matter, and we are also tracking the investigating agencies. What another angle they will come up with, because there are a lot of such angle that has come to the fore. Of course, as I have already mentioned, the Hawala network.
Absolutely, and even as we speak, the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out a number of raids across Delhi NCR. Gursimran, our colleague, is now joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, if you can just throw more light on the CIK raids that were carried out this morning since 5 a.m. And the cardiologist, the home of the cardiologist, one of the cardiologists that the security agencies are looking at, his home was also raided. If you can give us more details.
As we speak, the raids of this counterintelligence Kashmir is underway. This is because the case has been handed over to the state investigation agency. That is the Nogam FIR number 162 that pertains to this Jaish doctor module, and also the recovery of thumping 2,900 kilograms of the explosive that was recovered from 2 houses in Faridabad. That case now is handed over to the state investigating agency, which is one of the parts of the CID wing of Jammu and Kashmir, that is the Intel wing. And now they have swung all their wings into the action, and counterintelligence Kashmir, which is one of the key wings of the CID Jammu and Kashmir, that is now carrying out the searches. Earlier we have seen that in the CIJ also, the Jammu wing of the counterintelligence, they have carried out raids at the jails in Jammu, especially the district jails that are in the Rajouri, in Kathua, in the districts of Udhampur, as well as in the Kishtwar district. They carried out the searches to rule out the possibility of the Pakistan's network that is being operated from inside the jails. And now as we speak, the doctors are on the radar. Doctors, these are those doctors who were in links with the terror doctors, those who were links with this entire conspiracy that was hashed by Jaish-e-Mohammed, that include that how they can actually loop in the educated youth into the terror ranks and then carry out the terror attacks. Because see, what the Jaish wants to do, they want to send a message that it is not only the uneducated youth that is joining the terror ranks, but educated ones also. And that's why they have run this entire campaign of radicalization, what we have seen, starting from the Dr Muzammil to Dr Adil to Dr Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber of this entire Delhi bombing. This all is being done to send a message by Jaish-e-Mohammed that the youth from Jammu and Kashmir, those who are educated, they are also joining terror ranks because all is not well. So this was a part of a larger conspiracy that was hashed by Jaish-e-Mohammed. But due to the timely intervention by the Central Kashmir Police, the plot was foiled, the recovery has been made, and the multiple bombings that they have planned in different parts of the country, that was foiled. And now every institution in Jammu and Kashmir is taking proactive steps, starting from the Jammu and Kashmir Police to the civil administration to the government hospital, the medical department also ordering that all the lockers that have been issued to the doctors, they will also be taken back. So this is a collaborative approach that the administration, the health department is taking, so that the possibility of any of the misuse of the government asset can be ruled out.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gursimran. Thank you so much to all our reporters, Chandrakala and also Shambhavi, joining us and giving us all those updates on that big story that we are tracking for you. And viewers, we're taking a very, very short break as we continue to look at this new video that has emerged. Remember, this coming in a week after the Delhi blast. A self-recorded video of the bomber, Dr Umar Mohammed, has emerged, where he is talking about suicide bombing. He's talking about martyrdom. We'll get you all the updates on that big story of the video and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere, viewers.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, I'm Diksha Rani from India's capital, India, and I'm excited to be a part of the India Economic Summit being hosted by Republic Business on the 28th of November 2025, being held at the Republic headquarters at Noida, and I hope to see you all at the summit.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated,
Hello and welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. Our focus is going to be on the crackdown and investigation spanning around the Delhi car bomb blast case and several areas raided by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the Al-Falah University. We'll get you all the details, but first up, the headlines. In an unseen video, Red Fort bomber terror Dr Umar talks misunderstood concept of suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. The video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. CIK carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Budgam. Viewers, we get you the breaking news coming in. A video has surfaced showing terrorist Umar advocating for suicide bombing before carrying out the Delhi blast attack. That is a very, very important video also coming in, an exclusive one, where terror Dr Umar Nabi is seen advocating for suicide bombing before carrying out the blast in the national capital. In this particular video, he is justifying suicide bombing. The video is said to be 2 months before the blast. That is a development that we are getting. This is unseen video of suicide bomber Umar Nabi. My colleague Shambhavi joins us live on the broadcast from outside Al-Falah University. Shambhavi, we continue to talk about this particular video, an unseen video of radicalized terror Dr Umar Nabi, where he is clearly advocating for suicide bombing. It is very, very important to understand his state of mind, Shambhavi, while shooting this video, or while, he's brainwashing the youth via this particular video.
Definitely, we've been constantly showing you the video and the aspects of it which appears to be rather chilling. The confidence, the conviction with which he's speaking, and he's not just influencing several thousands of youth to carry out what he just pulled off outside the Red Fort metro station on 10th of November, but he's also very confident and very radicalized at this. You can see how brainwashed he was. And he's not just any radicalized youth, he was a professional. He was a professional doctor, so educated. But you can see the finesse with which he's talking, how convicted he is that what he believes is rather indeed the truth and a morally good thing to believe in. He proceeds on, he starts the video by talking about how and what suicide bombing is, what is the Fidain style bombing, and that is when you give your life, when you decide that at this particular place, at this particular time, I'm going to do this, and then he proceeds to talk about how this is one of the very misunderstood concept or misunderstood notions. So you can see the level at which he was operating, and if this was the mindset of Umar, there are several others out there who are again being investigated at the moment, be it terrorist Dr Muzammil or Shaheen for that matter. But there are surely other students, other medical students, possibly the staff here who could have gotten influenced about this, because this is one instance, Riyanka, which was caught on camera, or rather recorded. We don't know the kind of activities, the kind of speeches or the kind of teachings that he was actually giving out in the university campus, or how he was influencing the young minds to believe that suicide-style bombing is a misunderstood concept and is actually pushing these people to carry out, extending the terror doctor module. So definitely with the ED searches going on in several locations, 25 locations at the moment, spanning across Faridabad and Delhi, new information, new links related to this video are likely to come up. Riyanka.
That's right. My colleagues Chandrakala and Gursimran are also joining us on the broadcast. Let me go across to Chandrakala, who is reporting us from Okhla. Chandrakala, there are several raids that are being carried out, nearly 25 locations in Delhi and Faridabad, and where you are currently at in that location as well, the raids are underway. Talk us about these particular raids and also a little bit on this new CCTV footage. I beg your pardon, the new footage, the new video of Umar Nabi, where he's completely talking about suicide attack as a part of a martyrdom in Islam.
Yes, absolutely. I've rightly pointed out that just before the blast, the kind of video he had, the video that we are seeing right at this moment, it's very, very chilling, and it gives an understanding as to how he has prepared and how he has planned his entire terror module, and he's giving a justification as far as suicide bombing is concerned, and he says that it's a martyrdom operation in fact. So it's a very, very chilling video which is now over the internet, of course we have seen, and now that the fact that the investigation is currently deepening as far as this blast is concerned, as far as this entire terror conspiracy by terror doctors are concerned, we are at one of the such location, that's the Al-Falah office here at Okhla. As we know that 25 other locations, other premises as far as the Al-Falah group is concerned is under the scanner of ED. As we know that 9 shell companies, as far as money laundering is also concerned, are also under the scanner of ED. Now 9 shell companies related to Al-Falah group is under the scanner, which is registered under one address. This is what we are learning, and this is a very, very crucial development, as we know that a thorough forensic audit has been ordered to carry out as far as the university's records are concerned, as far as the university's financial records are concerned. If there is any financial irregularities is coming to the fore, as we know that multiple angles are being probed right at this moment. We have also seen the Hawala network angle being revealed by the NIA as far as this case is concerned. As we know that several other doctors, several terror doctors are under the net of Delhi police. As we know, the security has been completely beefed up right at this moment. Since 5 a.m. Morning, the ED has been conducting searches in different locations, and this is one such locations where the security has been completely beefed up. We can see Delhi police officials outside here at the Okhla office of Al-Falah as Al-Falah group. And now the fact that the Al-Falah University has been the very focal point of this entire terror module being carried out by these doctors. Now the fact that this particular raid comes at a very, very crucial time when it's a season of examination and many students are helpless to just be on the campus, because the campus has been is under the scanner. Multiple raids are underway across Faridabad, across Delhi, because of course the fact that the busting of the module in Faridabad, and then of course the Red Fort blast. We have seen multiple CCTV footages coming to the fore where we could see Dr Umar, Nabi planning this entire attack. There are multiple doctors involved in it, terror doctors I would say, involved in this entire terror conspiracy, and also the fact that all eyes on the investigation that is being now carried out, also the Enforcement Directorate carrying out multiple searches. We need to wait and watch what comes out as far as this case is concerned, because it's a matter of security for the entire nation. Over to you, Priyanka.
That's right. Viewers, we will be getting in some more breaking news also coming in. There is a new CCTV footage that has emerged showing Umar's I-20 car on the Aruna Asaf Ali Road around 2:35 a.m. before the blast. The particular footage reveals Umar visited the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque, shedding light on his movements prior to the attack. We have accessed another CCTV footage that is coming to light showing Umar's I-20 car on the Aruna Asaf Ali Road around 2:35 a.m. before the blast. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who is joining us on the broadcast. Shambhavi, we have a fresh CCTV coming in where it is seen how Umar at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque and the I-20 car on the Aruna Asaf Ali Road around 2:35 p.m. before the blast. Give us more details.
Right, Priyanka, see, these CCTV footages, just yet another one has come up as the spine of this investigation, because these more than 60 CCTV footages by a team of more than 200 police personnel have been analysed and taken a note of in this previous days after the blast, to understand the route that Umar took all the way from Faridabad and even before it, because we have information, we know that he was there in Noo as well. So from Faridabad Faridabad, what route did he take and reach this Red Fort area. And we have already informed our viewers, we are constantly reporting from outside the mosque, just opposite the Turkman gate. That is the mosque that he visited, and now this is a new CCTV footage where you can see his car, the Hyundai i20, in which there were explosives, and in which the blast outside the Red Fort metro station was carried out. And you can see that he is again going to the mosque. For just very briefly, this footage is around of 2:35 p.m. if I'm not wrong, and he stayed there, offered prayers for 10 minutes, and then he took the outer CP road, outer CP Circle road, and he went to the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m, was stationary there for 3 hours, moved out of it at 6:48 p.m. We've been constantly tracking the route. We have also traced the route that he took after leaving from Faridabad at 7:30. So again, this CCTV footage is just acting as another puzzle piece in this entire puzzle, in this entire information, just reaffirming every piece of information that Republic has broken on the very day, and even just a couple of days earlier, telling you about the CCTV. We also showed you the same CCTV camera from which the stills were taken, but those stills were not very clear because they were, of course, zoomed to make sure that that was Umar indeed who was entering the masjid. But now the car, the numbers, that same Hyundai i20 right outside the masjid confirms 100% that was Umar indeed, and he did go to the masjid for 10 minutes for a brief amount of time, and then he proceeded to move towards the Red Fort area, where just a few hours later he was planning a sinister act. Back to you.
Shambhavi, the question also arises here, was Umar trying to hide in the mosque because he was already in a panic situation that we know when Muzammil had got arrested, and there was interrogation of Muzammil, and also the recovery of 2,900 kilograms of the ammonium nitrate, the explosive which was recovered. The question also continues to be whether he was trying to hide inside the mosque.
Definitely, Riyanka. See, even in the video that we've been showing that he shot before carrying out this blast, you see that he was rather calm and composed. There was no sign of fear or agitation on his face, but he, of course, was agitated and a little discomforted by the fact that his affiliates, that his associates were actually captured or arrested, and they were being interrogated. So there must be at least some ounce of discomfort, and he was seen driving around Delhi, all over Delhi, most of the prominent places, to the India Gate area. He took the outer ring road and, drove around more than half of the Delhi. So, and especially with this suicide style bombing, this Fidain style bombing that he's been seen advocating in the video, in the another video of his as well, he might seek recourse of God in this way, or that is what he was seeking. Maybe he was seeking comfort, or there was a chance that he could briefly trying to dodge somebody or hide for some amount of time, because he was hardly there in the masjid for 10 to 15 minutes. He left there in maximum 15 minutes. That is what the route that the police have traced is showing us. And then because it would need some time for him to reach the Red Fort parking zone as well, which is around 2 to 3 kilometers away from the masjid. So again, there could be a chance that he was trying to hide. There could be a chance that he was troubled, he was panicked, he was going to carry out a huge blast. So he could be going to seek some comfort.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you for giving us the details, but more breaking news coming in. We are given to understand that Shaheen, who is a key suspect in the Delhi blast case, she was reportedly planning to create a Muslim girls and women as human bombs, according to the investigative agencies. Sources are now revealing that Shaheen had ordered explosives and was targeting divorced Muslim women living away from their families, as well as girls between 14 to 18 years old who could be easily brainwashed. Her WhatsApp chats have provided crucial information, and she had taken full responsibility for finding the targets. The operation was codenamed Mission Kafir, with human bombs referred to as Mujahid Jangju. Shaheen's plans have raised concerns about the radicalization of vulnerable individuals. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining us to give us more details. Goswami, we already know that how Shaheen was recruiting the women to expand the Jaish's module, and more revelations coming in that she was planning to create Muslim girls and women as human bombs. Take us through the developments.
Yes, if we speak of this terror, Dr. Shaheen, she was, her every plan has been decoded in a stepped manner by the intel agencies, and the operation Kafir that she was planning by radicalizing the young girls so that they can be made the Fidain bombers, that was her plan, and it has been surfaced prior to this attack, because there were several audios that have surfaced, including the alleged audio of Maulana Masood Azhar, in which he can be seen saying that they are preparing a women brigade also that will carry out the attack. So it was on the lines of that only, that they were trying to manifold this propaganda and this ideology of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they were trying to radicalize, especially Dr. Shaheen. She was trying to radicalize the younger girls aged from 14 to 18 years old, so that they can be radicalized, those who are out from their homes in an environment, a secluded environment they are. So it was the attempt that they tried to make, but before they could actually work on that or could execute any such attacks, that was timely worked upon by the Jammu and Kashmir police when they busted this entire module, the doctor terror gang of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Though it was not a major chest thumping by the Jammu and Kashmir police, but they simply came out with the handouts with the details that they have busted a module, because they were working on the forward and the backward linkages. Now even as we speak, there are raids that are going on. That was also for the sole purpose to check whether there are more of their acquaintance that are involved in this entire terror module that is being worked upon, because the way Dr. Umar Nabi has carried out the suicide bombing, if there are more suicide bombers roaming in the national capital or in any city of the country, that is going to be detrimental, and that's why the Jammu and Kashmir police and the central intelligence agencies, they are going into the roots of this entire investigation so that everything can be worked upon, because the plots, the conspiracy that Dr. Shaheen had, if that has been executed even to a certain level, that can be proved to be detrimental to the sovereignty of Union of India, and that is why we are witnessing that every agency, be it starting from the Intel Bureau to the NIA to the State Investigation Agency, Jammu and Kashmir Police, Faridabad Police, the Haryana Police also, and the Delhi Police along with their anti-terror units, they all have been included into the operation, so that if there arise even an iota of the suspicion on anyone, they be questioned. We have seen one of the doctors from the Haryana who was living in South Kashmir, Anantnag, working in the GMC Anantnag. She has also been called for the questioning, and her one of the mobile phones that was from a Chinese manufacturer, that was also taken into the custody, and the analysis of the phone is being done. So nothing is being left at chance by the agencies, because the agencies want to ensure that this larger plot that Jaish-e-Mohammed had made, even every last tentacles of this plot, they can completely be wiped out, so that they cannot dare to carry out any such attack, be it of this magnitude or a lower magnitude, because till the time this entire conspiracy, this entire module is not busted, because the kingpins are with the agencies, but yes, there lies a possibility that there might be another module that was working parallel to this. So that also needs to be unearthed, and as we speak, the agencies are carrying out intensified operations.
That's right, Gursimran. Very, very crucial information also there coming in regarding Shaheen, that she had taken full responsibility for finding out the targets, and they had named the operation, codenamed it as Mission Kafir, for the fact to understand that these people under their white coat were completely radicalized, and they were also, involved in extending their group and to build in and expand the Jaish module. As we know that, as you also mentioned, that this is a huge nexus, Gursimran, a huge nexus, and also somewhere a bit of challenge for the investigators also to build a crackdown on all those involved in this regard.
See, one thing is very clear, that what these terror groups have done, that they have tried to shift from the old narrative. What they have tried to done, they want to send a message to the world community, these terror groups, that it is not the only uneducated youth that is getting into the terror ranks, and that's why we have seen that, like what Hizbul Mujahideen has done in the past, that they want to loop in the educated youth into the terror ranks, so that they can actually glorify this, that see, the educated youth are coming to them. And this was the same case, the white collar terrorists, those those individuals who had no terror case or any of the cases against them, they were actually selected, then radicalized. Since they had a very clean past track record, the agencies will never have a look at them. See, if a single person who is moving in on the roads without any criminal background or criminal record, the agencies for sure will have a soft corner and will always try to overlook any of their activities, because it was nothing linked to that. There were no past records of all these doctors when it comes to the terror conspiracy, except Dr. Nisar, and he was not directly associated with them, so it was completely overlooked what they were doing. But had the Jaish module, that poster module, not been worked upon by the Central Kashmir Police, the things would have been entirely different. And these attacks, that one attack that has taken place, it could have been multiple attacks that have taken place in different parts of the country, because the plan was not to carry out a single attack, but the plan was to carry out a series of these kind of attacks. And the magnitude of the attack that we have seen in the national capital, had it been somewhere else close to the security establishment, the damage, the collateral damage could have been manifold, and that is what the plan of this Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module was. But the way it has been worked upon, multiple terror attacks have been saved, as also mentioned by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, who said that the Jammu and Kashmir Police has busted a pan-India network terror module, and many of the attacks have been foiled. But now coming to the ground reality, the situation is that there lies a possibility that they might have some more of their associates that are still part of this larger module of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they may plan to carry out more strikes. And that's why we are witnessing that the vigil that is being seen on the ground, with the massive combing and the search operations being launched every single day.
That's right. Gursimran, thank you for giving us those details on the updates coming in.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A light and sound show, Hindi Chadar, was organized in Bathinda yesterday as a part of series of events dedicated to the 350th Martyrdom Day of Guru Tegh Bahadur. The presentation was based on the Guru's life, philosophy and sacrifice. To provide employment opportunities for the Maoists who have surrendered, a coffee shop named Cafe Pandam has been reopened at the divisional headquarters in Jagdalpur and was inaugurated by Chief Minister Vishnudev Sai. Recent Maoist surrenders in Chhattisgarh have involved thousands of cadres, with significant numbers in October-November, including the surrender of 103 Maoists in Bijapur and 21 in Kanke. Over 100 families in Badera Kali village are engaged in making and selling various bamboo products. The village falls in the Kunta block of Mayurbhanj district. For generations, the people have been making bamboo products as a traditional occupation. Viewers, some breaking news coming in. A major encounter between soldiers and Maoists is underway on the Chhattisgarh-Andhra Pradesh border. The encounter is ongoing in Andhra Pradesh's Alluri Sitaram district. 6 Maoists have been killed in the encounter so far. There's a breaking news coming in. In one hand, several Maoists have already surrendered during the last few months this particular year, but there are others, and the encounter continues. Encounter continues, and efforts of the government to end red terror in the country. There has been a fresh encounter with the Maoists in Sukma. 6 of them killed. Moving on, viewers, the 8th edition of the joint military exercise Ajaya Warrior 25 between the Indian Army and the British Army has begun at the Mahajan Field Firing Ranges in Rajasthan. This 14-day exercise, which runs until November 30, aims to strengthen the joint capabilities in counter-terrorism operations in semi-urban terrain under the United Nations mandate. Take a look.
The warm atmosphere of Thar Desert, Rajasthan gets more heated up as the 8th edition of the India-UK joint military exercise Ajaya Warrior 25 kicked off. What began in a quiet ceremonial formation soon transformed into a powerful demonstration of resolve, discipline and international military cooperation. Leading the front line this year is battle-tested Sikh regiment from the Indian side, whereas on the other side is UK's elite 2nd Battalion of the Royal Gurkha Rifles. Both units have reputations carved not from ceremonial prestige, but from real operations across some of the world's most difficult terrains.
The UN mandate highlights the vital role of collective action in preserving international peace, and this exercise serves as a key contribution to that overarching goal. The threats of terrorism transcends national boundaries, representing global challenges that require we strengthen our abilities to operate cohesively in combined operations, thereby enhancing our effectiveness in addressing these threats wherever they emerge.
But this is no ordinary desert drill. Ajaya Warrior 25 is built around unmandated counter-terror operations, urban warfare, close-quarter battles, surveillance and reconnaissance, and cordon and search missions. Symbol of renewed India-UK defence energy and shared strategic resolve, Ajaya Warrior 25 reflects the rising strategic partnership between India and the United Kingdom.
Today, we're at the forefront of our Army's commitment to rapidly modernise and adapt to the changing nature of conflict. I'm certain exercise of Ajaya Warrior 8 will be challenging, complex, require skill, intelligence, stamina and adaptability to navigate yourself through it. But it offers a great opportunity to develop our shared interoperability, understanding, trust and respect.
Over the course of the next 2 weeks, British troops will train in India's diverse and extreme environments that will offer an operational advantage that cannot be replicated in Europe. While for the Indian Army, the exposure to Western military tactics, technology integration and combat systems adds a value dimension to its global readiness. Defence ties between the two countries have grown deeper over the last decade, supported by the India-UK 2030 roadmap. With a total strength of 240 soldiers equally divided between the two armies, Ajaya Warrior 25 marks the latest chapter in a military partnership that has grown steadily deeper, more practical and more future-oriented since its inception in 2011.
Coming up on the other side, viewers, massive crackdown by the ED on Al-Falah campus, 25 locations raided. CIK carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Budgam. Stay tuned, we get you more details on the other side.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा।
Real estate, as we discussed, is not about buildings, but it is about building nations. With this, we touch everybody who matters through the show.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Chilling video comes to spotlight. An unseen clip. Red Fort bomber Umar Nabi talks about misunderstood concept of suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar Nabi surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque hours before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror Dr. Shaheen. Sources say she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters and 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. CIK carries out massive raids in Srinagar's cardiologist's home in Budgam. And it's a Republic Bangla super exclusive. For the first time, former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. Viewers, thank you for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Aina Mitra with you. Viewers, it's a Republic Bangla super exclusive. The first on-camera interview with Asaduzzaman Khan, the former Bangladesh Home Minister and Deputy to Sheikh Hasina in the government in exile. This marks his first appearance since the 2024 uprising and coming just a day after the court handed him Sheikh Hasina a death sentence. This is the first on-record interaction with Republic Bangla's Deputy Executive Editor, Mayur Ghosh.
Hello and welcome to Republic Network. This is Mayur Ghosh from the Republic Bangla studio in Kolkata. I'm joined by the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh, Asaduzzaman Khan Kamal, from an undisclosed location. We don't know where he's sitting right now, but he's joining online with us. Mr. Khan, thank you for joining. Thank you for speaking to Republic Network. This is your first interview since 5th of August 2024. The last time you were in public, the last time you were seen in front of the television. 1 year after this entire thing that has unfolded, you were in front of the television, you were in front of the camera, speaking 18 hours after a court in Bangladesh has given you death sentence. Could you explain the verdict that has been announced in Dhaka yesterday, sir?
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who run this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear.
Mr. Khan, do you believe the verdict was issued by a biased or illegitimate process or a functionary? If so, what leads you to question the validity of an international tribunal involved, sir?
It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our Honorable Prime Minister, is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time, Jamaat Islam, who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who helped Pakistani soldiers to enter our villages. And they, village after village, they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing. And they are taking that revenge by this court.
Mr. Khan, my third question to you actually is regarding St. Martin's Island. Do you think issues related to St. Martin's or Chittagong might have influenced any alleged geopolitical motives behind the situation? If I specifically say that US deep state and Muhammad Yunus were behind this entire coup that has happened, that has unfolded and led to your exile. If so, what factors do you believe contributed to this view, sir?
Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that if I would give them St. Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kamal, for speaking to Republic Network. This is the first biggest interview, the world exclusive interview of the Home Minister, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh. For the first time since 5th of August 2024, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh decides to speak online and speak to the world's biggest network, which is covering the Bangladesh coup. In fact, Republic TV, Republic Network is leading the coverage, and Asaduzzaman Khan or Sheikh Hasina decides to speak to the Republic Network.
All right, I'm being joined by Mayuk Ghosh from the Bangla newsroom, and also Deputy Executive Editor Shavan Sen joining us from the English newsroom. Mayuk, over to you first. You spoke to the former Bangladesh Home Minister, and he's very categorically stated out how this entire indictment of Sheikh Hasina was, planned. Mayuk, over to you.
Well, yes, Asaduzzaman Khan Kamal spoke from an undisclosed location, and this was a purely online interview. We don't know where he was sitting and giving the interview, but the points were very specifically mentioned. One, US deep state is behind this entire coup that has been orchestrated. Asaduzzaman has again spoken of the Yunus model of meticulous design disruption. Secondly, Chittagong and St. Martin's were the reasons why this entire thing happened, this power shift, this betrayal happened. And third, it's one of the biggest national security threat that is emerging from this regime in Bangladesh, sitting right now as the interim government there. So basically, it's kind of a threat for the Indian subcontinent also. Mr. Khan also spoke at length regarding the chicken's neck, how Yunus is trying to disrupt the adjoining areas in chicken's neck, specifically Rangpur, Chapai Nawabganj and other places where we have a very delicate, sensitive installations. We know that in Lalmonirhat, Chinese installations have been allowed to be formed. And now Mr. Khan is saying that several radical elements, more than 42 radical groups from Pakistan, they have been giving shelter in different parts of Bangladesh.
Well, Moyuk, first of all, congratulations for getting this massive interview with the Home Minister who's in exile. And in fact, this is for the first time that he's made that statement. I want to ask you, since you've also done a detailed interview with him in Bangla, what is it that you've essentially picked up in terms of the future course of action of the Awami League?
Well, Shaun, specifically, Mr. Khan said on camera that they are going to return back very soon. They are preparing for a grand comeback, and they're saying that Yunus or this group of people who are running the government right now, they will also flee from the country because people are fed up with them. People are frustrated. People are frustrated with the financial irresponsibilities that this government is actually doing, and most importantly, the kind of decisions, the autocratic decisions that are being taken. Mr. Khan spoke at length regarding the Kangaroo Court decision yesterday, and most importantly, what strike the Indian audience is the fact that he has time and again warned the Indian government during his tenure as the Home Minister of Bangladesh. Right now, as the exiled Home Minister also, he has warned us as Indians that right now Bangladesh is becoming a hub of terrorists, and India should also take care of that. Earlier he said that Mr. Khan or Sheikh Hasina as the Prime Minister used to cooperate with the Indian government regarding the extradition of terrorists or taking care of those who are anti-India organizations, eliminating the terrorists from the land of Bangladesh so that that land cannot be used as a harboring ground for terrorism. But right now everything is in dock. Muhammad Yunus has actually freed dozens and thousands of prisoners who are war prisoners, who are terrorists, and they are actually functioning as anti-India terrorist groups in different parts of Bangladesh. Shawan.
Well, Moyuk, just for all our audience who are tuning in right now, there's a massive response really coming in because right from the time Sheikh Hasina's ouster has taken place, we've seen how Yunus's government has also targeted the Republic Media Network when we have essentially voiced what the minorities had to really talk about. When we had also sent out a questionnaire to Sheikh Hasina, she's basically responded to some of the questions as to how the minorities have been treated. This has also been a major cause of concern. Let me just once again play out that interview that my colleague Moyuk did with the former Home Minister of Bangladesh.
Hello and welcome to Republic Network. This is Moyuk Ranjan Ghosh from the Republic Bangla studio in Kolkata. I'm joined by the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh, Asaduzzaman Khan Kamal, from an undisclosed location. We don't know where he's sitting right now, but he's joining online with us. Mr. Khan, thank you for joining. Thank you for speaking to Republic Network. This is your first interview since 5th of August 2024. The last time you were in public, the last time you were seen in front of the television. 1 year after this entire thing that has unfolded, you were in front of the television, you were in front of the camera, speaking 18 hours after a court in Bangladesh has given you death sentence. Could you explain the verdict that has been announced in Dhaka yesterday, sir?
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who run this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear.
Mr. Khan, do you believe the verdict was issued by a biased or illegitimate process or a functionary? If so, what leads you to question the validity of an international tribunal involved, sir?
It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our Honorable Prime Minister, is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time, Jamaat Islam, who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who helped Pakistani soldiers to enter our villages. And they, village after village, they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing. And they are taking that revenge by this court.
Mr. Khan, my third question to you actually is regarding St. Martin's Island. Do you think issues related to St. Martin's or Chittagong might have influenced any alleged geopolitical motives behind the situation? If I specifically say that US deep state and Muhammad Yunus were behind this entire coup that has happened, that has unfolded and led to your exile. If so, what factors do you believe contributed to this view, sir?
Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that if I would give them St. Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kamal, for speaking to Republic Network. This is the first biggest interview, the world exclusive interview of the Home Minister, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh. For the first time since 5th of August 2024, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh decides to speak online and speak to the world's biggest network, which is covering the Bangladesh coup. In fact, Republic TV, Republic Network is leading the coverage, and Asaduzzaman Khan or Sheikh Hasina decides to speak to the Republic Network.
All right, viewers, that was the Republic Bangla exclusive, and Mayuk continues to be with me. Mayuk, one final question before I let you go. Through your conversation with the former Home Minister, what have you picked up in terms of the strategy that the Awami League is really looking at as far as the national elections in Bangladesh next year is concerned? Because over the last 1 year, we have seen a systematic crackdown on Awami League leaders and the party in itself post the ouster of Sheikh Hasina.
Well, specifically, they are planning for a grand comeback, and two things they are planning. A global narrative building exercise through the entire NRB population, non-residential Bangladeshi population across different countries in the subcontinent and also in Western countries. Secondly, from inside the country, we have seen a lockdown, we have seen strikes, we have seen violence erupting in different parts of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is on boil right now. Several cocktail attacks are being seen in different parts of Dhaka, where Awami League supporters, they have flocked the streets. They demand that they are allowed to participate in the upcoming elections. Right now, there is no information, no confirmation that Awami League will be allowed. But the fact that Awami League is still hopeful that the upcoming election in February, that is going to be conducted by the interim government and the election commission, that will include Awami League also as a major representative party. And in fact, from different surveys also, we are getting this information that more than 40% of the population of Bangladesh is still in support of Awami League. So basically, if Sheikh Hasina from exile announces an election campaign, then it's going to strike the chords. That is what the analysts in Bangladesh are also saying.
All right, Mayuk, thank you for giving us those very crucial details as we bring you that exclusive. Viewers, we move on to more breaking news coming in. It's a big one, a crackdown against red terrorism. We are learning that A Maoist Central Committee leader Hidma has been shot dead during an encounter in an exchange of fire in the Alluri Aju district in Andhra Pradesh. His wife and followers have also been reportedly killed in an encounter. A fire exchange was reported between the police and the Maoists in the Alluri Aju district, during which he died. And this took place between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, during which 6 other Maoists were killed in the exchange of fire. This is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment. This is a big win for the forces, for the armed forces against red terrorism, that is Maoism. One of India's most wanted Maoists has now been eliminated in an encounter that has taken place in Andhra Pradesh. He's the topmost Maoist terrorist, Hidma, who has been shot dead in the encounter. And this is this very man, the very terrorist, who is responsible for 26 attacks. And the initial information that we're picking up on this operation, viewers, suggests that his wife and his followers have also been neutralized in this operation. This likely took place between 6 and 7 a.m. in the morning, during which this topmost Maoist terrorist and 6 others were killed in the exchange of fire. This is the big breaking news that we're tracking in at the moment. On your screens now is the still picture of one of India's most wanted Maoists, responsible for 26 coordinated attacks. He has now been identified, targeted and eliminated in an early morning encounter in the Alluri Sita Ramaraju district of Andhra Pradesh. As we tried to connect to our correspondent on ground to get us more information about this operation, let's tell you that a fire exchange was reported early this morning between 6 and 7 a.m. during which this encounter took place. Let's get in more details from my colleague Aishwarya, who joins me on the phone line. Aishwarya, over to you. Give us more details about this operation.
What we learned is that this particular operation took place in the tri-junction of Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh border, where what we're learning is that the top leader, Hidma, who is responsible for the 26 armed attacks, is also being killed in the fire exchange. Whereas apart from him, his wife and followers, a total number of 6 Maoists have been killed. Is what we are learning in this particular exchange that reportedly took place between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Because what we're learning is that the operation is still going on, and only these particular 6 Maoists have been killed. Among them is one of the top leaders, Hidma, is involved. Is what information the police have confirmed to us until now. Because the operation is still going on, we're expected to have more updates, and this particular operation is happening in the border of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, as well as Chhattisgarh is also is what we are learning, and this is a big success for our police and who are fighting against this red terror, and this is killing one of the most one of the topmost Maoist leader. Hidma is one of the huge success for our police. They have confirmed his death along with his wife and wife. There are total 6 Maoist leaders who have been killed, and the operation is still going on. So we are expected to have more information by the end of the day, or at least in few hours is what expected.
Right. All right, Aishwarya, one more answer before I let you go. Since you mentioned that the operation is still ongoing, I'd like you to give us a little more details about how extensive this entire exercise really is. How many Maoists are trapped, if you can give us more information based on your sources, and how many teams of the armed forces are carrying out this operation as we speak?
What we're learning is that all the armed forces are probing into this Maoist terror hideouts because in this tri-junction, in the borders of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, these borders are the very much the high almost all the Maoist hideouts are present in and around these areas. So in the morning from 6 a.m. Is what we are learning, that this particular exchanges have begun between armed forces and the Maoists, and in that now we currently learned that 6 of them have been killed, including one of the top Maoist leaders. But the operation is still ongoing. So these hideouts are being busted, and they are trying to either ask the Maoists to surrender, or they are being encountered. So more details are awaited as the operation is still ongoing. But we'll get an update soon in the coming hours.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you for giving us those very crucial details, keeping a close eye on that. All right, before we move on, I'm being told that I'm being joined by Bharat, who's joining me live, in fact, from Bijapur in Chhattisgarh. Bharat, बहुत बड़ी जीत है ये हमारे फोर्सेस के लिए, और बताइए हमें इस ऑपरेशन के बारे में।
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस इलाके की बात की जा रही है, मोस्ट वांटेड जो नक्सली है माड़वी हिडमा, एक काफी खूंखार नक्सली बताया जाता है। लगभग इसके ऊपर 1 करोड़ का जो इनामी है वो नक्सली बताया जाता है। लगभग इसकी चर्चा हमेशा होती है। क्यों चर्चा होती है? कई बार ऐसा भी हुआ है कि इसकी चर्चा, इस नक्सली की चर्चा विदेश में भी होती है। मोस्ट वांटेड नक्सली है। खास तौर पे मैं इसके बारे में विस्तार से बताने की कोशिश करता हूँ। ये वही नक्सली है जो बड़े बड़े घटनाओं को अंजाम दिया है। ताड़मेटला की अगर बात की जाए, छत्तीसगढ़ यानी बस्तर का एक ऐसा इलाका जो ताड़मेटला कहा जाता है, जहाँ पे 76 जवानों की शहादत हुई थी, बड़ी कैजुअलिटी हुई थी, बड़ा नुकसान हुआ था जवानों को। उसका जो मास्टरमाइंड है माड़वी हिडमा बताया जाता है। वही रानी बदली की अगर बात की जाए, बड़ी तादाद में, बड़ी संख्या में जवानों की शहादत हुई थी, जवानों को मारा गया था, जवानों की शहादत हुई थी, उसका मोस्ट वांटेड नक्सली बताया जाता है। वही अगर बात की जाए टेकलुगुड़म आपको याद होगा, जो सबसे बड़ी जो कैजुअलिटी जवानों को हुई थी, लगभग 21 से 22-23 जवानों की शहादत हुई थी। टेकलुगुड़म वही इलाका है जो सुकमा और बीजापुर का सीमावर्ती इलाका कहा जाता है। उसका भी मास्टरमाइंड माड़वी हिडमा को बताया जाता है। माड़वी हिडमा बेहद चर्चित नक्सली है। इसके बारे में बात की जाए तो ये नक्सली आदिवासी वर्ग से आता है और बड़े पद पे काबिज है। इससे पहले अगर बात की जाए, 1 साल पहले की अगर बात की जाए, कुछ साल पहले की अगर बात की जाए, वो बटालियन नंबर 1 का कमांडर हुआ करता था। उसके बाद ये शीर्ष नेतृत्व पे चले गया। शीर्ष नेतृत्व अर्थात सीसीएम यानी सेंट्रल कमेटी ऑफ मेंबर, जो बड़े पद होते हैं, जहां से जो नेता है, माओवादी जो नेता है, वो निर्णय लेते हैं, जो निर्णायक की भूमिका पे वो रहते हैं। ऐसे में निर्णायक की भूमिका पे अदा कर रहा था माड़वी हिडमा, जिसको आज तेलंगाना के जवान यानी ग्रे हैंड्स के जवानों के द्वारा मारा गया है। जी
भारत, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। व्यूअर्स, ट्रैकिंग दैट स्टोरी वेरी क्लोजली फॉर यू फॉर द मोमेंट। लेट्स क्विकली shift into a very short break, but on the other side we'll get you the details of this video that has now come to the spotlight, in which bomber Umar Nabi can be seen making a chilling confession. And also on the other side, tracking the latest CCTV footage that has emerged of bomber Umar Nabi hours before the blast. Stay with us.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
Chilling video comes to spotlight in unseen clip. Red Fort bomber Umar talks about misunderstood concept of suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror Dr. Shaheen. Sources say she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sides amid probe into the Delhi blast case. CIK carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Budgam. And it's a Republic Bangla super exclusive. For the first time, former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. The top story that we're tracking for you, a shocking video has emerged of Dr. Umar Nabi, the mastermind behind the 10th of November Delhi blast, revealing his radical ideology. In the video, Umar, a doctor from Pulwama, describes suicide bombing as a misunderstood concept and a martyrdom operation in Islam. He claims that people who carry out such attacks believe that they will die at a specific time and place and are thus acting against the natural presumption of death. Umar's calm and composed demeanor in the video is chilling, showcasing his deep radicalization. Investigators believe that the video was recorded to brainwash others and is a testament to Umar's radicalization. The video has sparked concerns about the growing threat of terrorism in India, particularly among the educated individuals. Umar, an assistant professor at the Al-Falah University, was part of a white-collar terror module allegedly linked to Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed. The blast near Delhi's Red Fort killed 15 people and injured over 20, and Umar's DNA was found to match the DNA of his mother, confirming his involvement. All right, let's get all the updates. We are right now joined in by our colleague Shambhavi, who is joining us from Faridabad. All right, before that, all right, viewers, we have big breaking news coming in right now. Shaheen, a key suspect in the Delhi blast case, was reportedly planning to create Muslim girls and women as human bombs, according to the investigative agencies. Now, sources revealed that Shaheen had ordered explosives and was targeting divorced Muslim women living away from their families, as well as girls between 14 to 18 years of age who could be easily brainwashed. Her WhatsApp chats have provided crucial information, and she had taken full responsibility for finding targets. The operation was codenamed Mission Kafir, with the human bombs referred to as Mujahid Jangju, and Shaheen's plans have raised concerns about the radicalization of vulnerable individuals. So that was the big plan. She was reportedly planning to create Muslim girls and women as human bombs, and she had ordered explosives as well. And what she was looking at all the divorced Muslim women who were living away from their families, also Muslim girls aged 14 to 18 years of age who could be easily brainwashed. All right, our colleagues are on the ground tracking all those developments. We are right now joined in by Shambhavi, who is joining us live from the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Also, Chandrakala is also joining us from the Al-Falah office campus in Okhla. Also, Zinat continues to join us from Srinagar. Let's go across first to Shambhavi, who is joining us. Shambhavi, if you can give us more details of this now the number of developments, of course, have taken place. The video of Umar Nabi has come to the fore, where he's talking about martyrdom, and he's talking about suicide bombing, and also now there are details of the modus operandi of Dr. Shaheen, what her plan was, looking at gullible Muslim girls who are young and looking and radicalization and making them human bombs. What more can you tell us?
Well, see, this piece of information just adds on to the information that we had that Shaheen was supposed to lead the Jaish-e-Mohammed's women's wing here, and she was the leader that was appointed by Jaish. And we also know that she was in this business of influencing the students here, especially in this college, along with Muzammil and Umar, when they were planning on this conspiracy of planning blasts at several places all across nation. Shaheen, on the other hand, was planning how to influence gullible women, gullible students, especially who are far away from home. A lot of students come here for studies. And a lot of women are living here by their own, without family. So they were basically targeting those emotionally weak, possibly emotionally weak or abandoned in a way, because students leave their homes and come here for studies. They go through several emotional stages. So this was the master plan of Shaheen, because this woman, let me reiterate for our viewers, this woman came up in this entire investigation earlier just as the name of a doctor on whom the first car, the Swift, that was recovered after intel from Muzammil, from which
all right,
explosives
just stay with us, stay with us.
from,
We have breaking news coming in, Shambhavi. 2 CRPF schools in the national capital have received bomb threats. The CRPF school in Dwarka and the CRPF school in Prashant Vihar have received bomb threats. Delhi's Saket and 30,000 courts have also received threats. The court premises have been evacuated, and right now, even as we speak, searches are underway at both the schools as well as courts. So this is the big breaking news that we are getting from the national capital. 2 CRPF schools in the national capital have received bomb threats, one in Dwarka, the other in Prashant Vihar. And 2 courts in the national capital have also received bomb threats. This is 30,000 court and the Saket court. And we understand that even as we are speaking, the court premises have been evacuated, as well as the searches are also going on at the schools that we are talking about in the national capital. These are the 2 CRPF schools in the national capital, one at Dwarka and the other at Prashant Vihar. Remember, this is not the first time that such bomb threats have been received in the schools in the national capital. There have been multiple cases where such bomb threats have been received through mails, and eventually they turn out to be hoax. Shambhavi, if you can give us more details on this particular development as far as national capital is concerned.
Well, definitely this comes as a huge development after Delhi just witnessed one of its very severe blast just few days ago, and now 2 more major CRPF schools have received the bomb threat, and definitely it's being looked after. It's been investigated currently. There will be teams shortly reaching the said location which has received the bomb threats, and this is a huge development in relation to what Delhi has witnessed. Delhi has witnessed one of its worst blasts where more than 12 people, around 13 people have lost their lives, several are injured, and now schools have been getting bomb threats for the past couple of months. There have been active bomb threats being received by several schools all across Delhi. And a threat so close to the blast that Delhi has still not recovered from. There are still investigations going on. There are still searches going on. We are constantly reporting from several locations, be it Al-Falah University, be it the Al-Falah Okla office, be it several other locations where ED and other security agencies have been conducting raids for the past days. And now this is definitely a concerning matter that the schools have started receiving this bomb threat so close to the blast incident. Back to you.
Absolutely. These are major developments as far as national capital is concerned. Remember, it was on 10th of November that the Delhi blast had taken place, and it is 16th of November. That means just a week, and we are getting this big breaking news. 2 CRPF schools in the national capital receiving bomb threats, and also the Saket court and the 30,000 courts receiving bomb threats, and both of these courts as well as The CRPF schools have been evacuated. Searches are currently underway at both of these places. And remember, this is earlier also there were several schools in the national capital that had received hoax bomb threats. But remember, these developments are taking place in the aftermath of the Delhi blast that took place on 10th of November. And hence, the gravity of the situation even gets... Iona, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Iona, give us more details.
Yes, Aishwarya, like Shambhavi was mentioning on the ground, the situation over the last 1.5 weeks in the national capital has been very critical in the aftermath of the 10/11 conspiracy case. And what we're learning at this point in time, this is very initial information that we're picking up, is that 2 CRPF schools in Delhi and 2 courts, that is the Delhi Saket Court and the Tees Hazari Court, has now received bomb threats. All right, Aishwarya, before I come back to you with more information, I'm being told Jatan...
और इस पूरे कैंपस को, चाहे वो स्कूल का हो या उसके अलावा एक तरीके से कोर्ट परिसर हो, उन सभी को जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो किया जा रहा है। हालांकि इससे पहले भी इस तरीके के कॉल्स किए गए, कुछ भी संदेहास्पद उस समय नहीं मिला था, क्योंकि मामला बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी को लेकर है, मामला स्कूल की सिक्योरिटी को लेकर है। इसलिए सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस कोई भी कोताही नहीं बरतना चाहती और यही कारण है कि फायर की जो गाड़ियां हैं उनको स्टैंड बाय पर रखा गया है, सर्च ऑपरेशन में शामिल किया गया है। बम निरोधक जो दस्ता है उसको मौके पर भेजा गया और उसके अलावा जो दिल्ली पुलिस की अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो भी मौके पर पहुंची हैं और पूरे स्कूल परिसर को इवैक्यूएट करने का काम और उसका सर्च का जो काम है वो किया जा रहा है। लेकिन अभी तक जो जानकारी मिली हमें, किसी भी तरीके का सस्पिशियस ऑब्जेक्ट ना ही कोर्ट परिसर से मिला, ना ही स्कूल से मिला।
That was my colleague Jatin give us the latest ground update as we continue to track the story very, very closely. Initial information, viewers, suggest that 2 schools, 2 CRPF schools and 2 courts, that is the Delhi court and the Tees Hazari court, has now received a bomb threat. As we speak, multiple police teams have reached all these spots. The areas have been cordoned off. The premises have been evacuated. We don't know at this point in time whether it was a hoax threat or there's some gravity to, the threats. And the Delhi police is carefully looking into the trail to try to trace, in an attempt to trace, the source of these threats. What we understand in this point of time is that CRPF school in Dwarka and a CRPF school in Prashant Vihar have received bomb threats. The premises have been evacuated. The school children who were inside the premises have been sent home. Similarly, at the Delhi Saket Court and Tees Hazari Court, where hearings were underway, hearings have been stalled for the moment. All the judges, the lawyers, the advocates, the entire population that was present inside these courts have been asked to move out. And multiple teams have now reached the spot. In fact, we have some more breaking news coming in. We are also learning that 2 more courts, that is the Rohini court and the Patiala court, have now received bomb threats. So that brings the number up to 4, Aishwarya. Breaking here right now, 4 courts in the national capital have now received bomb threats. That is the Rohini court, the Dwarka court, the Saket court and the Patiala House court. It's a situation... All right, so yes, that is the big breaking news at the moment. 4 courts in Delhi have received bomb threats. Searches are currently underway in at least 7 premises across the national capital. The situation as we know it has been very, very critical over the last 1.5 weeks in the aftermath of the 10/11 blast. Security has been heightened, and now this is a fresh development that we are picking up. 2 more courts in Delhi have now received a bomb threat. First, we told you that it was Delhi Saket Court and the Tees Hazari Court that had received a bomb threat. And now 2 more courts, that is the Rohini court, the Dwarka court and the Patiala House court, that have now received bomb threats. This in addition to 2 CRPF schools in Delhi's Dwarka and Prashant Vihar receiving threats. That is the big breaking news that we're getting at the moment. We're trying to pick up more details about the origin of these threats and if at all they are hoax or if there's any sort of reality to it. All right, I'm being told that I'm being joined by my colleague Shambhavi, who's tracking the story very closely. Shambhavi, give us the latest details and the initial information that you're picking up from the investigation.
As of now, there are 4 courts: Dwarka, Rohini, Saket and Patiala who have received bomb threats. Bomb squad is there. The entire court premises have been evacuated. And in addition, 2 CRPF schools, one in Prashant Vihar, another in Dwarka, have also received bomb threats. As of now, several teams, several forces are there. Security personals are there. Police, Delhi police has also responded to the calls there. And the bomb squad is currently investigating, and they're going through the security checks, making sure that every nook and corner of both the court premises for district courts of New Delhi and the CRPF schools is checked, and to make sure that whether this bomb threat that has been received is a hoax, because this has been the pattern for several months, past couple of months especially. There has been several schools, more than 15 schools at one point of time has received bomb threat through email. But this incident being so close to the blast that actually happened, that is just few days ago on 10th of November outside the Red Fort metro station, this makes it way more severe, and that is why you can see the forces, the police persons immediately responding at the location, making sure that the students from the school, they are taken out, that the schools are evacuated, the court is evacuated, that so that just in case there is a chance that a bomb is found, nobody gets hurt. And especially in the school, you can see there are a lot of teachers. If we are playing the visuals, you can see that the teachers, they're waiting in the compound. The children are being rushed outside in a manner. They are asking to evacuate the school. And also in respect of the 4 courts that have received, Dwarka, Rohini, Saket and Patiala, 4 district courts, the bomb threats that have been received, the security persons are there evacuating the court premises as well, which again would lead to halting of the court proceedings for some time. But we are seeing that there has been quick response from the team, and currently investigations and security clearance is underway. Back to you.
That's right, Shambhavi. As we continue to report these latest developments coming in, as Delhi continues to be on high alert, 4 courts in Delhi, 2 more have been added to the list that have received these bomb threats. Shambhavi, any clarity on the mode of the threats, emails or calls? What are the police saying regarding that?
Well, there has been no information as of yet. From the information that we know, there has been bomb threats in these 6 locations now, 4 courts and 2 schools. It is still being evacuated. The first response team is there. The premises are still being evacuated. The children are being evacuated from the school. They're being taken to point of safety. The court proceedings have halted temporarily till the time every nook and corner of the court is completely explored and seen that there are no such objects found or anything related to a bomb, or as the bomb threat was received is found there. There are teams quickly responding at the scene, all the courts and the school. Still details are awaited. We are waiting on the details, the mode, the time at which it was received and the details that entailed it.
Okay, Shambhavi, an update coming in. The emails, it was an email thread that was being received by the schools, the two CRPF schools as well as the courts. The 4 courts that have received these bomb threats, it was in the form of email. That is what we are given to understand, Shambhavi. So that is clear via email. In fact, for the last few months, more than few months, we have seen several schools receiving bomb threats, which ultimately turned out to be hoax. But at a point in time when there is already an alert, a security alert in the national capital after the bomb blast that took place, it is indeed causing immense panic amongst the people, the children, the families, the parents, as well as the lawyers.
Well, right, yes, Delhi has been terrorized by a very recent blast that took place right outside the Red Fort metro station, and there were several who lost their lives. And the condition, I think that it is going to take a lot of time for the nation to forget what we saw when that blast happened. There were mangled body parts, there were car wrecks, there was just the carcass of the completely burned down car. That was how that Delhi outside the Red Fort metro station, one of the most busy places in Delhi, high security places with a high foot traffic, and that is how Delhi looked like that day. And just few days later, for bomb threats to be received at very crucial places, school where there are children, several thousands of children studying, it becomes again, it is very concerning and sensitive to schools for that to receive, because as we've been reiterating that there were bomb threats received earlier as well by several schools. This bomb threat being so close to the actual blast that took place on 10th of November makes it extremely sensitive and concerning, and the teams are responding at the moment. We are still confirming if this bomb threat was received via email. But the teams have responded. There is bomb squad. You can see in the visuals they're conducting. They're making sure all the stalls that are there outside. And we are also showing you the visuals of the court, the 4 courts that has received bomb threats, just one after the another simultaneously. Dwarka court, the Saket, Rohini and Patiala, all the 4 district courts that have received this bomb threat. And you could see there are people with metal detectors and other bomb detectors going around making sure that not even one stall of, you can see in the visuals that there are several stalls with water bottles, the local vendors who are mostly outside the court. None of that is being left untouched, making sure that every nook and corner of the court is examined properly, and although this would need the courts, the hearings, the proceedings to be halted for some time, but again this is the need of the hour. So this we know. So again the timing of it all makes it very concerning and sensitive. The timing of this bomb threats which has been received by these not 1, not 2 but 6 places, 4 courts and 2 schools makes it concerning. More details are still awaited. Back to you.
That's right. Once again, for our viewers tuning in, viewers, the 4 courts in the national capital, the Rohini, the Dwarka, Saket and Patiala House Court. These 4 courts have received bomb threats, and also 2 CRPF schools have received bomb threats via email. For now, we are still awaiting the results of the investigation, given the fact that the police forces and the BDS, the bomb disposal squad, had acted swiftly and they are conducting detailed checks of the areas. Shambhavi, let me come back to you. Do we have any... Okay, looks like we have lost that connection, viewers, but Delhi, Saket and 30 Hazari courts have received the bomb threats, and not just that, Rohini and Dwarka courts have also received these bomb threats. After that, the areas, the courts have been evacuated. In fact, the 2 schools also, the 2 Delhi CRPF schools that also received the bomb threat have been evacuated. In fact, after the bomb threats were received via email, all the courts in the national capital have been secured. The security has been heightened in the court premises, is what we are given to understand. And several bomb threats had been reported in the last few months as well, that mostly were received by the schools. But given at the time the sensitive situation in the Delhi that continues to loom after the Red Fort bomb blast case, we are seeing that there is already there is a high alert that has been issued in Delhi NCR region. Even after that, what we are given to understand that there are emails, the threat emails that were given out to 4 courts and 2 CRPF schools. Shambhavi continues to be with me. Shambhavi, the several courts, not just Okay, looks like we've lost that connection. But as you can see, viewers, we are also showing you the videos, these exclusive videos from inside the court premises, where all the litigants, the lawyers can be seen in outside as they all prepare to evacuate the court. And this is the Saket court that we are showing you at the moment, as a bomb threat was received in the Saket court as well. Very, very posh area, Saket in South Delhi, received bomb threat via email. And the entire panic-gripped Saket court can be seen, and all the litigants, the lawyers,
district judge and the other judicial officers, we had a security checkup and we had a thorough inquiry about the security arrangements. Until from that day only, we are continuously vigilant and things are under control.
Is there a fear among lawyers and judges, or are you satisfied with the kind of security being provided by the authorities?
No, right now there is no element of fear, because in fact this has been done to create a dilemma and delusion amongst the legal fraternity, but we are very firm and there is no kind of fear, and the courts are functioning in a smooth manner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We slip into a short commercial break, but coming up on the other side are more details regarding the bomb threat.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The top headlines coming in: 4 courts and 2 CRPF schools received bomb threat in the national capital, investigation underway. Chilling video comes to spotlight. In unseen clip, Red Fort bomber Umar talks about misunderstood concept of suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of a suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Lahi Mosque before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror Dr. Shaheen. Sources say she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. Enforcement Directorate raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into the Delhi blast case. CIK carries out massive searches at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Budgam. It's a Republic Bangla super exclusive. For the first time, former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. Viewers, there's some breaking news coming in. 2 CRPF schools in Delhi, 1 in Dwarka and another in Prashant Vihar, received bomb threats today, prompting swift evacuations and large-scale security responses. Around the same time, 4 courts in the city also reported bomb threats, leading the authorities to clear the premises as a precautionary measure. Now, the bomb squads and police teams are conducting thorough searches at all the affected schools and court complexes, while investigations are underway to trace the source of these threats. So that's a big development coming in. Ishan joins me to give us more details. Ishan joins me from outside the Patiala House Court. Ishan, what is the condition? What are the latest details coming in? Do we understand that these threats were hoax, or are we still awaiting the investigation?
Right now, we have information that this is a bomb threat that is being investigated by the security teams and agencies. I'm here at Patiala House Court looking into the matter. We have seen that a lot of the people were evacuated, but now they are returning back inside the court. No official confirmation has yet been received. This seems to be a coordinated threat. A lot of this has been seen as a coordinated attack. I'll ask my VJ to show the scenes around here. You can see that security personnel have been deployed in the region and they are looking into the matter in deep regard. This coordinated threat has disrupted a lot of the practice and ongoing proceedings in the court. Apart from the court, 2 schools, CRPF schools, have received the bomb threat. The Delhi's Patiala House Court and other judicial complexes in Delhi have experienced significant disruption due to this coordinated bomb threat, leading to swift and large-scale security mobilizations. While no devices or explosives have been found yet, the investigation still continues. And we will be bringing you live updates from the entire scene and as the case progresses. Back to you.
That's right. Ishan, continue to show us around the situation there outside the Patiala House Court, because it's not just the Patiala House Court, to be precise. There are other 3 courts that have received these bomb threats, and as you rightly mentioned, that the litigants and the advocates are all getting back to the premises. But also, if you can try and speak to some of them, if you find anybody to understand the situation at that given point in time when the threats were received.
We have not yet spoken to people. We are still awaiting the security teams to clear the premises. We will be speaking to people as they come out of the court. However, the court premises are still being checked and being cleared. There is heavy security deployment across the Patiala House Court, and we will keep bringing you images live from here. We will find people to speak to them as they return, and once they return, I'll speak to them and get back to you.
That's right. That's right. Ishan, also trying to understand the fact that after the explosion that took place outside the Red Fort, we had seen how that there was a massive alert, a security alert being launched at the entire national capital region. And at this point in time, these coordinated threats being received by 4 courts and 2 schools, what is the message that is trying to be sent out? Okay, we've lost that connection. We will come back with those details, viewers, on that story. But for now, we shift our focus to more news and updates coming in. As the Jammu and Kashmir Police's largest ever non-kinetic operations are underway across Union territory, kinetic anti-terror operations have also been intensified across length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, with special focus on strengthening anti-infiltration grid. Take a look.
After the Delhi bombing, an alert has been sounded all over the international border and the line of control, with the possible threat of Pakistan pushing terrorists into the Indian territory. Here you will see in the border area of the Samba district, the security forces have launched a massive cordon and the search operation, and the senior officials, including the Deputy SP rank officer of the operations group, they are also here trying to gather the details from the houses that are in the remote areas or very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border, and these areas can be used by the antisocial elements. And here you will see the troops of the special operations group carrying out the intensified searches. These searches are being carried out. They are looking into every nook and corner of these establishments that are here, because it becomes really very important at a time when there lies a threat from across the border. We have seen in the past also that how the security forces, they were targeted, and there have been several incidents when the terrorists have sneaked into the Indian territory from this very area. And also the kinetic operations have also been intensified in such a manner that both kinetic and non-kinetic operations can go hand in hand, with a motive that the entire ecosystem of the terror that operates in Jammu and Kashmir, that can completely be wiped out. Because what lies here, that the terrorists, those who are resorting to the kinetic force, not only they are threat, but also the non-kinetic support base that is there of the terror groups, that is also coming out to be a major threat. And that is what we have seen in the past also, that how this entire ecosystem of the terrorism works, that the terrorists carried out the kinetic action, and then their non-kinetic support base that comes out to their support, and to completely dismantle this kinetic as well as non-kinetic source. These are the operations that have been launched in the border areas of the Jammu. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Goswami Singh for Republic Media Network.
With that, viewers, we shift our focus now to more news and updates coming in. Terror Dr. Shaheen, a key suspect in the Delhi blast case, was reportedly planning to create Muslim girls and women as human bombs, according to investigative agencies. Now, sources are revealing that Shaheen had ordered explosives and was targeting divorced Muslim women living away from their families, as well as girls aged between 14 to 18 years old, Why? As they could be easily brainwashed. In fact, her WhatsApp chats have been that have provided crucial information, and she had taken full responsibility for finding the targets. In fact, the operation was codenamed Mission Kafir, with human bombs referred to as Mujahid Jangju. Shaheen's plans have raised concerns about the radicalization of vulnerable individuals. We have more details coming in on this as several huge revelations are coming to light as the investigation progresses as far as the Delhi blast case is concerned. And as per sources, Terror Dr. Shaheen was preparing to create human bombs with the operation codenamed Mission Kafir. Meanwhile, more updates have been coming in. As per the sources, they revealed that there were information coming in from WhatsApp chats of Shaheen that have been accessed by the investigating agencies. It revealed disturbing conversation about her mission codenamed as Operation Kafir. In fact, she had ordered explosives and began preparing to create human bombs, even giving them a code named as Mujahid Jangju. Shambhavi joins me to give us more details. Shambhavi, you have been very closely, covering the entire nexus of the Al-Falah University and these terror doctors who are currently arrested, the associates of Umar Nabi. Terror Dr. Shaheen had planned to create human bombs, and she was recruiting young girls and divorced Muslim women for Operation Kafir, as she has named, and these information are coming in from the sources. Help us elaborate more on this. Give us more details regarding the huge revelations that are coming out.
Well, definitely this is a major revelation, because we know that this woman, this terror Dr. Shaheen, was particularly targeting young girls, especially between the age of 14 to 18 years. And this information has come up before as well, that Jaish-e-Mohammed's leader of the woman wing, that was the position that was planned for her. She was being trained for brainwashing and radicalizing the young women, even the locals here, and also from all over the country. Her main idea, and she has taken full accountability and full responsibility for it, that she wanted to, and she even was influencing the gullible minds of these young women who are far away from their home, who are either they're working or have come for studies, living by themselves. So her idea, or the entire Jaish's idea, was to target these young girls, these young women, and transform them into suicide bombers. And we have been also showing you another terrorist doctor who is seen advocating for suicide bombing and this Fidain style bombing, that is the Umar, this terrorist Dr. Umar's video that has surfaced, in which he is seen advocating that it is a great act and it is often misunderstood. It is one of the most misunderstood act, is what he says in that video. And now from the investigations, new information has come up where we know that Shaheen was indeed planning on targeting the young girls, the young women of 14 to 18 years, into turning them, and wanted to turn them into suicide bombers. And this mission had a name called Mission Kafir. So this is how radicalized, this is how brainwashed they themselves were, these terrorist doctors of this entire doctor module were. And apart from being so educated, they were so educated, they were doctors, but they were still so brainwashed, they were still too radicalized, that they were also planning on hunting down the gullible women, the gullible girls. And as she was being trained by other set of people for leading this entire women wing, she was also, we have information that she was also going around Western UP.
Okay. Shambhavi, stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Interrogation on Jasir Bilal Wani, also known as Danish, has revealed that his terror module was plotting a major attack in India by attempting to build weaponized drones and small rockets modeled on tactics used by Hamas. Investigators found that the group was working to modify drones with cameras, batteries and small explosive devices, aiming to fly them over crowded public places or sensitive security locations to trigger targeted blast. Shambhavi continues to stay with me. Shambhavi, that is also coming in as a huge revelation, you know, in terms of investigation and interrogation of Jasir Bilalwani, also known as Danish. He has revealed that this particular terror module was plotting a major attack in India by attempting to build weaponized drones and small rocket, and they modeled around the tactics used by Hamas. So very, very concerning situation as to how these radicalized people, the radicalized terror associates rather of Dr. Umar Nabi, how they were planning. The group was working to modify drones with cameras and batteries and fly them over crowded places which were sensitive security zones.
Well, the security agencies have definitely made sure that it is known that he was just not another side character. Now, this Danish person cannot be considered as just a side character or a fringe player. He is coming off as one of the key conspirators, the key players in this entire module. He was a technical support. He was a technical spine of the team who used to make test runs of the drones, help in building up the drones. He also attempted to make rockets ahead of the bombs. So he was the technical spine, because we know that these terrorist doctors who were planning to carry out this huge blast, because this Red Fort blast is of course luckily an isolated accident, or an isolated incident. They were planning this on a huge level. There was several information that was gathered by the agencies, where it was mentioned that they were targeting several other religious places all across the country, and they were planning on this blast at all these 4 or 5 places simultaneously. So this man arrested yesterday, Danish, the picture of whom I'm sure we are showing right now, he is the man who was responsible for the technical support of the team. Among all these doctors, he was a technical spine who used to offer his assistance in building of bombs and drones and rockets and other such devices, IEDs, and also he was the one who was responsible for making sure that there are test runs and also make sure that their act that they were planning, the sinister act of blast that they were planning, would go off smoothly. Back to you.
Well, that's right, Shambhavi, and more updates are coming in terms of the developments, and we also have accessed the first image of Danish, who was behind giving the technical support to the JEM module and all the people involved with it, all the terrorists involved with it. In fact, Shambhavi, if we talk about this particular module which was giving technical support, they also must have received the funding from somewhere, and that is also something which is a part of the investigation.
Definitely, funding has been a huge point in this investigation, especially because all these terrorist doctors were associated with this university from outside. We're reporting from outside since morning. This Al-Falah University, in some way or form, and this university was the center, was the epicenter of this entire planning. That is the place where these doctors, so-called doctors, were planning this act. They used to meet for meetings. They used to coordinate about what were the target places, what will be the target time, how they planned that there would be 4 different cars at 4 different locations. All cars would be heavily explosive laden, and then they would go off at the same time. These 4 people were also, some of them were planning to leave the country after they have carried out this this bombing, this blast, which is very ironic, contrary to the suicide bombing, the Fidain style bombing that they've seen advocating, or even training other people to, other women, other girls, little girls, 14, 15-year-old little girls. They were training them. So this funding has been a huge point of question. Although Al-Falah University have maintained very strongly that their only source of funding is the fees that they get from the students who study here, and that is how they pay the salaries of the teachers there. Even this terrorist Dr. Muzammil was one of the senior professors here. So this is what Al-Falah University has maintained till now, that their source of funds is the fees. But again, you can see that the security agencies are definitely not taking that as an answer. There has been continuous chain raids happening even at the moment. Since morning, it has started since 5 a.m. There are raids happening at 25 different locations all across Delhi and Faridabad. So this funding is definitely under scrutiny. This aspect of where were they getting the money, because drones, rockets, these are expensive materials. Right. There has to be some source of funding. So there is still a point of investigation. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi, appreciate you joining us and giving us those details. And we shift our focus as we're getting in more breaking news. Back-to-back breaking updates coming in on this story. A massive crackdown is underway at the Al-Falah campus, with searches being conducted across 25 locations in Delhi and Faridabad, targeting the trustees and the associated individuals or entities. The Enforcement Directorate has registered a case against the Al-Falah based on an NIA FIR, prompting widespread raids as the agencies probe alleged irregularities linked to the institution. Chandrakala is joining us live on the broadcast from one of those campuses, office near Okhla. Chandrakala, you have been tracking the developments that are coming in terms of these major crackdown and the raids and the searches that were conducted at 25 locations in Delhi. You were also present at one of these key locations related to the Al-Falah University, and many other locations of the trustees and the associated individuals are being searched. Do we have any information about the recoveries being made?
Well, Riyanka, let me tell you, it's been more than 8 hours that ED has been, searching the Al-Falah office here in Okhla. Now, the point is, the entire university, the entities related to Al-Falah group, in fact, 9 shell companies linked to this particular Al-Falah group has come under scanner. Now, what we are learning in that, it's been more than 8 hours that the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raid inside this one of the premises of Al-Falah University. As we know that 25 premises of Al-Falah University are under scanner, are being searched by ED, and the fact that multiple such raids are underway as far as this the Al-Falah group is concerned. Now, what we are learning is that various residential premises, offices, and premises linked to associated trust, the Al-Falah Trust, were searched with looking for digital records, account books, and also the fact that the Al-Falah University's financial records are also under scrutiny. Various financial investigative agencies are now, try to investigate the university records, and all 9 entities are also allegedly registered to one particular. This 9 shell companies are now what we are learning that registered to a single address with no such footprints or electricity being used or inconsistent electricity or utility usage and shared mobile numbers or email IDs. So it's a very, very important developments, because it's been more than 8 hours that the Enforcement Directorate are now conducting searches inside this one of the premises of Al-Falah Group, and Al-Falah Group, that's the Okhla office here in New Delhi, Al-Falah Trust. And now the fact that the chairman, the Al-Falah University's founder, that's Javed Siddiqui, is also being questioned. His brother also being he was apprehended. The university is already under scrutiny after its alleged links to an accused in the recent Red Fort blast. As we know that Dr Umar, Nabi, and several other doctors were a part of Al-Falah University, which has been the epicenter of this entire terror module being carried out. Now it remains to be seen as to what would be the latest lead as far as this bomb blast is concerned. As we know that Delhi is completely on high alert. We can see the situation in the national capital is completely volatile. Different bomb threat has been received, of course, as far as in 2 CRPF schools and in 4 courts. So yes, a very, very crucial situation for the entire nation right at this moment. All eyes on the investigating angle, because as we know, several other angles are also being probed by the NIA.
Right, Chandrakala, in fact, these raids were majorly to understand the terror funding and the role of Al-Falah University, and the video also of Terror Dr Umar that had come to light. It looks like he was speaking to the youth and probably others who were attending kind of a session. In fact, the crackdown will now also build upon those people who were part of the sessions that was addressed by Terror Dr Umar, and the entire crackdown on the funding of the particular module that was all planning to be extended is all coming together, piece by piece being put together by the agency.
Yes, absolutely. Financial irregularities is something which is very much on focus right at this moment, because as we know, the Al-Falah University is now being probed as far as, different financial records of the university are now under scanner. Also, we are learning that, different 9 shell companies are also associated with Al-Falah Group with no such footprints. Of course, that, we are also learning that investigators are also suggesting overlapping of directors, weak KYC compliance, minimal salary disbursals, because there could be huge financial irregularities, and of course the fact that there could be some the reason why the financial investigative agencies are now trying to probe the university's financial records, because we could see that a lot of such angle has come to the fore of how money has been funded by Jaish, how Hawala via Hawala networks. So yes, a very, very crucial development right at this moment, and because as we know that financial discrepancies has also come to the fore as far as the university chairman is concerned. So yes, the very focus is on the Al-Falah Group, the Al-Falah Trust, which is very much under the scanner, and also the entities related to the group, and also 9 shell companies are also taken into consideration. Of course, it's completely being probed right at this moment, and a very crucial development as far as this entire terror funding is concerned, which has carried out this Red Fort blast, of course, in the national capital for that reason.
Thank you, Chandrakala, for giving us the details. We will now shift our focus and get you a roundup of news coming in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches in the Al-Falah University case involving its trustees, related persons and entities. Since 5 a.m. today, the raids are being conducted at 25 locations across Delhi and other places. The central agency's action follows the government's orders to probe the university's funding. A forensic audit of the university's account has also been ordered. All government and government-aided schools, private schools and all the colleges in Puducherry will remain closed today due to heavy rain warning due to continuous cyclone Fengal-induced heavy rainfall. High alert has been issued. A layer of toxic smog blanketed the national capital as the air quality index remained very poor in several areas as per the Central Pollution Control Board. Visuals from several areas show thick layer of haze. Time for a break, but we come back on the other side with details coming in as 4 courts and 2 CRPF schools received bomb threats in the national capital. Investigation underway.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Top updates in the Delhi blast investigation continues. Fresh details, fresh videos out. We'll get to everything you need to know, but the headlines that we're tracking. Let's get started. Four courts and 2 CRPF schools receive bomb threat in national capital. Investigation is underway. Chilling video comes to spotlight. An unseen clip. Red Fort bomber Umar talks about misunderstood concept of suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar has surfaced. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi's mosque before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror. Dr Shaheen sources say that she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 of the sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. CIK carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Bargaon. It's Republic, Bangladesh super exclusive for the first time. Former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. We're getting some updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Republic has accessed the first photograph showing Dr. Shaheen Shahid alongside Dr. Muzammil taken when the two of them visited a Maruti Brezza showroom together, the same car that is now at the center of the terror investigation. In picture, we'll put out those pictures for you in a short while from now, viewers. As the investigation continues into the Delhi blast case, we're getting more pictures, more details, first images, which are helping investigators really piece together what really led to those dastardly attacks which took place. So we have that picture for you. This is the first photograph which Republic has accessed. A first photograph showing Dr. Shaheen alongside Dr. Muzammil, taken when the two of them visited a Maruti Brezza showroom together, the same car that is now at the center of the terror investigation. So we have put those first images out. Dr. Shaheen, one of the prime suspects, alongside Dr. Muzammil. And this is happening as the entire investigation is now revealing fresh details, especially with the key suspects and the footprints of the key suspect before that dastardly attack. Now on your screens, we are seeing that first image of terrored Doc Shaheen and Muzammil. Okay, we've been joined by our reporters. We have Shambhavi, Al-Falah at Al-Falah University. Chandrakala is there, Zeenat Srinagar, Goswami, all of them live with us. Let's go straight across to my colleague. I think we'll just go first to Shambhavi joining us. Shambhavi, just help our viewers really understand, why this picture is giving the clues about how these conspirators, how they met, how they coordinated, and how they carried out that attack, the vehicles that were used. Yes, Shambhavi.
See, during the course of investigation, a very crucial information was got to the hands of the investigators. That was 2 diaries. One diary was confiscated from Al-Falah University from the room of terrorist Dr. Muzammil, and another diary was with the explosive 360 kilograms of ammonium nitrate that was seized by the agencies from Faridabad, just 4 kilometers from here. And in both those diaries, there was a detailed planned mention about how these terrorist doctor module. They were planning on carrying out 4 blasts at 4 different places. Their targets were some parts of Delhi, Varanasi, Allahabad, Ayodhya, and their mode of blast would be 4 cars. There were 4 cars in the center of it all. Those 4 cars would be heavily explosive laden, and they would drive those 4 cars to 4 different places and carry out a blast simultaneously all at once at all these 4 places. Now, there are 4 cars. First one was the Swift. The second was the Hyundai i20, in which the blast outside Red Fort metro station took place on 10th of November. The third car was a red EcoSport, and the fourth one was this Brezza, the same Brezza that we are showing you. And just you can see in the picture there is the terrorist Dr Muzammil and Dr Shaheen. Both of them, they were just there at the showroom buying the mentioned Brezza. All these 4 cars have been seized by the agencies. They've successfully found all these 4 cars. One, of course, was in the blast, so not a lot of it was left. But these other 3 cars, that is the Swift, Red EcoSport and Brezza, was found. So these 4 cars would have been the source of the blast, would have been heavily laden with explosives, and then they would have carried out 4 huge blasts at 4 different locations in nation.
That's right. Yes. Okay, so exclusive pictures coming in. I want to go across next to my colleague Goswami, who's joining us live from Jammu. Goswami, we see that one of the prime suspects it was Dr. Adil, and we see that a lot of action has been taken. Almirahs are being searched, lockers are being searched, security has been stepped up. If you could just help our viewers understand what the latest is coming in from Jammu.
See, if we speak of Jammu and Kashmir, the case has been handed over to the State Investigation Agency, which means the intelligence wing of Jammu and Kashmir. And now there is a coordinated operation that are underway as we speak. It is not only limited to kinetic operations or not only limited to the non-kinetic operations. These are a combination of kinetic and non-kinetic operations that have begun across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Because this counterintelligence Kashmir and counterintelligence Jammu, they are carrying out the subsequent raids. As we speak, the raids are underway in the Kashmir Valley. Once major terror module of Millat, that was one of the associates of Jaish and was recruiting the women for the terror activities, that has also been busted in the last 1 week span in the operations that have been conducted by the counterintelligence Kashmir. Similarly, if you speak of the counterintelligence Jammu, they have been conducting raids on the network of Pakistan-based terror groups that is operational from the jails inside Jammu and Kashmir. They have carried out raids in the Rajouri jail, in the Kishtwar jail, in Udhampur jail and in the Kathua jail. This is to ensure that those jails not to become a breeding ground, because what we have seen in the past in Punjab also, that the jails have become a breeding ground for the anti-national activities. So they wanted to rule that out. Some recoveries have also been made that are being analyzed. If we speak of the ground operations, the kinetic and the non-kinetic operations, in the kinetic operation, close to 4,000 locations have been searched in last 12 days of the operations. Over 300 people have been detained, including those who were on the bail but trying to carry out the subversive activities that are detrimental to the sovereignty of the country. That has also been done. Apart from that, the kinetic operations are also underway. We have seen today morning also that in the Samba there was a massive large-scale operation that was launched close to the border areas, where not only the anti-tunnel drive was done, but also the secluded houses that are there, they were also thoroughly searched by the security forces. So an overall attack on the ecosystem of terror is being carried out by the security forces, so that this entire ecosystem can be dismantled, because it is not about only Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil or Dr. Shaheen, but it is a larger ecosystem that is in place, that is radicalizing them, that is providing them with the financial assistance and also providing them with the logistic support. So that major crackdown is underway in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir by the local authorities, and also the major success that the Jammu and Kashmir police has got while dismantling this terror infrastructure and then saving several hundreds of lives in multiple terror attacks, because had this recovery not been done of 2,900 kilogram of explosive, things would have been entirely different, and the blast that has taken place Delhi would have been one of the several blasts that took place. So now that has been averted, and as we speak, the intensified searches operations and the cordon operation not only in Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir but also at the several locations of these Jaish module, they are also underway, and the forces are trying to ensure that the last man of this entire tentacles of the Jaish-e-Mohammed conspiracy, they be arrested or neutralized at an earliest.
Okay, let's go. Yes. And also, I just want to go across to my colleague from Srinagar. We have Zeenat. Zeenat, we know that already that a lot of co-conspirators have been arrested by the NIA. A lot of key accused are from Jammu and Kashmir. Some of them are from Srinagar. And the investigation is also continuing at a very fast pace. If you could help our viewers understand what is the latest that we are getting.
See, as far as this case goes, no doubt there has been the raids in Srinagar, but the focus remained in the entire module South Kashmir. We have been seeing the investigating agencies and the J&K police, they busted the car module gang and their links with the Red Fort blast and the white collar doctors. See, this is all intertwined, from car module to CIK raids to Jaish module to poster pasting, and then again the focus is Red Fort blast. The videos that have surfaced shows you that they come within extremist policies, the kind of a radical mind that they have, the kind of, they say that once you blew yourself or you carry the fidain, they have their different meaning. So that tells you that mind is polarized, it is radicalized, and they were trying to get more people on the board with the kind of ideologies. As far as the photographs of the lady with Muzammil shows that they have been conspiring together as far as the photo depicts. Then the focus comes that the why is it that despite there has been a body blow being given to these terror outfits, but why the Pakistan now changed the strategy and chose to have those white collar ones, and how many such more are there? Because right now the focus, as far as this case goes, the focus is there that how many more are they, more from the doctor fraternity, or they more from the fraternity of the education, the shopkeepers, or there are more that is yet to come on forth. So there are angles that are being scanned and searched as far as the doctors is concerned. Today also we witnessed the raids in South Kashmir, in Srinagar itself, when we carry the visuals in the morning from the Shireen Bagh SMHS hospital, a doctor working at the cardiology of SMHS hospital. It's being scanned, his documents scanned, then his relations with the doctors, because he too comes from South Kashmir's Kulgam. See, yesterday, the another aide of Umar, he was arrested by the NIA. Although he was arrested earlier by the Srinagar police, he has gone through a different drill along with his brother, and then now the custody being handed over to NIA, because this case at the Union Territory level is being dealt now by the SIA, which is again an investigating wing of the J&K police only, because SIA again is being assisted by J&K police, the Srinagar police in focus, and then at the national level, because the case is spread across different at different levels with different cities. So NIA is looking after the entire module. There is an arrest of the Jasir. He's a neighbor of Dr. Adil and the Muzaffar, who is still on run because Srinagar police approached the Interpol for the lookout notice. So this is again, as I've been saying, this is a very challenging situation for the security agencies, for the J&K police, for the entire country, for the Ministry of Home Affairs itself, where now we are seeing the educated youth, the younger lot, those who have made their families earlier proud with the kind of accolades that they have managed in their life, but now choosing terror. So which is a challenge for the people on the ground and also society, because nobody expected that this is coming from this kind of lot. So focus remains that more revelations will be there, more people will get identified, more arrests will be there, more raids will be there, because ultimately they are trying to dig as deep as they can to take this issue at a logical conclusions.
Right. And I just want to also go across to my colleague. We have Chandra Kala joining us live from Al-Falah, Okla. And all our reporters are in different locations because viewers, we see that the story is moving and the investigation is moving at such a fast pace in multiple states, in multiple locations. So we have our reporters in every place. I will go to Chandrakala now because the ED is conducting searches at 25 locations linked to the Al-Falah University in Delhi NCR. I just want to help our viewers understand, Chandrakala, help our viewers understand what is the latest that we are getting on this new development.
Yes, in fact, as the investigation on this particular case is pacing up right at this moment, the Al-Falah group, which, and their related entities are now under scanner. Now, 25 premises all across Delhi are being now searched by the Enforcement Directorate. We are right in the front of one of the office that's in Okhla in New Delhi. That's Al-Falah office here in Okhla, where the investigation is still underway. The searches are still being conducted by ED right at this moment. It's been more than 8 hours since 5 a.m. It started at 5 a.m. and the searches are still going on. But we are learning that various other angles have come to the fore. We are also learning that 9 shell companies related to the group, which is under the scanner, and this 9 companies which is under the scanner right at this moment are to be. We are learning is they were registered to a single address with no operational footprint, inconsistent electricity or utility usage, and shared mobile numbers and email ID. And this is a very crucial development because the terror funding. The funding of terror is also one such angle which is very crucial to understand, because as we know that rupees 20 lakh has been somehow routed by Jaish handlers as far as this probe is concerned, as far as the Delhi blast is concerned and the Red Fort, and that particular amount of money is being used by these terror doctors, be it Dr. Shaheen or Dr. Umar Nabi or Dr. Muzammil. But we are learning that there was also a dispute between Dr. Umar Nabi and Dr. Shaheen over this amount of money, that's rupees 20 lakh, which was used to buy various other fertilizers, of course, a car. As far as the investigation is pacing up, we know that 4 cars have come under scanner. We have seen different CCTV footages. Now, of course, we have seen the image of Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Muzammil when they went to buy this the Brezza car, which was recovered, of course. So yes, a very, very important development as far as terror funding is concerned. This entire terror network terror module being carried on in the heart of the national capital. Now, the investigating agencies are taking up this matter very seriously. The investigating is pacing up, and now the Enforcement Directorate is also trying to understand, of course, now investigating the university's records as far as the financial irregularities is also concerned. The money being funded from the university, there could be very much possibility that money was funded from the university, because as we know that these terror doctors are related to Al-Falah. The chairman of the university, that's Javed Siddiqui, also being questioned. His brother has been apprehended. So yes, the prime focus is now on the Al-Falah group and its entities, and of course various other 9 shell companies related to it. So yes, a very crucial development right at this moment for the entire nation.
Yes, Chandrakala. Well, thank you, Chandrakala. Thank you, Gursimran and Shambhavi. Please stay with us, because we will now talk about this chilling video which has emerged. Let's tell you, viewers, about this chilling video which has now emerged of terrorist Umar, the man behind the Red Fort blast, recording himself just moments before the attack. In that video, he's heard attempting to radicalize young minds, pushing poisonous propaganda, trying to recruit and corrupt vulnerable youth. But let's be clear, Republic will not air his message. We will not amplify the words of a terrorist. What we will show you is the truth, the extent of the radical network, the mindset of a man who tried to wage war on India, and the danger he posed before he triggered the blast. We expose him without giving 1 inch of space to the propaganda he wanted to spread. Let's go to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, it's a shocking unseen video. And the video before the blast, Shambhavi, is very shocking. It's one of the last recordings made before the blast. And Umar is being described by the agencies as the most radicalized member of the terror module.
Definitely, it has come up in the investigation where Shaheen has mentioned that quite a number of times, that among all these 4 faces that have come up, these 4 terrorist doctors, Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar. Umar was the most radicalized one. He was the one who was very influenced, and you can clearly see that in the video. You can clearly see that for somebody who is about to carry out a blast that will potentially kill so many people, will injure so many people, he is oddly calm and composed. He is oddly confident. He's so convicted in what he's speaking. He believes, you can see the belief in his eyes, you can see the belief in his face when he's talking about normalizing, about the fact that suicide bombing is one of the very misunderstood notions. And he also proceeds to explain how and what this Fidain style or suicide style bombing is. That when you decide to give your life at a particular place, at a particular time, and how this is one of the most misunderstood notions. You can see the conviction in him. And there is not a shred, a single shred of fear, of uneasiness, of agitation, of any amount of him being uncomfortable. The fact that he was about to carry out this blast, the fact that he drove around Delhi for 11 hours, for several parts of the Delhi, even went to Masjid just few moments before he moved to the parking zone of the Red Fort area, was stationary there for 3 hours. He was stationary there for 3 hours, and as per investigation, we know that it just took him 5 to 10 minutes to actually assemble the bomb and for it to actually blast in the zone. So we know in this video just reaffirms the information that we had and the investigators had on Umar about how in spite of being so educated, you can see the accent in his English, you can see how confidently he speaks. He can be seen radicalizing the youth, and there are reports, there are investigating agencies are suggesting that even Shaheen has accepted that she was also looking at radicalizing the young women, the young girls from the age of 14 to 18 years. That is a very young age, to transform them into human bombs in a mission named Mission Kafir. So a lot of things have been cleared by this video. Back to you.
Yes, Shambhavi, also, we also have to help our viewers understand, Shambhavi, why we are talking about the bomber Umar, because we have seen that across many days now, last few days, a lot of his aides have been arrested. They have been produced in court. He was coordinating with some key conspirators, and the entire web and the footprints of Umar are being specifically tracked by the agencies, including the fresh CCTV footages. Yes, Shambhavi.
Definitely, the CCTV footages, we've been reiterating that has come as the backbone of this entire investigation, that has helped the investigators to track the route that he took. What was he actually doing in the hours before he carried out the blast, and the fact that how extended this module, this terrorist doctor module is, because initially there were just two faces. Initially there was just one arrest, and that too in relation to an absolutely different angle of the story. Adil was arrested just few days ago from Saharanpur, and that is what helped unfurl a lot of angles, a lot of people, how their families are also involved in it. Shaheen's brother also played an active part. He was constantly in touch with the cross-border handlers in Pakistan and Afghanistan, how these people went to Afghanistan, went to Turkey, and they were planning this for a couple of years now. This was not, this does not happen at a whim, just by the planning of 24 hours or even a month for that matter. There were regular meetings that they were holding right inside this Al-Falah University. In their rooms, they were planning how to carry out not one, not two, but several blasts. And also the amount of explosive that has been recovered, which is more than 2,900 kgs. Now that is a huge amount. That would be more than enough for several blasts to be carried out. Danish was arrested yesterday. We have also showed our viewers his first picture. The Danish, who was a technical backbone of this team, of this terrorist doctor team, because of course there was the brains, but the technical part of it, how a rocket is made, made, testing the test run of the drones and different bombers, also making sure that they're very solid on the technical part. Danish was also one of the key conspirators. He's not some side character, he's not some fringe member, he was one of the key conspirators. So that definitely this is a very extended network, a very extended module, and with the investigations going on at 25 locations at the moment, definitely new piece of information is set to come, and even the doctors, these terrorist doctors, are being constantly interrogated. So definitely new crucial key pieces of information are likely to come back to you.
Okay, thank you for joining us with all those details, Shambhavi. I'll be coming back to you as the investigation continues in the Delhi blast case. Let's move ahead, viewers. We see that the ED is conducting searches in the Al-Falah University case involving its trustees, which is related to persons and the entities since 5 a.m. today. Now, the raids are being conducted at 25 locations across Delhi and other places. Take a look.
The Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at 25 locations in Delhi and Faridabad linked to the terror-tainted Al-Falah University. Raids are also happening against individuals associated with Al-Falah in connection with the agency's probe into the November 10 Red Fort blast. The probe agency has also registered a PMLA case over financial irregularities involving the university, where the Red Fort bomber, terror Dr Umar Nabi and others accused. The raids, which began at 5 a.m. this morning, are currently underway at the university's headquarters in Delhi, as well as the premises of the institute's trustees. The ED action comes days after the Delhi police registered 2 separate FIRs against Al-Falah University, whose membership has already been revoked by the Association of Indian Universities after the connections to the terror module emerged.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Getting you more minutes coming in. UAE Air Force Air Defense Aerobatics team, Boeing 777X, and the Indian Air Force's Surya Kiran team performed at the Dubai Air Show held at Al Maktoum International Airport. Sanjay Seth, Minister of State for Defense, also met his UAE counterpart Mohammed Mubarak Al Mazrui on Monday during the Dubai Air Show. Election Commission has ordered a special revision of electoral rules in Assam with 1st January 2026 as a qualifying date. In a letter to the Chief Electoral Officer of Assam, the EC said that the date of publication of the integrated draft electoral rule will be the 27th of next month. Date of final publication of the electoral rule will be 10th February 2026. Fans gathered outside the residence of late singer Zubeen Garg and celebrated its 53rd birthday today on November 18th. All Assam Students Union has also announced a 3-day celebration of Garg's 53rd birthday. At Azad Bhavan, Garg died while swimming off an island in Singapore on September 19, hours before he was scheduled to perform at the Northeast India Festival. And we were taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. Coming up right after a short break, the Republic Bangla super exclusive. For the first time, former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We are seeing that after we saw the Sheikh Hasina was given death sentence by a tribunal court in Bangladesh, Republic is getting first reactions from Sheikh Hasina's deputy. That's one of our top stories tracking right now. We'll play out that interview in a short while, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Four courts and two CRPF schools receive bomb threat in national capital, investigation underway. Chilling video comes to spotlight in unseen clip. Red Fort terrorist openly justifies suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror. Dr. Shaheen sources say that she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. CIK is carrying out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist home in being raided as well. It's a Republic, Bangla super exclusive for the first time. Former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. Viewers, it's a Republic Bangla super exclusive. The first on-camera interview with Azad Uzzaman Khan, the former Bangladesh Home Minister and deputy to Sheikh Hasina in the government in exile. This marks his first appearance since the 2024 uprising and coming just a day after the court handed him a death sentence. This is the first on-record interaction with Republic Bangla's Deputy Executive Editor, Mayuk Ghosh.
Hello and welcome to Republic Network. This is Mayuk Ranjan Ghosh from the Republic Bangla studio in Kolkata. I'm joined by the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh, Asaduzzaman Khan Kamal, from an undisclosed location. We don't know where he's sitting right now, but he's joining online with us. Mr. Khan, thank you for joining. Thank you for speaking to Republic Network. This is your first interview since 5th of August 2024. The last time you were in public, the last time you were seen in front of the television. 1 year after this entire thing that has unfolded, you were in front of the television, you were in front of the camera, speaking 18 hours after a court in Bangladesh has given you death sentence. Could you explain the verdict that has been announced in Dhaka yesterday, sir?
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who ran this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear.
Mr. Khan, do you believe the verdict was issued by a biased or illegitimate process or a functionary? If so, what leads you to question the validity of an international tribunal involved, sir?
It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our Honorable Prime Minister, he is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time, Jamaat Islam, who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who helped Pakistani soldiers to enter our villages. And they, village after village, they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing. And they are taking that revenge by this court.
Mr. Khan, my third question to you actually is regarding St. Martin's Island. Do you think issues related to St. Martin's or Chittagong might have influenced any alleged geopolitical motives behind the situation? If I specifically say that US deep state and Muhammad Yunus were behind this entire coup that has happened, that has unfolded and led to your exile. If so, what factors do you believe contributed to this view, sir?
Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that if I would give them St. Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kamal, for speaking to Republic Network. This is the first biggest interview, the world exclusive interview of the Home Minister, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh. For the first time since 5th of August 2024, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh decides to speak online and speak to the world's biggest network, which is covering the Bangladesh coup. In fact, Republic TV, Republic Network is leading the coverage, and Asaduzzaman Khan or Sheikh Hasina decides to speak to the Republic Network.
All right, let's go straight across to Mayuk. Mayuk spoke to the former Home Minister who has been sentenced to death. He is saying that the verdict, Mayuk, and you spoke to him, you could help our viewers understand a little bit more about it. He's saying it's a politically motivated verdict against the Awami League leadership. They have also questioned the legitimacy of the tribunal and warned that there could be more protests soon.
Well, actually, there could be more protest. That is what is Asaduzzzaman Khan hinting at. Specifically, when we are seeing several cocktail bombs that are being thrown in several places, the advisors' home are being targeted. While there are protests by Awami Leagues in different districts, Dhaka was out of the bound of Awami League for a long time. But from yesterday, we are seeing that in Dhaka also several protests are being conducted, and specifically in the name of Awami League. Mind you, Awami League is a banned entity right now in Bangladesh. But the fact is that a banned entity like Awami League is still getting its due credibility, and the dominance is actually a good sign for Awami League and a bad reputation for Muhammad Yunus, because Muhammad Yunus time and again said that they will not let Awami League or its conspirators to settle in Bangladesh or to do anything against Bangladesh. But the fact is, Awami League, one of the key members of Awami League, Asaduzzzaman Khan, who is also the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh, he's saying that actually the anti-India propaganda, the deep state conspiracies are being hatched by Muhammad Yunus only. Muhammad Yunus is actually trying to destabilize the entire geopolitics of Asia, Southeast Asia specifically. And here, Asaduzzzaman Khan, while giving me this interview, specifically said that chicken snake is the target. Time and again, Muhammad Yunus has commented on the chicken snake, the Siliguri corridor, and this is the prime target of Muhammad Yunus, is what Asaduzzzaman Khan, the deputy of Sheikh Hasina, said. After 1 year, 3 months and 14 days, they have chosen Republic Bangla to speak for the first time on record. Nothing off record. Everything is on camera. Everything is uncut. We don't know the location. We are conducting the interview online, and we assume that he is in some country, in some place where probably he is organizing this entire thing from the back end. And Sheikh Hasina has also, I asked him whether Sheikh Hasina knows about this interview. He said that I do nothing without the instruction of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Back to the studio.
Yes, and Mayuk, we see that Republic is one of the first also to get the reaction from Sheikh Hasina post the verdict which has come out. But you were speaking about the allegations the Awami League has been making against the Yunus government, saying that it's an unelected government. We saw that Sheikh Hasina said that. Also saying the way that they have treated the minorities in Bangladesh, it's absolutely not in line with international standards. So, and they're putting crimes against humanity allegations on the Awami League leaders. So these are many questions which the Awami League and Sheikh Hasina have raised.
Very specifically, Sheikh Hasina time and again has raised how Chittagong, not giving Chittagong to the US deep state and not giving Cox's Bazar, St. Martin's Island to the US deep state has entirely hatched this coup. Sheikh Hasina, from the very first day in 2024, has said that there are people, there are forces who are trying to dominate the Bay of Bengal. They're not Indians, they're not Chinese, but someone from outside our continent who are trying to dominate the Bay of Bengal, the waters of the Bay of Bengal. But the fact is that Sheikh Hasina has said that why should we give our piece of land that is in Cox's Bazar or St. Martin Island to someone, and specifically someone from the US deep state, to make them their colony. Sheikh Hasina has always been Sheikh Hasina has always been pro-Indian, and right now the UNIS government, who is an anti-Indian government, according to the Awami League, is seen to be giving the entire stretch of land in Cox's Bazar and Chattogram to the Americans as well as to the Chinese. So basically, it's a threat perception that has been created in India, and specifically for our national interest, national security also.
Right. Well, Mayuk, thank you for getting us those details. Republic Bangla exclusive, the first on-camera interview with the former Bangladesh Home Minister, and he has spoken specifically to Republic Bangla post the death sentence verdict, which was given by the court in Bangladesh to the top leaders of the Awami League. Let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. CIK has identified a strong operational link between Jaish-e-Mohammed and the banned women group, Dr.Umar. Dr.Umar was led by Asia Andrabi, who has been jailed since 2018. Investigators believe Dr. Umar Farooq and his wife Shehzada were involved in motivating and recruiting women in Kashmir on instructions from JEM. Sources indicate Shehzada was being used to revive Dr.Umar's network despite Andrabi's incarceration. And the nexus was focused on mobilizing female recruits and building organizational influence in the valley. So CIK raids are continuing, viewers. Let's go straight across to Zeenat, who's joining us live. Zeenat, just take our viewers to latest coming in. There's some updates, a link which has emerged, Zeenat, between Jaish-e-Mohammed and the banned women's group. Investigators are trying to connect the dots in this latest update. Yes, Zeenat.
CS have been continuously reporting the NIA, state investigating agencies, CIK and the J&K police. Srinagar district police is trying to connect the dots as far as the Jaish-e-Mohammed module is concerned. What now is coming up and is emerging is that Jaish-e-Mohammed is pushing for the revival of Dr.Umar, because Dr.Umar is a banned organization and its leader, Sayyid Asia Andrabi, is incarcerated since 2018 for the subversive activities. But what is coming on the ground now is that the Dr. Umar Farooq, who is a cardiologist from the SMHS hospital, and his wife Shehzada, she's been identified that the woman was trying to revive the Dr.Umar. She was trying to influence the women in Kashmir to join the terror group. Asia Andrabi has been very close to late Sayyid Ali Gilani, the Hurriyat Hawk, and had been a very strong connections with the Pakistan. She's a wife of Asif Faktu, who is incarcerated for the last more than 3 decades for the radical ideology and for carrying the nefarious activities on the soil of Kashmir. This time the CIK has found the link between Jaish-e-Mohammed and Dr.Umar, which is again a revelation, a starring revelation that has come in forth, because as I have been saying, that the Pakistan is trying to revive those outfits that were decimated post-abrogation of Article 370. Now we see the revival of whether it is Ansar Ghazwatul Hind or again the Dr.Umar, which was headed by Sayyid Asia Andrabi, is back in focus.
All right, I request to hold on there, Azina. We're getting some more updates coming in, some more breaking news coming in right now on Republic TV. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates for our viewers. The UP Medical Council has now cancelled the registration of Dr. Shaheen, who was involved in the conspiracy behind the Delhi bombings. Previously, Indian Medical Association had also cancelled Dr. Shaheen's membership on the recommendation of the Kanpur branch. Meanwhile, registration of Dr. Muhammad Arif Mir, a senior resident of Lakshmi Pat Singhania Institute of Cardiology, may also be cancelled soon. Dr. Arif was involved in the entire conspiracy of the bombings and was a classmate of the slain terrorist Dr. Umar. I really want to go back to... okay, we will go back to Zeenat in a short while from now, but just putting on these updates coming in, UP medical body cancels Shaheen's registration. And we have been seeing that there have been many allegations which have been coming in. Dr. Shaheen, one of the terror conspirators who was deeply involved in this Delhi blast, She was in contact with the other conspirators. She used to use code names. She used to use code names as well in the WhatsApp chat. So these are some of the details that the investigation agencies have found out. The latest viewers, a UP Medical Council has cancelled the registration of Dr. Shaheen, who was involved in the conspiracy behind the Delhi bombings. Previously, the Indian Medical Association had also cancelled Dr. Shaheen's membership on the recommendation of the Kanpur branch. Meanwhile, registration of Dr. Muhammad Arif Amir, a senior resident of Lakshmipat Singhania Institute of Cardiology. And viewers, a blast near Delhi's Red Fort has shaken the nation. Days after the Indian Army released two powerful videos, time-charged and loaded with a message of readiness. Arrests, demolitions, and intelligence raids point to coordinated counter-strike posture. Is this the clearest signal that we're seeing that India's patience is running out? Take a look.
A car bomb outside Delhi's Red Fort. 8 killed, many more injured. A chilling reminder of how terror networks still operate inside India's capital. And now, the Indian Army dropped not one, but two major videos. In the most recent video, the Army has claimed that the strength, passion, and preparation will weigh very heavily on India's enemies. And in another video, the Indian Army has dropped a chilling message.
Is the door. Your sanctuary is your imagination.
Is this the clearest signal yet that after the Red Fort bombing, India's response will not stop with just arrests?
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
The Red Fort blast has triggered one of the largest multi-state operations of the year. Across Delhi, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir, security agencies, NIA, Delhi Police Special Cell, IB, and local ATS units are conducting coordinated raids. Amir Rashid Ali, the Kashmiri resident in whose name the car used in the attack was registered, was arrested from Delhi by the NIA. In Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, authorities demolished the residence of Umar and Nabi, the doctor-turned-suicide bomber behind the Delhi Red Fort car blast, citing illegal construction and terror-linked misuse of the property. Pulwama police detained Ghulam Nabi Bhatt, father of blast suspect Umar Nabi, for questioning after his wife underwent a DNA test. Several doctors linked to Umar in Faridabad and 3 people tied to the car's sale have also been picked up, though no formal arrests have been made yet.
સૌને ઉચિત સજા થાય એના માટે ભારતના વડાપ્રધાનનો જે સંકલ્પ છે એ નિશ્ચિત રૂપે પૂરો થશે અને એક એવું ઉદાહરણ બેસવાનું છે કે જેથી ભવિષ્યમાં આવી ક્યારે આતંકવાદી ઘટના ના થાય.
The Indian Army has now entered the information battlefield with 2 powerful releases. The most recently released video is a montage of infantry, artillery, mechanized units, and airborne troops, clearly timed to project strength and readiness. Let's connect the dots. A car bomb hits the national capital. Multi-state raids across India begin targeting the entire ecosystem behind it. A terror-linked suspect's home is demolished in Kashmir, and the Indian Army releases 2 hard-coded messages of readiness.
Your sanctuary is your imagination.
This is not routine optics. This is not coincidence. Because if the videos are a hint, the army seems to be saying, the nation is hurt, we are ready.
The next war which
we are looking at. It may happen soon, and we have to prepare accordingly, as already been brought out by Director, that in this we have to fight this battle together. This non-kinetic has to be fought together. So what are the deductions? That as far as whole of nation approach will be there for the next war, it is not the military alone which will be fighting.
Getting you much more coming right up. Chilling video comes to the spotlight in unseen clip. Red Fort terrorist openly justifies suicide bombing. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started.
Pro-Pakistan Mehbooba Mufti, a lady who should be in jail, not in politics, because she is as dangerous as a terrorist. The supporter of white-collar jihad, the supporter of terrorism and terrorists on multiple occasions. And the problem in our country today is instead of becoming a harder country, instead of becoming a tougher country, instead we have this evergreen terror sympathizing lobby openly talking. The country is under attack. Every citizen of India is under attack. Political leaders and public figures are framing killers and terrorists as victims. Mehbooba Mufti on the loose is a dangerous person. Not acting against her is a big chance, a danger we, the people of India, cannot afford.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत
Pakistan Mehbooba Mufti, a lady who should be in jail, not in politics, because she is as dangerous as a terrorist. The supporter of white-collar jihad, the supporter of terrorism and terrorists on multiple occasions. And the problem in our country today is instead of becoming a harder country, instead of becoming a tougher country, instead we have this evergreen terror sympathizing lobby openly talking. The country is under attack. Every citizen of India is under attack. Political leaders and public figures are framing killers and terrorists as victims. Mehbooba Mufti on the loose is a dangerous person. Not acting against her is a big chance, a danger we, the people of India, cannot afford.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests.
Pro-Pakistan Mehbooba Mufti, a lady who should be in jail, not in politics, because she is as dangerous as a terrorist. The supporter of white-collar jihad, the supporter of terrorism and terrorists on multiple occasions. And the problem in our country today is instead of becoming a harder country, instead of becoming a tougher country, instead we have this evergreen terror sympathizing lobby openly talking. The country is under attack. Every citizen of India is under attack. Political leaders and public figures are framing killers and terrorists as victims. Mehbooba Mufti on the loose is a dangerous person. Not acting against her is a big chance, a danger we, the people of India, cannot afford.
Top headlines coming in. 4 courts and 2 CRPF schools receive bomb threat in the national capital. Investigation underway. Chilling video comes to spotlight in unseen clip. Red Fort terrorist openly justifies suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror Dr. Shaheen. Sources say she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into the Delhi blast case. CIK carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist's home in Budgam. It's a Republic Bangla super exclusive. For the first time, former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. Viewers, we begin with some breaking news coming in. The Supreme Court has issued notices to the Centre, CBI, Enforcement Directorate and Anil Ambani on a PIL filed by former Government Secretary EAS Sarma, seeking a court-monitored probe into the alleged Anil Ambani scam. The petition alleges the systemic diversion of funds has been taking place since 2007-2008, even though an FIR was filed only in 2025 and claims forensic audits uncovered large-scale siphoning through shell entities and fabricated accounts. It further accuses the SBI of delaying action for 5 years despite receiving audit findings. In 2020, the PIL demands investigation into the role of bank officials and regulators under the IPC, PMLA, PC Act, FEMA Companies Act and the IBC. More developments coming in, viewers. Crackdown on Anil Ambani, back-to-back updates. The Supreme Court has issued notices to the Centre, to the CBI, Enforcement Directorate and Anil Ambani as well. And this is regarding a PIL filed by the former Government Secretary A.S. Sarma. Call for SC monitored probe in Anil Ambani scam case. The Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Enforcement Directorate, the Centre and Anil Ambani as well. There's a call for the Supreme Court monitored probe in the Anil Ambani scam case. The petition alleges that systemic diversion of funds has been taking place since 2007 and 8, even though an FIR was filed only in 2025 and claims forensic audits uncovered. Shambhavi joins me to give us more details. Shambhavi, take us through all the developments and information that you're gathering as far as the Supreme Court issuing a notice to the CBI, ED, Centre and Anil Ambani.
Well, this notice is in relation to a PIL which was filed by the former Government Secretary S. Sarma. This was in relation to the funds that has been given to Reliance Communication, and this petition asked for a court-monitored investigation. According to the petition, they're claiming that only a small part of the wrongdoing is being seen by the agencies, and that there is a huge part which is still not being looked into. There are several allegations of the amount being more than 31,500 crores, and that there were several transactions with closed account. There was a lot of movement in illegal parties, between illegal parties, and that the amount of loan that was taken, that was being used inappropriately. These are the major allegations. They've also alleged that this wrongdoing has been going on for quite some time now. It's been years, since 2007 and 8. They have this movement of money has been going on, but the agencies have only registered an FIR this year itself. So what the PIL was seeking, that there should be a detailed, intensive court-monitored investigation into the loans that was given to the Reliance Communication, and in relation to that, now the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the central government, the CBI, ED and Anil Ambani, so which is basically, so Supreme Court has acknowledged the PIL and asked all these four parties to come and participate in the proceedings, and they've been given a 3 weeks time to file their responses. Back to you.
That's right, Shambhavi, appreciate you giving us those details on that story. We will be keeping a close eye on the developments that come in. But now we shift our focus. There is some more breaking news that we are gathering. Viewers, Republic has accessed the first photograph showing Terror Dr. Shaheen alongside Terror Dr. Muzammil, taken when the two of them visited the Maruti Brezza showroom together. The same car that is now at the center of the terror investigation. First pictures coming in. We have accessed exclusively the first photograph showing Terror Dr. Shaheen alongside Terror Dr. Muzammil, taken when the two of them visited a Maruti Brezza showroom together. The same car that is now at the center of the terror investigation. The Terror Doctor seen buying a Brezza car. This is the first image coming in of the Terror Dr. Shaheen and Muzammil, who are currently being questioned. We continue to be joined by my colleague Shambhavi on this. Shambhavi, a very, very exclusive picture coming in of, or rather the first image of Terror Dr. Shaheen and Muzammil coming, where they are seen happily buying a Brezza car, which comes under, or rather is now the center of the terror investigation. Shambhavi.
Well, yes, when you look at the picture, they're very happy about buying a new car. But again, if after the incident, after the blast and after the investigation, several crucial pieces of information has come up. We know that the idea behind that car, the idea behind buying that Brezza was indeed sinister, and they were planning on something very huge. And why this image is very significant for several reasons. First being that both these doctors, these terror doctors, are still being interrogated at the moment, and with each passing hour, new piece of information is coming up. A new man who is associated with this entire terror doctor module, be it Shaheen's brother, be it Muzammil's brother-in-law, be it Danish, the technical backbone. There were several new faces that have come up during the interrogation and even the investigation. There are currently searches going on in 25 different locations in relation to this and their association with Al-Falah. And this Brezza that you see in the picture, that was supposedly one of the 4 cars that had to be used in their grand plan. They had a plan. These four terror doctors had a plan of using 4 cars, first one being the Swift, second the Hyundai i20, in which the blast was carried out outside the Red Fort metro station. Third one was the red EcoSport, which was again seized from Khandawali village here itself in Faridabad. It is just few kilometers away from here. And the fourth one is the Brezza, which was found parked right here in the very same university, which has come up as the epicenter of this entire investigation. So again, this image marks a very crucial point of their planning, where they must have been planning the places, the time, and which vehicle they'll be using to completely be packed with explosives and then carry out their blast. Back to you.
That's right. My colleagues Chandrakala and Zeenat are also joining us on the broadcast. Chandrakala is, of course, tracking the Enforcement Directorate raids at locations related to Al-Falah University. Chandrakala, you know, we have been bringing in all the developments that surround Al-Falah University, and the terror doctors who were, you know, hatching the entire plot from the rooms of that particular university. And the first images of terror Dr. Shaheen and Muzammil have come to light, where they are seen buying the particular Brezza car. You know, take us through a bit of details that had come in regarding the Brezza car, which the police were also looking for soon after the blast took place. Chandrakala, can you hear me? Okay, viewers, we will try and fix that audio with my colleagues there, but we continue to bring you the developments that are coming in terms of the entire nexus that is being exposed now. We are showing you the first image of terror Dr. Shaheen and Muzammil together in the Maruti showroom, where they are seen buying the Brezza car, which was, of course, under the scanner. Let me also go across to my colleague Zeenat, who is joining us on the broadcast from Srinagar. Zeenat, there were several raids, also the CIK raids that were taking place at several areas in Jammu and Kashmir region. What is the update on that, and how are we able to ascertain the links between, you know, these terror doctors in Delhi and their connections and their houses and other probably members of this particular module in Jammu and Kashmir?
See, now we are seeing another link that is emerging when the security agencies and the J&K police is investigating the terror module, the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, Ansar Ghazwatul Hind module in the Kashmir Valley. Now the another link that is emerging or resurfacing here is the role of Dr. Millat, which is headed by Said Asiya Andrabi. Though incarcerated since 2018, she was in the custody of NIA also for her subversive activities, for anti-national activities. She was arrested in 2018, but now the link that is emerging, that one of the doctor posted at SMHS hospital working as a cardiologist, that his links have been found along with his wife in a terror module. And what we are picking up from the sources is that his wife Shehzada, she was trying to revive the module of this Dr. Millat, and she was, despite the leader incarcerated, though a banned organization, banned by Ministry of Home Affairs. And now we are seeing the another lead that this couple was trying to revive the group in the Kashmir Valley, and she was pushing hard to get more women into her group, and that is why the raids were conducted. See, if you remember in the morning, the first visual that we broke on the screen was from the SMHS hostel, where the slot of CIA along with the district police reached the spot and they started investigating, and then the focus shifted to Bugam in Kulgam, South Kashmir, where the doctor's residence is. He hails from Bugam, Kulgam, where again the search were carried by the investigating agency. This all tells you that how the investigating agencies are trying to connect the dots as far as the module of Jaish-e-Mohammed or Dr. Millat is concerned.
That's right. Let me also go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who continues to be outside the Al-Falah office, one of the offices connected to Al-Falah, that is in Okhla, in the national capital. Chandrakala, when it comes to the raids that we had seen happening at 25 locations since 5 a.m. in the morning, what is the update coming in on that?
Well, absolutely. I know it's been more than 8 hours now. Of course, it's been 9 hours now that the raids are still continuing outside this Al-Falah office here in Okhla. As we know, the 25 premises are under the scanner, are being now raided by Enforcement Directorate. And now the Enforcement Directorate has significantly intensified its probe into Al-Falah University, as far as, the financial irregularities is concerned. Also, use of shell companies which has come to the fore, accommodation entities, and a money laundering case. So it's a very crucial development, as we know that 9 shell companies are linked to Al-Falah Group, which is under one address, and that is one of the crucial development as far as the raid is concerned. Now what we are being told that this particular raid being carried out in one of the premises, as the Al-Falah office in Okhla, will be continuing even for more hours now, because it started at 5 a.m. and now it's almost 1:43 in the afternoon. So you can just understand that how crucial this matter is. Now we know that the chairman of the university, that's Javed Siddiqui, is also been questioned on this matter now, because the Al-Falah University has been the epicenter of this entire terror module being carried out by the doctors. How the terror doctors, Dr Muzammil or Dr Umar Nabi for that matter, or Dr Shaheen, as we have seen, an image has come to the fore where we can see how Dr Shaheen and Dr Muzammil went to buy this Brezza car. Now these 4 cars are under scrutiny. Of course, we have seen that how this 4 cars has been recovered. Now Delhi police team and the Enforcement Directorate team, there were also few officials who also arrived just a while ago. More Enforcement Directorate officials are now arriving, and the Delhi police team has beefed up the security. The security arrangement is at place. So anytime soon, of course, in the evening, anytime soon, we could see that the Enforcement Directorate could come up with more details about this investigation, because the investigation is now deepening as far as this Red Fort blast is concerned. Of course, this entire terror module, which was planned, very, very smartly planned by these terror doctors who are associated with Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Of course, various premises, residents, the residents of the owners are also under scrutiny as far as the Al-Falah University. A lot of financial irregularities have also come to the fore, which is the investigation.
That's right. Several developments coming in, viewers, at this point in time. What we are given to understand, complete expose of the nexus that has been playing around the Jaish-e-Mohammed module coming in, and we now get in more details that the Jammu and Kashmir Police's largest ever non-kinetic operations are underway across Union territory. Kinetic anti-terror operations have also been intensified across length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir, with special focus on strengthening the anti-infiltration grid.
After the Delhi bombing, an alert has been sounded all over the international border and the line of control, with the possible threat of Pakistan pushing terrorists into the Indian territory. Here you will see in the border area of the Samba district, the security forces have launched a massive cordon and the search operation, and the senior officials, including the Deputy SP rank officer of the operations group, they are also here trying to gather the details from the houses that are in the remote areas or very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border. And these areas can be used by the antisocial elements. And here you will see the troops of the Special Operations Group carrying out the intensified searches. These searches are being carried out. They are looking into every nook and corner of these establishments that are here, because it becomes really very important at a time when there lies a threat from across the border. We have seen in the past also that how the security forces, they were targeted, and there have been several incidents when the terrorists have sneaked into the Indian territory from this very area. And also the kinetic operations have also been intensified modified in such a manner that both kinetic and non-kinetic operations can go hand in hand with a motive that the entire ecosystem of the terror that operates in Jammu and Kashmir, that can completely be wiped out. Because what lies here, that the terrorists, those who are resorting to the kinetic force, not only they are threat, but also the non-kinetic support base that is there of the terror groups, that is also coming out to be a major threat. And that is what we have seen in the past also, that how this entire ecosystem of the terrorism works, that the terrorists carried out the kinetic action and then their non-kinetic support base that comes out to their support, and to completely dismantle this kinetic as well as non-kinetic source. These are the operations that have been launched in the border areas of the Jammu. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Goswami Singh for Republic Media Network.
Viewers, breaking news coming in on the broadcast. There's a big breaking news coming in. Umar's aide Bilal is at the Patiala House Court. Several developments coming in, and we have cut across to those live visuals. And this is the huge crackdown coming in when it comes to terrorism in our country. And we can see Bilal at Patiala House Court, and he is a close associate of terror Dr Umar Nabi. These are live visuals. He's also known as Danish, and he has been produced in the court, and terrorist Danish is currently in the court. This is the NIA court where Danish is being produced at. Several developments coming in, viewers. Back-to-back updates. Terror Dr Umar Nabi's aide has been taken to the Patiala House Court for proceedings. Ishan joins me to give us more detail. Ishan, Danish is being produced at the Patiala House Court. Take us through the developments.
Danish has just been taken inside Patiala House Court. He was taken inside under heavy security deployment. Here we had seen that a bomb threat was also received at Patiala House Court.
But this did not derail the production of Danish before the Metropolitan Magistrate. He will be produced before court and he will seek his remand. We have seen that it's very...
And the bomb squad team had earlier cleared the entire court, and RAF teams have been deployed. Delhi police is constantly taking the matter under vigil, and we will be sharing the live visuals of Danish being taken inside the court. Once Danish is inside, he will be produced before a magistrate, wherein the security agencies will request for his remand. Once remand is granted, he will be made to participate in the investigation, and revelations being made by him will be used to unravel the terror plot that rocked Delhi a few days ago. So many people have been killed, and this is all because of the terrorist plot that was hatched by these people. We'll be bringing you live updates from Patiala House Court. Ishan, back to you.
That's right. This is, of course, a huge revelation by the NIA. The bomber's aide has been arrested. The Kashmiri resident Danish was modifying drones for a big attack. You know, he is the person who was giving in these technical support. And he was modifying drones, and he was also trying to make rockets. The resident of Anantnag and a co-conspirator in this case, and it was the second arrest made by the NIA, providing support to modify drones and rockets before the attack. And these terrorists were planning to carry out huge attack, and they were planning to carry out bombings via drones at several areas, sensitive areas in the national capital. Ishan continues to be with us. Ishan, also, we are trying to understand the role of Danish. He's a resident of Anantnag. His role is very, very crucial. He's a co-conspirator in this case. He was providing Umar with drones. He was modifying drones and rockets before the attack.
Yes, Danish was the technical expert who was providing drone and rocket technology to the entire module. Danish was the key conspirator of Umar, and he was providing information and technical know-how on how drones can be modified and used for doing attacks across India. Now this is a very crucial development because the technical expertise provided by Danish would have enabled him not only to attack civilian targets, but this could have been done to attack higher targets with higher sensitivity, such as military bases and others, as we have seen done across the world. Now this drone technology that Danish was providing to Umar could have been used in multiple nefarious means. The apprehension of this particular terror subsect will be a definite deterrent to any such activities in the future, and him being produced before Patiala House Court will grant him NIA custody. Now this judicial custody may extend up to 14 days. Initially the other terror suspect of 10 days. Now let's see how many days this particular suspect is granted custody of. Back to you.
That's right. Ishan is continuing to bring us the details from the ground, and we are with these live visuals coming in from the Patiala House Court as Umar Nabi's associate Danish has been taken. Second arrest made by the NIA. We continue to stay with these visuals and the developments coming in, but for now we dip into a short commercial break. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला। देगी मिर्च MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. the police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the... From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in on Republic. You're getting the fastest updates as investigation continues in the Delhi blast case. Also, a lot of controversy with the Congress backing Mehbooba Mufti's comments and statements on the blast. All this and much are coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. 4 courts and 2 CRPF schools received bomb threats and national capital investigation is underway. Chilling video comes to spotlight in unseen claim. Red Fort terrorist openly justifies suicide bombing. Another CCTV video of suicide bomb Umar surfaces. The video shows him entering the Fez-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. Fresh details emerge on terror. Dr. Shaheen. Sources say that she targeted young Muslim girls and women to create human bombs. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. CID carries out massive raids at Srinagar cardiologist home. So Republic Bangla, super exclusive. For the first time, former Bangladesh Home Minister speaks out on government in exile. Viewers, Congress leaders have now sparked controversy by backing Mehbooba Mufti's comments on the Delhi Red Fort blast, suggesting that injustice in Kashmir might be a factor. There is one Congress leader who has questioned why highly qualified individuals are turning to terrorism, implying that the government's approach is driving them towards extremism. He emphasized the need for dialogue and reducing mistrust rather than targeting a particular community. So what we see right now, viewers, after Mehbooba's controversial statements, now we see that the Congress is saying that why are highly qualified persons becoming terrorists? This is what we see. Controversial remarks are being made. Oh, the BJP has slammed Mehbooba Mufti already for the remarks which are linked to the blast, viewers. And right now we see that the Congress leaders are also backing Mehbooba Mufti's comments. The BJP has lambasted Mufti for linking the Delhi blast and has termed her comments irresponsible and dangerous. However, now we see that the Congress, at least two Congress leaders are defending Mufti's comments and the terrorists. Let's go ahead and play out those reactions.
मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है कि पहले इस तरह के एक्टिविटीज में कम पढ़े लिखे लोग, नासमझ लोग इन्वॉल्व होते थे। ये पहला मौका है जिसमें ये देखा जा रहा है कि हाईली क्वालिफाइड लोग और अच्छे घरानों से, जिन्होंने लाखों करोड़ रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया है बच्चों को पढ़ाने में, अब उस तरह के बच्चे अगर इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, ये देश के लिए एक मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है। तो इसको डिटेलिंग के साथ में इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जाना चाहिए। ये कहां से और किस वजह से इतने एजुकेटेड लोग, क्वालिफाइड लोग इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, ये हम सब के लिए कंसर्न है।
बिल्कुल नहीं करते, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। एक तो राम कदम आरएसएस में कभी नहीं थे, उनको आरएसएस क्या है वो मालूम भी नहीं है। काय के लिए ये आरएसएस का समर्थन करते रहते हैं? आरएसएस को बोलने दो ना। हमारा कहना है कि दिल्ली में बम कांड हुआ, ऐसे 2014 में मोदी जी आए, उसके बाद 26 जगह गड़बड़ी हो गई है, बम कांड हुआ है, लोगों को मारा है, क्या क्या हुआ है। ये क्या पहली बार हुआ? नहीं। जब भी इलेक्शन आता है तब होता है। ये क्यों होता है? ये लोगों के दिमाग में सवाल है, ये हम लोगों ने उठाया। लेकिन मैं कहाँ भी ये ऐसा नहीं बोला कि दिल्ली के बम कांड में आरएसएस का भाग है, बिल्कुल नहीं बोला। मैं ये गलत स्टेटमेंट कभी नहीं करता। लेकिन आरएसएस का जो विचार है वो आतंकवाद की तरफ जाने वाला ही विचार है।
All right, viewers, getting some updates coming in. Jasir Bilalwani, the person who was arrested by the NIA, is also a close aide of the terrorist Umar. That has now he has been brought to the Patiala House Court. This is the latest update that we see. He's a blast co-conspirator. Jasir, Ishan is joining us live. Ishan, Jasir was arrested from Srinagar, was arrested, and now we see that he's been brought to the court. I just want to go across to you because the first pictures coming in of one more aide of Umar, Jasir. Now we know that Umar has multiple aides and many of them have already been produced at the Patiala House Court. Yes, Ishan.
Today the terror accused Bilal was being produced before Patiala House Court. He is one of the key conspirators in this thing. He was the technical expert who was providing technical know-how such as manufacturing of drones, use of drones, and rocket technology to the modules. He is being produced before the NIA Special Court and they will be seeking his remand. Now, he once produced before the court, NIA will be granted remand of him, wherein they will be allowed to question him, interrogate him, and further details of this terror plot will come forth. This may be yesterday 10-day custody was granted to NIA for the other accused. Let's see how many days he is being granted custody for. These updates will come on as soon as possible. We are still bringing you live updates from Patiala House Court, New Delhi. Back to studio.
But Ishan, I want to come back to you because the pictures coming in first in Republic, Patiala House Court, where many of Umar's aides have been brought in. But just going back to you once more, Ishan, because we know that Jasir was arrested from Srinagar. He was radicalized, but the authorities are saying that Umar was the most extremist among the group. He has these aides like Jasir, but Umar was the most extremist among that group. Tell us a little bit more about Jasir, how he was in touch with Umar, how did they meet, what was their plan?
Absolutely. Umar was possibly the most extreme person in the whole module. We have seen the recent videos that had come out wherein Umar was talking about suicide bombing. Now we can see that Jasir is who is the close aide of Umar, who was providing the technical and engineering know-how to the entire module. He was the one who was the expert in providing drone technologies and making drones and making rockets explosives. These drones and explosives could have been used to target much more sensitive areas of the national capital and India at large. These drones could have been used to target sensitive areas such as military installations and other security installations such as ministries, etc. Now we know that they had explosives and drones, and the entire module is being unraveled by the security agencies. Multiple arrests have been made and they all have been produced before court. And now we can see that Bilal has also been produced before the NIA Special Court at Patiala House Court, New Delhi. Back to you.
Yes, I'll be coming back to you for more. Many of Umar's aides are being brought to court. But a chilling video has now emerged of the terrorist Umar, the man behind the Red Fort blast, recording himself just moments, I repeat, moments before the attack. In this video, he's heard attempting to radicalize young minds, pushing poisonous, I repeat, poisonous propaganda, trying to recruit and corrupt vulnerable youth. But let's be very clear now, Republic will not air his message. We will not amplify the words of a terrorist. What we will show you is the truth, the extent of the radical network, the mindset of a man who tried to wage war on India and the danger he posed before he triggered the blast. We expose him without giving 1 inch of space to the propaganda he wanted to spread. This is the unseen video. Chandrakala is joining us live. Let's go to Chandrakala. Chandrakala, shocking unseen video. And like we were telling our viewers, you know, the agencies are describing Umar as the most radicalized and extremist member of the terror module. And he can be heard there defending what he calls a misunderstood concept of bombing. I just want to come across to you, and of course, Republic is very, very clear. We will not air his message. We will not air his message, and we will not give any inch to propaganda or of these conspirators. By the way, this is a message which is very clear from us.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very chilling video has come to the fore where we could see the prime suspect, that's Dr. Umar Nabi, completely justifying the fact about the concept of suicide bombing. He's one of the most radicalized terror doctors who is also known to have, what we are learning is that he was also brainwashing many such youths, several doctors from Al-Falah University who are also now has come to the scanner of this particular terror module being carried out by this terror doctors who are actually very educated doctors, but yes, are now influencing many youths right at this moment. This particular, this case has very much influenced a lot of youths. Of course, now we know that Dr. Umar Nabi has been one of the most radicalized terror doctors, has been brainwashing many youths. Several doctors are now under the scanner. Also the fact that Dr. Shaheen, who who was heading the Jaish-e-Mohammed's women wing, was also trying to influence many young Muslim girls. So yes, a very important development. This is happening right at the national capital. Is something very concerning for the entire nation. And now the investigating agencies are going deep into this case. They are going to find out as to how this blast happened. Of course, the entire terror model has been busted. Of course, there are a lot of such. It was a very planned attack, not only just in one location, across the nation. In fact, across India. So this is happening at a time when the situation is anyways very volatile between both the, of course, very volatile, and of course New Delhi is completely on high alert. Now we are learning that the Enforcement Directorate team is still inside in one of the office, that's an Okhla office, that's a Al-Falah University Al-Falah office here at Jamia Nagar, where the search is still underway to find out if any such funding has taken place by a university, because as we know that the Al-Falah University has come under scrutiny after the arrest of several doctors in connection with this blast, and also investigation agencies are now revealing that there could be some link as far as financial discrepancy is also concerned. As far as Al-Falah, as we know that Al-Falah University is at the very is the epicenter of this entire terror conspiracy, which was planned very smartly by few doctors, including Dr. Muzammil, of course, we know Dr. Umar, Nabi, Dr. Shaheen for that matter. So yes, a very volatile situation right at this moment, and as we know that it's been more than 10 hours now. It's more than 10 hours that this search is being conducted in over 25 premises related to Al-Falah group, where these doctors used to teach. As we know that Dr. Umar, Nabi, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen, all are a part of this Al-Falah University, which is completely under scanner. And now we can see multiple footages, multiple CCTV footages. Various pictures have also come out where you could see that Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Muzammil going to buy that, has gone out, how they went to buy the Brezza car. 4 cars are under scrutiny, which has been recovered by this investigating agencies, and multiple angles are coming out right at this moment. We have to wait and watch what ED is going to tell us about the investigation, because it's been more than 10 hours that the investigation is still underway. Searches are still underway. Different residents of the owners. There are 9 shell companies which are also related to this Al-Falah group.
All right. Yes, Chandrakala, thank you for getting us all those details. I will have to move ahead because we will go to this next angle. Shaheen, that is right. Shaheen is a key suspect in the Delhi blast case, was reportedly planning to create Muslim girls and women as human bombs. According to the investigative agencies, sources reveal that Shaheen had ordered explosives and was targeting divorced Muslim women living away from their families, as well as girls between 14 to 18 years old who could be easily brainwashed. Her WhatsApp chats had provided crucial information, and she had taken full responsibility for finding targets. Operation was codenamed Mission Kafir, with the human bombs referred to as Mujahid Jangju. Now, Shaheen's plans have raised concerns about the radicalization of vulnerable individuals. I want to go across to my colleague, if we have with us Zeenat. Let's go to Zeenat. Zeenat, this is not the first time we've heard about code names which have been used. We know that the investigative agencies have got these WhatsApp chats of Shaheen, the terrorist doctor, and many code names have been identified. Now we see that she had one more plan. It was to radicalize Muslim girls as human bombs. This is the big update that we're tracking. Very, very shocking updates. Yes.
See, this is the leads that are being generated by the investigating agencies who are dealing with this case for the last more than 10 days now. Whether it was the links of Dr. Adil or the Muzaffar, or then to the Muzammil or Dr. Umar and his key aide, Amir, who was arrested by the NIA, and then the name of Dr. Shaheen, who actually comes from Lucknow was with Dr. Muzammil at Al-Falah Institute in Faridabad. From his vehicle, the weapon and other incriminating material was recovered by the Faridabad police, by ATS and by the team of Srinagar police that was assisting this entire case. This also tells the mindset and also the plans of the Pakistan or the ISI, that how they are trying to get in touch with those people who doesn't have any criminal background, have no separatist links. Some of them even are being used from outside Kashmir Valley, where you hardly get these people noticed because of their profile and everything. But that tells you the change of the strategy, because if you see the insurgency in the Kashmir Valley, the most of the people, the most of the terrorists who joined these different outfits, they would either come from the APL background or from the below poverty line. They would be school dropouts. They had some financial crisis or some emotional charge crisis. So because of which they would join. That tells you that how they are trying to radicalize the intellectual and the intelligent mind, because it's very difficult to even believe that the doctors who have earned their names in their fields are joining and are becoming human bombs, the suicide bombers who are carrying the Fidain kind of attack and the extremist policies, the mindset that they have. And that tells you that how horrific this plan is, and how they are fearless people, because you are just, you know that you will die in some time and you are ready to carry the act. So you are there is a shift in the society, a change in the society which needs to be dead, because if an educated mind is taking the path of radicalization, taking the path of extremism, definitely it is a worry for the agencies who are trying the hard to establish the peace and take the Kashmir out from the name of conflict, because the landscape in the valley had changed in the last 6 years post-abrogation. Things changed. We have seen the recruitment of the locals have come down to even the single digits. So that was the change. But now another challenge that is emerging from the ground is this educated lot joining the terror ranks.
I request you to hold on for a second there. Zeenat, we're getting some more updates coming in, because we see the CI case identified a strong link between the Jaish-e-Mohammed and a banned women's group. This is a huge update coming in, viewers, because investigation is right now focusing on multiple links between conspirators, between groups. Now, let's tell you about the latest. These are raids which are happening, and this is also simultaneously a big update in terms of a link between Jaish-e-Mohammed and a banned women's group. This is Duk-Taran-e-Millat, was led by Asia Andrabi, who has been jailed since 2018. If we have Zeenat, let's go back to Zeenat. Because Zeenat, investigators believe that Umar and his wife, Shehzada, they were involved in motivating and recruiting women in Kashmir on instructions from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is a big clue and a big update when it comes to the investigation. Yes.
See, Shweta, we see that as we are seeing that the way the investigating agencies are peeling the this onion and taking the layers out, we are seeing more and more dirt and more those radical organizations who are banned by the MHA, who have been decimated or dismantled. Most of their people are incarcerated, but they are trying to revive. So once you start peeling this onion, so the more layers you are getting. That is what happened today, because nobody would even thought that the radicalization or the revival of the Duk-Taran-e-Millat, because if you see and track the record of Sayyid Asia Andrabi, who has been taken into custody, she is behind the bars since 2018, because she also comes from a very radical group. That is why MHA banned on the basis of the evidences, the witnesses. The organization got banned in 2018 only, but since then we have been seeing no activity. But now all of a sudden we are seeing the name of Dr. Umar Farooq, who's the husband of this Shehzada. She was trying to revive Duk-Taran-e-Millat. She was pushing women more into this terror business. That is what the investigating agencies are saying. And since they have, they are cracking this case, so the sources within the organization or the agencies say that more arrests are likely to take place as far as the Duk-Taran-e-Millat link is concerned.
Yes. Yes, I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you in a moment, Zeenat, because we're getting some more updates coming in. We see, viewers, that the ED is conducting searches at 25 locations which are linked to the Al-Falah University. This is huge coming in, viewers. Now, this is happening in Delhi, in Faridabad, and this is a terror-tainted Al-Falah University. Multiple FIR have already been filed against Al-Falah University. There are individuals also who are being, as we speak, being investigated in connection with these raids. Now, the probe agencies also registered a PMLA case over financial irregularities involving the university, where the Red Fort bomber Umar, Nabi and others accused in the Jaish-e-Mohammed linked white-collar Faridabad terror module worked, as well as the owners of the institute. So, massive crackdown on Al-Falah University, raids happening, PMLA case. I just want to go back to my colleague who's joining us. We are being joined right now by Chandrakala. Chandrakala has been reporting from the Al-Falah University and Al-Falah grounds. Yes, Chandrakala, what is the core focus of the ED right now? We know that Al-Falah University is a place where the investigation has focused on specifically because a lot of conspirators met there, and that was a meeting spot for them. Yes, go ahead, Chandrakala.
Well, the prime focus, as you have mentioned, that why you're asking me what would be the prime focus of this particular, raid being conducted. Well, it's all on the financial irregularities of the Al-Falah University Trust. Of course, apart from probing the Al-Falah University, they are also probing the financial, they're trying to expand the investigation to the financial operations of the Al-Falah Trust, the members of the trust, of course, among the 25 premises of Al-Falah Group, there are 25 premises which are under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate are conducting raid. This is one such office. That's the Okhla office. There's a Jamia Nagar office of the Al-Falah office here in Delhi, where the Enforcement Directorate are also conducting searches. And it's been more than 10 hours that this particular raid is underway. And what we are learning that this Al-Falah Group, the Al-Falah Trust, there are 9 entities related to Al-Falah Group, and this 9 entities, 9 shell companies where there is no physical presence or no such utilities or no such no such activities taking place are registered under one address. That's something very, very fishy, because as we know that as the probe deepens on
All right, getting pictures coming in right now, viewers, because we just see that multiple aides of the main suspect, the bomber Umar, have been brought to the Patiala House Court. So this is Jasir Bilal Wani, the person who was arrested by the NIA and is also a close aide of the terrorist Umar, has now been brought to the Patiala House Court. Those are the pictures that we are getting for our viewers, because like we told you, a lot of aides have been brought of Umar. Jasir was arrested from Srinagar, and he was in close coordination with Umar. He was providing technical support to him. He was providing technology to him. And right now we see that these are pictures coming in.
ये बड़ी अपडेट जो है वो इस वक्त रिपब्लिक भारत आप तक पहुंचा रहा है, और लाइव तस्वीरें जो है वो हमने आपको दिखाई, क्योंकि देखिए अब जांच बेहद ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण जो है वो मानी जा रही है। सुबह से ही हम देख रहे थे कि कोर्ट परिसर के बाद जो है वो पूरी तैयारी जो है वो की गई, फिर उसके बाद बम थ्रेट का आना, लगातार तार जो है वो जुड़ रहे हैं, डॉट्स जो है वो कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं कि एक गिरफ्तारी से दूसरी गिरफ्तारी, फिर उसके बाद क्या अब और गिरफ्तारियां होंगी, इसे ट्रेनिंग कैसे मिलती थी, अगर इसने पॉलिटिकल साइंस की पढ़ाई की थी तो इसे ट्रेनिंग कौन दे रहा था, क्या अलग अलग तरीके से कोई हब बनाए हुए थे जहां पर इन्हें एक ट्रेनिंग जो है वो दी जाती थी, और डॉक्टर्स का होना जिन्हें केमिकल नॉलेज जो है वो हो सकती है। तो बहुत सारे डॉट्स अभी कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि दिल्ली ब्लास्ट की अगर हम बात करें, TATP का मिलना, अब TATP की अगर हम बात करें तो हाईली सेंसिटिव ये केमिकल जो है वो माना जाता है, उसको लेकर फोरेंसिक जो है वो जांच कर रही है। अलग अलग लेवल पर हम देख रहे हैं अलग अलग जांच जो है वो चल रही है। एक तरफ जम्मू कश्मीर जमीन में जांच चल रही है, दूसरी तरफ हम देख रहे हैं दिल्ली पुलिस भी लगातार जांच कर रहा है, एनआईए जो है वो जांच कर रहा है, ईडी फंडिंग को लेकर जांच कर रही है। तो कुल मिलाकर हम देख सकते हैं अलग अलग एजेंसियों के पास एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो ये दानिश का रोल जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा अहम माना जा रहा है इस पूरे, अगर हम व्हाइट कॉलर टेरर नेटवर्क की बात करें, कि ये एक ड्रोन अटैक की प्लानिंग जो है वो कर रहा था। अब सोचने वाली बात यह है कि पॉलिटिकल साइंस की पढ़ाई किया हुआ दानिश जो है, इसे कैसे ड्रोन बनाने की जानकारी जो है वो मिल जाती है। हमास स्टाइल की, यानी कि हमास स्टाइल का अटैक जो है वो प्लान किया जा रहा था, तो उसको लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल जो है वो खड़े हो रहे हैं। क्योंकि देखिए, आज से फरवरी महीने की बात करें तो जैश-ए-मोहम्मद के पाकिस्तान में हेडक्वार्टर में हमास का स्वागत जो है वो किया गया था, यानी कि कुछ प्लानिंग जो है वो चल रही थी। बहुत सारे देखिए इस वक्त सवाल है, लेकिन आगे की जांच में ही निकलकर साफ हो पाएगा कि क्या दानिश की और साथ में जो ये डॉक्टर्स अब तक गिरफ्तार हुए हैं, इस पूरे नेटवर्क में क्या कोई बड़ी प्लानिंग हो रही थी, और अगर ड्रोन अटैक जो है प्लान किया जा रहा था तो वो शिफ्ट कैसे हुआ। बहुत सारे सवाल है। नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी जो है वो लगातार ये जांच कर रही है। लगातार जतिन मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। जतिन, देखिए, बड़ा सवाल ये है कि अगर ड्रोन अटैक प्लान किया जा रहा था और पॉलिटिकल साइंस की पढ़ाई इसने की थी, तो इसे इतनी टेक्निकल नॉलेज जो है वो कैसे आ गई?
Yes. Okay. I think we have Ishan too. Ishan is at the Patiala House Court. Ishan, coming across to you, one of the aides, the person who was arrested by the NIA, also close aide of Umar, now brought to Patiala House Court. What is happening at the Patiala House Court? Exclusive pictures only on Republic TV. Ishan.
The accused who was brought to Patiala House Court by NIA has been granted remand and now has been taken away by the agencies. He came in a Delhi police bus. There is heavy security deployment at Patiala House Court. He was brought to Patiala House Court under cover. His face was covered with a black cloth, and then he was taken inside. Now he was produced before the magistrate, who granted him remand, and now the team has taken him away in a secured bus. The RAF deployed teams are also now moving away. Earlier today there was a bomb threat, but that was a hoax. Now we are seeing that Bilal, who was the key conspirator and had the technical know-how to how to make drones and rockets, and may have been planning a Hamas-style attack on Delhi, has been taken into custody. I'll ask my cameraman to show.
Yes, go ahead, Ishan. Go ahead. Tell us a little bit more about what is happening there and how he helped Umar with technology.
Show you the chaos. Yeah, this technical know-how that he had was very important, because he was the one who had the technical know-how how to make drones and rockets. Now these drones and rockets could have been used in a Hamas-style attack to attack sensitive areas of the Indian military and other establishment. However, this plan was foiled by the security agencies with their prompt action and alertness. Now these terror suspects who have been taken into custody comes out to be very highly educated and trained. Now these terror handlers were also aware of the people to recruit. Umar, who was the main bomber and the main culprit, who did the attack in Delhi Red Fort. Now his conspirators are being brought to justice and are being taken to Patiala House Court, wherein remand of theirs have been given. Now this particular suspect is one of the most dangerous ones, because he had the ability to make drones and he has the ability to take rockets. Now these rockets and drone style attacks have become very common in global conflicts, wherein Hamas has constantly been using such attacks across at Israel. Now we are seeing that the similar ideology is being exported elsewhere also, wherein are saying that Hamas style attacks may have been planned but was foiled by the alertness of our agencies, and now we can see that they are being brought to justice, have been produced before court, and we hope that justice ensues soon. Back to studio.
Right, Ishan getting us these pictures and the information which is coming in. Ishan, I'm coming back to you right now. We're getting pictures from the Patiala House Court. Also speaking a little bit more about the other aides who were arrested by the NIA, and they were brought to the Patiala House Court. The NIA is even talking to witnesses. They are getting statements from them. They are in coordination with other agencies, with the police on this. This is not the first aid. This is not the first aid. There are many other aids, and we believe that NIA is looking for more aids.
Yes, absolutely. Multiple suspects have been questioned and arrested. Around 73 people have been questioned by NIA. Yesterday we were at Al-Falah University and we saw that investigation teams are constantly over there, and yesterday late evening investigation teams had come to Al-Falah University as well, which was the main place where the conspirators met, and they provided with logistical support. We know that Shaheen was in connect with at least two people, Madam X and Madam Z. Now, who these Madam X and Z are is the key question right now, because they are the ones who were passing on directions, financial support. We know that around 7 bank accounts have been detected by the NIA, which was used to receive hawala money from across the world. Now, this hawala money was being given to them to ensure that such attacks are planned and financial support is ensured. We will be bringing you all the updates from this investigation, wherein the terror blast accused are now being produced before the courts and their network is being unraveled by our security agencies.
Ishan, I'm staying with you, and the reason for that is that we have to tell our viewers a little bit more about why we are focusing right now on these pictures. NIA has said that when they were interrogating this particular aide, they found out that he had a very active involvement in the car blast, and he was giving technical support. You were speaking about that. He was trying to make rockets. They were trying to make rockets. They were modifying drones. So this is what this particular aide who is at the Patiala House Court has revealed, Ishan.
Absolutely. This particular aide is of great importance because he was the one who was very actively involved in the car blast. And now we are seeing that he had great technical knowledge, wherein he was able to provide drones and rockets to the module. Now, these drones and rockets could have been used in a Hamas-style attack across India, and this would have been a very scary incident. Now we can see that this kind of incident has been prevented by this arrest, and this module's dismantling will definitely strengthen the security of India. We are seeing that such attacks using drones and rockets have become prevalent in Afghanistan across the border and by Hamas across to Israel. Now we are seeing that these drone experts and their expertise are being exported to India as well. Now, as far as his involvement in the Delhi car blast goes, he was the explosive expert of the module who was providing explosive knowledge and the know-how to how to manufacture a bomb and how to rig the detonators and how the technical aspects of the explosion would take place. He will be able to provide us with a lot of information, and he will be able to provide the agencies with the great knowledge of how this knowledge was received by him, and this may prevent the other indoctrination of people in India, because these were all the terrorists who had come to Delhi to plot an attack. Now, the larger attack may have been foiled and only a small portion was executed at Red Fort, and this is all due to the alertness and active monitoring of our agencies.
Yes, Ishan is getting us all these pictures and the latest update that we are getting for our viewers. Ishan, also let's talk a little bit more about the other aides of Umar. The other aides of Umar who were meeting him, giving him support, giving him logistical support, giving him technological support. But, you know, the investigation agencies are saying that even though Umar had all these aides, he was the most radicalized and extremist of them all.
यूनाइटेड इसके लिए एक्सपर्ट होने पुलिस के लोगों से दीगर लोगों से इस चीज़ को जो भी वहाँ था लिक्विड था उनको कहा इसके साथ डील करने के लिए। ये बड़ा ख़तरनाक मामला है और अब ये जो घर हैं जो अभी यहाँ जो जाम बहक हुए हैं उनके बहुत छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं। मैं तो समझती हूँ एक तो ये है कि इस वक्त सारा कश्मीर इस गम में जो है बराबर शामिल है और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाला वक्त जो इस वक्त हम देख रहे हैं हमारे लिए जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए बहुत खौफनाक लग रहा है। किसी ने गलती की दिल्ली में जाके, तो मैं समझती हूँ कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को कलेक्टिव पनिशमेंट नहीं मिलना चाहिए उसके लिए। तो अगर कोई मुजरिम है उसको सज़ा दे दीजिए, मगर आम कश्मीरी लोगों के साथ इस किस्म का सलूक न कीजिए। और ये जो नौगांव में हादसा हुआ है इसकी बाज़ाब्ता इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि इसके ऊपर बड़े से सवालिया निशान हैं कि अगर ये एमोनिया नाइट्रेट था, 3000 किलो था, इसको वहाँ से यहाँ लाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी? और उसके बाद बस्ती में थाने में रखने की क्या ज़रूरत थी? और उसके बाद नायब तहसीलदार, पुलिस के लोग हमारे, जिनका इसके साथ कोई एक्सपर्टीज़ ही नहीं है, जो जानते ही नहीं इसके साथ कैसे डील किया जाए, उनसे क्यों ये काम करवाया गया? तो मैं समझती हूँ कि इसमें बहुत सारे सवालात हैं जिसके जवाब हम जानना चाहते हैं। और अब इन ख़ानदानों का ख्याल रखा जाना चाहिए। और जितने भी लोग इसमें जाँ बाक हुए, मैं समझती हूँ उनको बहादुरी का बड़े से बड़ा जो है इनाम दिया जाना चाहिए इसके लिए, ताकि आगे जो आने वाला वक्त है वो इनको हमेशा याद करें।
All right, so that was Mehbooba Mufti. As you can see, Mehbooba Mufti is a dangerous defense of the terrorists. In fact, now you have Mehbooba Mufti also, likewise Congress, questioning why qualified people are becoming terrorists. Zinat is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Zinat, well, we see that time and again such statements are coming in defense of the terrorists, and it's not the first time that Mehbooba Mufti has uttered, such words for terrorists.
See, Rakshita, the day we witnessed this kind of case and the kind of blast that took place in Red Fort area, we have been seeing the politics being played by these political leaders as far as the case goes. There had been many questions that the leaders are raising and which as of now remains unanswered. But meanwhile, we need to see the statements that have been coming in from the investigating agencies, from the J&K police, the local force, coordinating with the multiple agencies as far as the probe goes. Although we have been seeing whether it's Ms. Mufti or Dr. Abdullah, who have been challenging who have made challenges, who have been raising the challenges on certain issues as far as the case goes. So a lot of politics is going on, but meanwhile, there had been a clarity that had come in from the investigating agencies as far as the Jaish-e-Mohammed case is concerned. There have been also the doctors, the local ones who have been arrested, their role have been found in it, and that is why the arrests have been made, because we have to keep in mind, unless and until they don't have the proof, their agencies cannot lay their hand on these individuals. There have been the track records, be it in the form of digital evidences, the digital trials or the CCTV footage. Now we are seeing the video that has come out as far as the Dr. Umar, who is the main culprit in the case or suicide bomber. The video depicts his ideology, the way he has been narrating about the suicide bombing. Then comes the phone calls, the digital evidences, the tower dumps, then the kind of explosive material, the inflammable material that was recovered in a huge quantity itself tells you that what are the findings of this case, who all people were involved. There have been the statements that have come in from Ms. Mufti, whether she talks about the pakad dhakad ka mahol hai, but fine, unless and until you don't do any investigation, you cannot reach to the conclusion. If you are looking for a conclusion, if you are looking for the finding of the case, then definitely you have to follow the procedures in the form of raids, procedure in the form of digital evidences. You have to speak to the people, you have to get people detained for questioning. As you see that there had been a statement from the NIA where it has mentioned that 73 examinations so far has been done, and as far as the raids, they are continuing across the Kashmir Valley. First, it was from the J&K police. We have been seeing CIK raids. We have been seeing SI into action, NIA camping in the Kashmir Valley, because it has handed over to the NIA for the larger investigation. The case that has spread to multiple states now, and another, because of the investigation, because of the findings, because of the raids, we are seeing the link of the Dostan Millat, which is one of the radical organization that too has come in.
Zinat for joining us with those details coming in on the story. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. Now, Jasir Bilal Wani, the person who has been arrested by the NIA and the close aid of Umar Nabi, has been brought to the Patiala House Court. He has been sent to 10 days of NIA custody now. That's the latest update we're getting in from the court, from the NIA court at the Patiala House complex. This is the latest visual that we got for you today. And the terrorist Jasir Wani has been the aide of a suicide bomber of Delhi attack, Umar Nabi, and he has been sent to the sent for 10-day custody. He has been sent. The court has granted NIA 10 days custody of Jasir Wani. That is the breaking news. He's the suicide bomber's aide. And Ishan joins us live on the broadcast for more. Ishan, a big update coming in, 10 days custody to the NIA of the terrorist Wani.
Absolutely. Bilal Wani has been granted 10 days remand. Now this remand will be with the agencies and they will use this 10 days to investigate the entire case. And after that, he will again be produced before the court for either an extension of his custody or for judicial remand. Now we will be seeing that after the grant of this 10-day remand to NIA, this time will be used by the NIA to ensure that he is being provided with all the information and he provides all the statements that will be used to make a case against him. Now, during this time, he will be granted access to an advocate, but in totality, it will be more important to see that the entire terror network be unraveled, because the information that he provides to NIA will be of crucial importance and multiple agencies will try to get time with him during this time. Now, Bilal had been produced to NIA Special Court wherein he was granted 10 days remand. He is the key conspirator who had the technical know-how how to manufacture drones, and he had the technical know-how how to manufacture rockets. This shows that there was a plan to do Hamas-style attacks in Delhi or other parts of India. Now these drones and rockets could have been used to attack highly sensitive targets, military targets and sensitive locations in India such as the ministries and others. However, the preparedness of agencies were able to foil these attacks and prevent them from happening in the first place.
Right. Many thanks, Ishan, for getting us the details coming in. We'll keep a close eye and keep coming back to you for more updates, viewers. So that's the breaking news we have. 10-day custody to the NIA. Meanwhile, the Al-Falah University, this epicenter of white-collar jihad, is under immense scrutiny. There are more raids that continue, with the ED conducting several searches in Al-Falah University involving the trustees, the related persons and the entities since 5 a.m. today. The raids are being conducted in 25 locations in total. That includes the national capital and several other areas. Here's more.
The Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at 25 locations in Delhi and Faridabad linked to the terror-tainted Al-Falah University. Raids are also happening against individuals associated with Al-Falah in connection with the agency's probe into the November 10 Red Fort blast. The probe agency has also registered a PMLA case over financial irregularities involving the university, where the Red Fort bomber, terror Dr Umar Nabi and others accused. The raids, which began at 5 a.m. this morning, are currently underway at the university's headquarters in Delhi, as well as the premises of the institute's trustees. The ED action comes days after the Delhi police registered 2 separate FIRs against Al-Falah University, whose membership has already been revoked by the Association of Indian Universities after the connections to the terror module emerged.
In fact, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now, and this is in connection with the Delhi riots case. Now, Supreme Court is hearing the bail petition by Umar Khalid and other accused in the 2020 Delhi riots conspiracy case. Now, Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appearing for Delhi police, has said in the court that there has been a narrative which is built on social media. If we total up the number, it will run into a few weeks, and every counsel took 5 to 10 minutes. We will have to show the fact. All right, so the hearing is underway on the bail plea. Delhi police continues to expose the conspiracy during the Delhi riots. And they emphasize how the narrative is completely different to what it is, what has been, what are the facts. So that's the breaking news we have right now. We will show you the images. Okay, viewers, the Supreme Court underway. Viewers, this is the breaking news we have right now. Ridham is joining us live on the broadcast. From Ridham, well, tell us more details. What are you picking up as the hearing continues in the Supreme Court in the Delhi riots case?
As we've started this hearing for the Delhi police in the court, the big words coming in from the SG, the Solicitor General, the country's main top law officer, are massive. He appears in this courtroom for the Delhi police in this case and says the Delhi riots case was a well-orchestrated, pre-planned act. It was an attack on the sovereignty of the nation. Remember, viewers, Republic TV has been stating about the Delhi riots this from the very start. We've been the only channel to have even broken and got 389 pages of the Delhi police's affidavit filed in the Supreme Court. Republic TV has been at the center of saying that it was a well-orchestrated, pre-planned attack. We also showed our viewers the way the CCTV footage had been planned and how it was an attack on the sovereignty of the nation. Now, this is exactly what the Solicitor General appearing for the Delhi police is telling the Supreme Court. Since the last many days, we've been hearing the opposition, the Umar Khalid lawyers and the other accused lawyers speak in the Supreme Court. Today, for the first time, at 2:30 p.m., we started hearing the side of the Delhi.
Right.
And the word that he saying are massive.
All right, viewers, we will reconnect with Ridham there. This is the hearing that is underway right now, Delhi riots case, Supreme Court hearing the pleas of Umar Khalid and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Live updates coming in from the Supreme Court, and Delhi police continues to expose the conspiracy. And in fact, you know, Ridham, it has been time and again we've seen that there have been so many sympathizers, not only on like social media, but we see there are so many political parties who have been defending the likes of Umar Khalid very much openly, very much publicly, very, very directly. So it's very much clear that how there is a narrative that is being weaved around the likes of Umar Khalid and Jaish-e-Mohammed, that they are innocent, that they have been wronged, while the facts in fact clearly show that how this was a complete out-and-out anti-India movement.
Absolutely. Rakshita, on that part, I first want to tell what the Solicitor General has said. He's made three very massive points, and we want to just go across and break those 4 points first. Let's just tell also our directors, the Supreme Court hearing in the Delhi riots case, what the Solicitor General is saying has to be broken. Very importantly, he says the Delhi riots was a well-orchestrated, pre-planned attack, an attack on the sovereignty of the nation. Let's break that. Number 2, the top law officer of the country appearing in the Delhi riots case has now said, Jaish-e-Mohammed says it's his heartfelt wish for Chakka Jam for every city where there is Muslims who reside not only in Delhi. Now the Solicitor General says Muslims of the country must unite is what Jaish-e-Mohammed said. He said this needs to be taken very seriously. The countrymen, Indians, were being divided on communal lines by Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is very serious what he's now saying, and the Solicitor General, before he go across to ASG Raju, who's going on technical points, ASG Raju is now talking about how the bail that had been cancelled of Umar Khalid and others had been done because the delay had been caused by the accused. But I want to, viewers, take you through exactly what's being said. But let me give you a flashback. The Delhi riots case happened. It was Donald Trump who was in February supposed to come to India. We remember covering the entire incident, and just before he came, the riots happened. And the reason that the affidavit that has been accessed by Republic TV of the Delhi police and the Supreme Court says is it happened because they wanted the international gaze to be here, and what they were trying to do is have an international attention. For the very first time, the Supreme Court is also hearing the Delhi police say they believe that there was also international funding coming in for for these people, there was an international protection they were being given. Now the Solicitor General, and I think it's extremely important to mention here, the Solicitor General, the country's top law officer, appearing in the Delhi riots case, shows the importance, the prominence that the government is giving to the case and the way it has been stated here. The Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the Delhi police, says there has been a narrative, and this is the danger of social media, is that they are saying that if we'll take a lot of time to argue here, which is not the case. Then he goes on to say, it was told there was a protest which resulted in communal riots. First of all, this myth needs to be busted. This was not just a protest, and this is a fact, because on social media, we say this was just a protest. This is what the lawyers for Umar, Khalid and others, who are their pictures on the screen, are trying to say. This was a spontaneous act. We have WhatsApp images of Umar, Khalid and others to show it was orchestrated. We have pictures that we have shown on Republic TV when we've got this affidavit, which show how they had meetings, how they wanted the support, and they had the support of the Popular Front of India, which are banned organizations, how they had emerged with evidence that was there with them to attack. And this is the most important thing that the Solicitor General has said, to attack the sovereignty of the nation. The Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, says speech after speech, statement after statement was being made by them to divide our country on communal lines. It was not merely just a protest, just an act, just an arbitration, just an agitation. Sharjeel Imam, he's talking about the second accused, says it was his heartfelt wish for Chakka Jam. And I say this with all this gusto because we remember in 2021, we were the only channel to be speaking about this. We got you proof about how there was WhatsApp groups that had been formed by Sharjeel Imam and how there was people, and he had signed those registers where there had been core group meetings about how they wanted Chakka Jam in each and every place. Now remember, this was not only to be in Delhi, they wanted it pan-India. In fact, on the last debate that our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami had, we also had documents to show they wanted a Chakka Jam in each state in India, including Karnataka, Assam, UP. They had all this material. They were not able to have it, the Solicitor General says, because there was the police that had stopped them. But the countrymen were being divided on communal lines. The real goal, Solicitor General says, is that Delhi should not get milk or water. And this was first broken, I still remember, in 2020 right here, because this was essential commodities. They were trying to take on essential commodities, and that's why they had been booked under the UAPA Act, because essential commodities to Delhiites at that time were being stopped. We also remember when we were trying to be a part and cover the protest at Jamia, how they had threatened Republic TV from not going ahead and covering. He also says, Solicitor General says, Sharjeel Imam had said, court ko unki nani yaad dila denge, is what Sharjeel Imam had said. He says, even the delay that's happened in this trial, you know, there's a social media image that's being created by these people, that there's a delay in trial, there's been 5 years. We're hearing their senior advocates, Kapil Sibal and others come to court and wax eloquent about a delay of having been caused. That's what the ASG Raju is arguing right now. That's what the Solicitor General says. Each of them have argued for 4 to 5 days opposing framing of charges, which we've seen on the last 2 weeks. All of them have been arguing. Now, even in cases, they are the ones who are responsible for the delay. It is not...
We will continue to keep a close eye on that hearing. We have to spend a very, very short break. That's why I have to interrupt you there. Thank you so much, Rhythm. We will come back to you for more details on that story, viewers. With that, we spend a very, very short break, viewers. But on the other side, we keep a close eye on the hearing in Supreme Court and also the NIA court proceedings that, in fact, has witnessed. In fact, we will also get you this latest video that has emerged of Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber, what he recorded before carrying out that heinous attack. And also, the new picture, terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil seen in a car showroom buying a car which was used to carry explosives. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability.
On the other side of this very, very short break, we get you terrorist Umar Nabi's confession video. That for the first time, he's seen radicalizing and brainwashing youth just before the attack.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
Real estate, as we discussed, is not about buildings, but it is about building nations. With this, we touch everybody who matters through the show.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan...
And for a very short break, but we get you more details on terrorist Shaheen. How terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil were seen buying a car. They were at a showroom, and this was a very Brezza that was used for carrying explosives. Details on the other side. We'll be right back with more.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
Terrorist Umar Nabi's confession video out for the first time, seen radicalizing and brainwashing youth just before the attack. And terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil seen in a car showroom buying a car that was used to carry explosives. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Fazl-e-Ilahi Mosque before the blast. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. Inside details of terrorist Shaheen's mission Kafir. Shaheen targeted Muslim women to radicalize and then create human bombs. Terrorist Umar's aide Jasir Rawani produced in Patiala House Court sent to 10-day NIA custody. Congress begins openly giving a defense for terrorists, openly justifies and makes a case for how highly educated professionals turn into terrorists. For the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, the former Home Minister, now in exile, Asaduzzaman, speaks to Republic Bangla a day after he was handed the death sentence. One of India's most wanted Maoists, the man behind 26 attacks, Hidma, shot dead along with his wife and associates. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the big update that is coming in right now. How Gujarat police has ordered for the probe of history sheeters. It is in the case of terror link. All those who have been history sheeters in terror cases across the state. Gujarat Police DGP Vikas Sahai has ordered all the police stations across Gujarat to revisit the list of history sheeters that have been connected to terror crimes, terror-related crimes of the past 30 years. And this all should be done in 100 hours. That's the goal. 30-year worth data on history sheeters linked to terror crimes under lens of Gujarat Police. That's the breaking news we have right here. Remember, we've seen how in Gujarat, terror modules have been busted. The ricin makers, the ricin terror that has been also been busted. And we have my colleague Swarali joining us live on the broadcast for more. Swarali, tell us more details about this order of the Gujarat Police. Okay, we have some reaction and then we'll go to Swarali. Listen in, viewers.
8 नवंबर को गुजरात के एंटी टेररिस्ट स्क्वाड ने कुछ राष्ट्र विरोधी तत्वों को अरेस्ट किया था और उनसे आर्म्स एम्यूनिशंस कब्जा किया था। उसके एक दिन बाद 9 तारीख को फरीदाबाद में भी राष्ट्र विरोधी तत्वों के विरुद्ध में कार्रवाई की गई और उसी दिन दिल्ली में एक बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट भी हुआ। इन सब मुद्दों को ध्यान में रख के गुजरात पुलिस सतर्क हुई और एक वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से गुजरात राज्य के सभी पुलिस स्टेशनों को ये सूचना दी गई थी कि गुजरात में पिछले 30 साल में जितने भी राष्ट्र विरोधी तत्व हमारे दायरे में आए हैं, जिनके विरुद्ध में गुनाह दाखिल हुआ है, उन सब का लिस्ट को अपडेट किया जाए और लिस्ट अपडेट करने के बाद उन सब की चेकिंग की जाए। इन डेप्थ वो अभी क्या प्रवृत्ति कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में चेकिंग करने के लिए गुजरात राज्य के सभी पुलिस स्टेशनों को सूचना दी गई थी। आज हमने गुजरात राज्य के सभी पुलिस स्टेशनों को इसके बारे में फिर से एक सूचना दी है और हमने सभी पुलिस स्टेशनों को ताकीद किया है कि अगले 100 घंटे में ये जितने राष्ट्र विरोधी तत्व हैं उन सब का चेकिंग हो जाना चाहिए, और चेकिंग हो जाने के बाद अभी वो क्या प्रवृत्ति कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में जानकारी हासिल करके उन सब का डिटेल्ड डॉजियर तैयार करने के लिए भी हमने सूचना दी है। पिछले 30 साल में गुजरात में ऐसे जितने भी तत्व हैं वो सब की चेकिंग अभी से लेकर 100 घंटे के अंदर पूर्ण करने के लिए गुजरात राज्य के सभी पुलिस स्टेशनों को सूचना दी गई है।
Surali, tracking all the details, joining us live in the broadcast. Surali, well, we've seen that how there have been many of the terror associates and terrorists that have been under lens and apprehended in Gujarat also, and now we see, Gujarat the Gujarat police has ordered that all those history sheeters connected with terror cases should be now once again investigated, or rather should be under scrutiny.
Rightly pointed out by you that recently a terror module was busted in Gujarat, and it could have been very dangerous and lethal, because we all know that ricin attack could have taken place through the Gujarat module. Now in such a times, this steps becomes very important, and Gujarat police has taken a huge step. DGP of Gujarat, Vikas Sai, has instructed all the police stations, police inspectors and heads of different police stations in Gujarat to probe, to make a detailed list of all the history sheeters in last 30 years. All those who are related to terror links or have any smallest of the link to any kind of terror case, they are going to be probed, and they are instructed to make a detailed dossier, and this becomes a very important step, and that too in 100 hours. The goal is to finish this entire inquiry, and they also have to probe about the current activities which are being done by all those who are connected to the terror cases, or even they are suspected in any such case. Now it is to be seen that what results will come up through the list and the dossier which will be reported by all the police stations across Gujarat. And he has also informed us, he has also informed Republic TV that in the wake of all the terrorist modules bursted in Gujarat as well as in other parts of the country, this step has been taken place, and it will be very important to see what results are fetched from this entire inquiry and investigation.
Right, many thanks for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We will keep a close eye on that development also. But meanwhile, the big input that we received today, a chilling video that has emerged of a suicide bomber, the terrorist Umar Nabi, the man behind the Red Fort blast. He recorded a video of himself just moments before the attack. And in this video, he's heard attempting to radicalize the young minds. He's justifying a suicide mission, pushing poisonous propaganda, trying to recruit and corrupt the vulnerable youth. But let's be clear here. Republic will not air his message. We will not amplify the words of a terrorist. What we will show you is the truth, the extent of the radical network, the mindset of a man who tried to wage war against India, and the danger he posed before he triggered the blast. Today, we expose him without giving an inch of space to the propaganda he wanted to spread. As you can see, this is a video. We are not playing out that audio. This is the video that we are showing you, and we're just playing we are just writing some excerpts. We do not want to give him a voice at all. And this is how he was, in fact, so-called explaining the concept of suicide bombing. He was justifying it. And of course, the intention is not noble, just like what he did. It is again to spread terror, to create more terrorists like him, to indoctrinate more and more people who tomorrow become someone like him. And those words, of course, very incoherent. It was as if somebody has fed him something, the way he was speaking. This entire propaganda video that is doing the rounds now, he was calling it a martyrdom operation, just like any terrorist does, how they justify. And they have some voices now these days who are also backing them and saying that why are these qualified doctors taking the route? Well, here you have the proof. That's indoctrination. Chandrakala joins us live on the broadcast for more. Chandrakala, well, this video that is doing the rounds clearly show that how before he blew up that car before he carried out the terror attack. His intention was clear that even if, he's able to just when the terror module was busted, he carries out that attack. But the intention of this jihadi network remains to recruit, radicalize more such people. And that was the intention in this video, the sheer killer propaganda.
Is absolutely a very, very chilling video is now doing wrong. Of course, is all across the internet. We have seen the crime suspect, that's the Dr. Umar Nabi, releasing a video where he is recording himself just moments before the blast happened, where he is justifying the very fact. He is saying that the meaning of suicide bombing, what does it mean? And he's saying that it's a martyrdom operation. A very, very concerning video being put out by one such youth, of course, who is also an educated doctor, a terror doctor, I would mention here, who is now radicalizing many youths. He's also known to be, he was known to be brainwashing many youths, of course, brainwashing and radicalizing several other doctors in the Al-Falah University. Now, police are also investigating those doctors who are also being radicalized and being brainwashed by Dr. Umar Nabi. Now, the fact that, of course, Republic TV is not airing this particular message right at this moment, and we are also not amplifying the words of a terrorist. But yes, a very, very concerning video has now surfaced all across, where Dr. Umar Nabi, just before the blast, is giving a justification as to why suicide bombing is something. It's a martyrdom operation. This message being put out by an youth is very concerning right at this moment, as we know that two residents from Kashmir has also been detained by NIA. They were being produced in the Patiala court in Delhi, of course, and those two are also being suspected to be linked with Umar Nabi. How Umar Nabi and all those doctors together has carried out this entire terror module. That this radicalization of doctors has come to the fore. Yeah. Of course, we know that many Muslims...
Absolutely. They are being exposed one by one, and it's for the nation to see, for the world to see what they are made of and what their intentions are. That very, very crystal clear. Thank you so much for joining us, Chandrakala. Meanwhile, we was another terrorist, Shaheen, played a key role in this jihadi module. Now, she was reportedly planning to create, in fact, somewhere recruit more and more Muslim girls, Muslim women, and she wanted to create human bombs out of them, Fidain attackers. She wanted to indoctrinate more and more of Muslim women and create human bombs. That is what the investigative agencies have gathered so far. Very, very dangerous plot. Sources reveal that Shaheen had ordered explosives and was targeting divorced Muslim women who were living away from their families, as well as girls aged 14 to 18 years. So teenage girls were also on her target. And they could be easily brainwashed by her, by this so-called Madam Surgeon, the terror conspirator Shaheen. And her WhatsApp chats have also provided crucial information, and she had taken full responsibility for finding the targets. The operation was codenamed Mission Kafir, with human bombs referred to as Mujahid Jangju. And Shaheen's plans have raised concerns about the radicalization of vulnerable individuals. That continues. Zina joins us live on the broadcast for more. Zina, well, it's a nefarious plot, a very, very dangerous modus operandi of the likes of Shaheen that is now being uncovered, how she was targeting teenage Muslim girls and divorced Muslim women to indoctrinate them and then prompt them up as, as human bombs.
See, Rakshita, we need to understand that this is how the leads were generated by the security intelligence and the J&K police as far as the lady's profile goes. See, the main aim here, it looks that she was planning to have more and more recruits in her group, because the job that was provided to her was to have that number should increase. See the kind of indoctrination that has been done to the women, because ultimately a surgeon coming from a background, she has been in education educated woman, and then see where she had fallen as far as the indoctrination or the radical thoughts goes. The way she has been planning, she was planning to get more people on the board to carry the kind of a human bombs or a Fidain kind of squad, and the way she was getting in touch with those boys, even because Shaheen comes from the Lucknow and her strings are attached here in the Kashmir Valley because she has been found as the girlfriend or a friend of Dr. Muzammil, who comes from the Koil and Pulwama, and then he too was at Al-Falah Institute. Now the question is that the Al-Falah institution is also taking these random doctors on their payrolls or in the part of the faculty when they have a tainted past, whether there was any investigation that was done, any kind of background that was checked, or a character certificate that was obtained from the different police stations before providing them a job in this institute. That is again in the question as far as the role of the institute goes. Then how many more doctors? Are there more number of women? Because till yesterday there was only Shaheen, but now CIK has added one more female name, that is Shehzada. She's a wife of a doctor working here as a cardiologist in a government hospital. So the one more name has been added, because then if you see the Shehzada's working, she's been trying to revive the module of the Doctorani Millat, which was headed by Sayyid Asiya Andrabi, a radical woman who's incarcerated since 2018. So is it that the Pakistan is picking those women who have the radical minds and can carry their targets in different parts of the country?
If I just stay on with us, we have, as you mentioned, about CIK. Now, CIK has identified a strong operational link between Jaish-e-Mohammed and the banned women's group, Dukhtaran-e-Millat. Now, Dukhtaran-e-Millat was led by Asiya Andrabi, who has been in jail since 2018. Now, investigators believe that Umar Farooq and his wife Shehzada were involved in motivating and recruiting women in Kashmir on instructions of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, sources indicate that Shehzada was being used to revive the Dukhtaran-e-Millat's network despite Andrabi's incarceration. And the nexus was focused on mobilizing female recruits and rebuilding organizational influence in the valley. Zeenat, well, this is completely the same playbook. What we understood after Operation Sindoor, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar, called for the recruitment of women for Jaish-e-Mohammed, his sister Sadia leading that women's wing of the terror group. And clearly, Shaheen had links with that module, with the women's wing. And now CIK has also made several discoveries.
See, Rakshita, we are reading the same book, whether you take the page first or the last page of the book. Ultimately, all the women are connected. As far as CIK has unearthed the plot that is behind radicalization or increasing the number of women in the radical group, now there is another revelation, because today the CIK has registered another case. Till now, they were investigating the other cases, but now seeing the white-collar doctors in the net, there is a fresh case that has been registered, and we saw today the raids in connection with this fresh case. That is why the CIK was able to lay its hand on Dr. Umar Farooq, who comes from the Bugam of Kulgam, South Kashmir. Again, a string that comes from Kulgam, because Kulgam, again a name because of Dr. Adil or the Muzaffar, who is on run, and the South Kashmir module of Jaish-e-Mohammed or the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Now talking about the Shehzada, her role has again been found. She was trying to revive Dukhtaran-e-Millat, a banned organization. The ban has come from the Ministry of Home Affairs. She is incarcerated since 2018, was in the net of NIA for the radical thoughts, for organizing the seminars, for being the part of and following the ideology of the late Sayyid Ali Gilani, the Hurriyat Hawk, who passed away in 2019. And now Asiya behind the prison, behind the curtain, is she trying to revive the module from the jail? That again becomes a part of the investigation.
Thank you for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We'll keep a close eye on that link. Also, we shift our focus to other stories that are making news across the country. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Supreme Court will take up the bail pleas of Umar Khalid and other accused in 2020 Delhi riots. In fact, that a hearing is underway. Delhi Police continues to argue how the narrative was built on social media that was completely not at all matching up with the facts. One of India's most wanted Maoist leaders, Hidma, has been shot dead in a fierce encounter. Security forces say the elimination of the top Maoist commander, top CPI commander, marks a major breakthrough in anti-Maoist operations. Indian Coast Guard ships during IMBL surveillance in northern Bay of Bengal have intercepted 3 Bangladeshi fishing boats carrying 79 crew members for illegal fishing inside India's exclusive economic zone. Caught operating well within Indian waters, the vessels were boarded and inspected under the Maritime Zones of India Act. Action reflecting the strong coordination with, and of course, ICG's commitment to safeguarding India's maritime interests. Now, the 8th edition of the joint military exercise, Ajaya Warrior 25, between the Indian Army and the British Army has begun at the Mahajan field firing ranges in Rajasthan. 14-day exercise that runs until November 30th that aims to strengthen the joint capabilities in counter-terrorism operations in semi-urban terrains under a United Nations mandate. Take a look.
The warm atmosphere of Thar Desert, Rajasthan gets more heated up as the 8th edition of the India-UK joint military exercise, Ajaya Warrior 25, kicked off. What began in a quiet ceremonial formation soon transformed into a powerful demonstration of resolve, discipline, and international military cooperation. Leading the front line this year is battle-tested Sikh regiment from the Indian side, whereas on the other side is UK's elite 2nd Battalion of the Royal Gurkha Rifles. Both units have reputations carved not from ceremonial prestige, but from real operations across some of the world's most difficult terrains.
The UN mandate highlights the vital role of collective action in preserving international peace, and this exercise serves as a key contribution to that overarching goal. The threats of terrorism transcends national boundaries, representing global challenges that require we strengthen our abilities to operate cohesively in combined operations, thereby enhancing our effectiveness in addressing these threats wherever they emerge.
But this is no ordinary desert drill. Ajaya Warrior 25 is built around unmandated counter-terror operations, urban warfare, close-quarter battles, surveillance and reconnaissance, and cordon and search missions. Symbol of renewed India-UK defence energy and shared strategic resolve, Ajaya Warrior 25 reflects the rising strategic partnership between India and the United Kingdom.
Today, we're at the forefront of our Army's commitment to rapidly modernise and adapt to the changing nature of conflict. I'm certain exercise Ajaya Warrior 8 will be challenging, complex, require skill, intelligence, stamina and adaptability to navigate yourself through it. But it offers a great opportunity to develop our shared interoperability, understanding, trust and respect.
Over the course of the next 2 weeks, British troops will train in India's diverse and extreme environments that will offer an operational advantage that cannot be replicated in Europe. While for the Indian Army, the exposure to Western military tactics, technology integration and combat systems adds a value dimension to its global readiness. Defence ties between the two countries have grown deeper over the last decade, supported by the India-UK 2030 roadmap. With a total strength of 240 soldiers equally divided between the two armies, Ajaya Warrior 25 marks the latest chapter in a military partnership that has grown steadily deeper, more practical and more future-oriented since its inception in 2011.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition, viewers. But on the other side, we continue to get you the big updates, the big inputs that we received on the terror module. Now, in the latest, there's this photograph, and the details we'll tell you on the other side how these two terrorists, Shaheen and Muzammil, were seen in a car showroom. They bought this Brezza, that was used to transport explosives. We'll be right back with more.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and
The grand finale at Startup Park by IQ Ventures in Bengaluru was a powerful close to the festival. The finale showcased Startup Park as the launchpad of innovation and progress.
Here in this startup park, I am witnessing so many robots like dogs and a man and all. See, this is all our latest innovation of India and latest technology. Seeing these youngsters like Mr. Shafiq and Mr. Abbas and all, they are so enthusiastic to this one help people, and already lots of people are taken help from here.
Here there is an opportunity is more, talent pool is there, venture capital is there. I wish all the people who is going to get the training from here and wants to invest here, wanted to start invest here, this is the platform.
Bangalore is the right place. You have the talent here, you have the engineering colleges, medical colleges, excellent communicators in English, and also the venture capitalists, the angel investors, and the climate, the infrastructure is also improving now, and what have you. You have everything here. So Bangalore is the foremost center for startups.
Every day, ideas are changing, the world is changing, technology is changing. I think that is how the younger generation will be able to present themselves.
I think the greatest association is of coming together of people, the right talent and the right minds. And then therefore, nothing like it, nothing can stop it. And we are very happy with the great response that we have got from the youth, the young startup entrepreneurs and the people.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking now. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, closely tracking the big story from Dhaka, viewers. Republic Bangla exclusive interview with the former Home Minister of Bangladesh right after the death sentence was handed out. We'll get you all the details and much more. First, the headlines. Terrorist Umar Nabi's confession video out for the first time, seen radicalizing and brainwashing the youth just before the attack. Terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil seen in a car showroom buying a car that was used to carry explosives. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque right ahead of the blast. ED raids the Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid the probe into Delhi blast case. Inside details of terrorist Shaheen's mission Kafir. Shaheen targeted young Muslim women and divorced Muslim women to radicalize them and create human bombs. Terrorist Umar's aide Jasir Wani produced in Patiala House Court sent to 10-day NIA custody. Congress openly gives a defense for the terrorists, openly justifies and makes a case for how highly educated professionals become terrorists. For the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, former Home Minister, now in exile, Asaduzzaman speaks to Republic Bangla a day after he was handed the death sentence. One of India's most wanted Maoists, the man behind 26 attacks, Hidma, shot dead in an encounter along with his wife and associates. All right, we start with breaking news coming in right now. It's a strong address to regional cooperation. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaish-e-Mohammed has reiterated the message of zero tolerance on terrorism. Zero tolerance for terrorism, asserting that the nation has the right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will continue to do so. Dr. Jaish-e-Mohammed highlighted the shifting global economic landscape, stressing the importance of free trade and the need for the SCO to remain adaptable in the face of emerging challenges. Listen in. All right, so that is the latest and a very strong message by the External Affairs Minister of Dr. S. Jaish-e-Mohammed. This coming in right after the Delhi attack, 10/11 attack. India, a message to the SCO from India that we have the right to defend our people and that we will continue to counter the challenges, whatever the best is for the country. That is what Jaish-e-Mohammed, the External Affairs Minister, has stated very, very clearly, mincing no words. And he says that it's just coming in right exactly a week after the Delhi bomb blast, Delhi attack. Listen in.
Must never forget that the SCO was founded to combat the three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism. These threats have become even more serious in the years that have passed. It is imperative that the world display zero tolerance towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. There can be no justification, no looking away, and no whitewashing. As India has demonstrated, we have the right to defend our people against terrorism and will exercise it. We must never forget that the SCO was founded to combat the three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism. These threats have become even more serious in the years that have passed. It is imperative that the world display zero tolerance towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. There can be no justification, no looking away, and no whitewashing. As India has demonstrated, we have the right to defend our people against terrorism and will exercise it.
Viewers, now it's a Republic Bangla super exclusive that we are bringing to you. The first on-camera interview with Asaduzzaman Khan, the former Bangladesh Home Minister and the deputy to Sheikh Hasina in the government in exile. Now, this marks his first appearance since the 2024 uprising and coming just a day after the court handed him a death sentence. It's the first on-record interaction with Republic Bangla's Deputy Executive Editor Mayuk Ghosh.
Hello and welcome to Republic Network. This is Moyuk Ranjan Ghosh from the Republic Bangla studio in Kolkata. I'm joined by the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh, Asaduzzaman Khan Kamal, from an undisclosed location. We don't know where he's sitting right now, but he's joining online with us. Mr. Khan, thank you for joining. Thank you for speaking to Republic Network. This is your first interview since 5th of August 2024. The last time you were in public, the last time you were seen in front of the television. 1 year after this entire thing that has unfolded, you were in front of the television, you were in front of the camera, speaking 18 hours after a court in Bangladesh has given you death sentence. Could you explain the verdict that has been announced in Dhaka yesterday, sir?
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who run this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear.
Mr. Khan, do you believe the verdict was issued by a biased or illegitimate process or a functionary? If so, what leads you to question the validity of an international tribunal involved, sir?
It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our Honorable Prime Minister, is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time. Jamaat Islam is who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who helped Pakistani soldiers to enter our villages. And they, village after village, they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing. And they are taking that revenge by this court.
Mr. Khan, my third question to you actually is regarding St. Martin's Island. Do you think issues related to St. Martin's or Chittagong might have influenced any alleged geopolitical motives behind the situation? If I specifically say that US deep state and Muhammad Yunus were behind this entire coup that has happened, that has unfolded, and led to your exile. If so, what factors do you believe contributed to this view, sir?
Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that if I would give them St. Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kamal, for speaking to Republic Network. This is the first biggest interview, the world exclusive interview of the Home Minister, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh. For the first time since 5th of August 2024, the exiled Home Minister of Bangladesh decides to speak online and speak to the world's biggest network, which is covering the Bangladesh coup. In fact, Republic TV, Republic Network is leading the coverage, and Asaduzzaman Khan or Sheikh Hasina decides to speak to the Republic Network.
Breaking is coming in right now. Setback for Nawab Malik. The special PMLA court in Mumbai framed charges against NCP leader Nawab Malik after he pleads not guilty in the PMLA case linked to Dawood Ibrahim's property. The court said that there is sufficient evidence against Nawab Malik, the NCP leader, and then henceforth the charges have been framed against him in the case linked to Dawood Ibrahim's property. That's the breaking news we have right now. This is the special PMLA court, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA. The PMLA court in Mumbai has framed charges against NCP leader Nawab Malik after he pleaded not guilty in the case linked to Dawood Ibrahim's property. And that's what we are breaking right now. We'll try and get you more details on that. This is the ED court, remember, today has framed the charges against the ex-Maharashtra minister and NCP leader. Court has now framed charges against the NCP leader Nawab Malik. In fact, the court said that there is sufficient prima facie evidence to proceed, observing that preliminary probe indicates that Malik had links to a D company. And Satya Prakash joins us live on the broadcast for more. Satya Prakash, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट में हुआ है, क्या कुछ जानकारी सामने आ रही है इस पूरी प्रोसीडिंग के बाद से?
देखिए, पीएमएलए कोर्ट ने नवाब मलिक के ऊपर आरोप तय कर दिया है और ये आरोप जो है ईडी ने आरोप लगाया था, जो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला था, जो दाऊद गैंग डी गैंग के करीबियों से जो ज़मीन खरीदा गया था, लगभग 3 एकड़ की ज़मीन थी और लगभग 16 करोड़ रुपए का लेन देन हुआ था। इसमें कई फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बरामद मिले थे और साथ ही जो पैसे का लेन देन हुआ था उसमें कैश में हुआ था, जो कि अवैध रूप से था। इसी मामले को लेकर आज आरोप तय होना था और कोर्ट ने नवाब मलिक पर आरोप तय करते हुए कहा कि आप पे जो पाया गया, ईडी में जो जांच में पाया गया, कहीं कहीं आपके ऊपर आरोप सिद्ध होते हैं। फिलहाल नवाब मलिक ने कोर्ट में कहा कि हम निर्दोष हैं, जो आरोप ईडी द्वारा लगाए गए हैं वो गलत है, लेकिन कोर्ट ने कहा कि जो साक्ष्य मिले हैं, जो सबूत मिले हैं ईडी द्वारा, जो जांच में पाया गया है, कहीं न कहीं आपके ऊपर आरोप सिद्ध होता है। इसीलिए आज पीएमएलए कोर्ट ने नवाब मलिक पर आरोप सिद्ध करते हुए उनको आरोपी बनाया है। जी
Right. बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए सत्य प्रकाश। So the court has framed charges against Nawab Malik, saying that it's sufficient evidence against him, and there is section 3 of the PMLA, section 4 and section 70. All right, we shift our focus to other stories that we are closing tracking for you viewers. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The ED is conducting searches in the Al-Falah University case involving its trustees, related persons and entities since 5 a.m. today. The raids are being conducted at 25 locations across Delhi and other places. Central agency's action follows the government's orders to probe the university's funding. Forensic audit of the university's account has also been ordered. All government and government-aided schools, private schools and all colleges in Puducherry and Karaikal will remain closed today due to heavy rain warning. Due to the continuous cyclone Bengal-induced heavy rainfall, high alert has been issued. A layer of toxic smog blanketed the national capital as the AQI remained very poor in several areas as per the CBCB, and visuals from several areas showed the thick layer of haze and the dipping visibility. At least 15 people have lost their lives in the Delhi attack case, the terror attack in Delhi on the 10th of November. But the Congress leaders are again politicizing the issue. They sparked controversy in the latest by backing Mehbooba Mufti's comments on the Delhi Red Fort blast. Now, they suggest that injustice in Kashmir could be a factor. Now, there is a Congress leader who has also questioned that why highly qualified individuals are turning to terrorism, implying that the government's approach is driving them towards extremism. In fact, he also emphasized the need for dialogue in reducing mistrust rather than targeting a particular community, isn't it?
मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है कि पहले इस तरह के एक्टिविटीज में कम पढ़े लिखे लोग, नासमझ लोग इन्वॉल्व होते थे। ये पहला मौका है जिसमें ये देखा जा रहा है कि हाईली क्वालिफाइड लोग और अच्छे घरानों से, जिन्होंने लाखों करोड़ रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया है बच्चों को पढ़ाने में। अब उस तरह के बच्चे अगर इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, ये देश के लिए एक मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है। तो इसको डिटेलिंग के साथ में इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जाना चाहिए। ये कहाँ से और किस वजह से इतने एजुकेटेड लोग, क्वालिफाइड लोग इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, ये हम सब के लिए कंसर्न है।
बिल्कुल नहीं करते, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। एक तो राम कदम आरएसएस में कभी नहीं थे, उनको आरएसएस क्या है वो मालूम भी नहीं है। काय के लिए ये आरएसएस का समर्थन करते रहते हैं? आरएसएस को बोलने दो ना। हमारा कहना है कि दिल्ली में बम कांड हुआ, ऐसे 2014 में मोदी जी आए, उसके बाद 26 जगह गड़बड़ी हो गई है। बम कांड हुआ है, लोगों को मारा है, क्या क्या हुआ है। ये क्या पहली बार हुआ? नहीं। जब भी इलेक्शन आता है तब होता है। ये क्यों होता है? ये लोगों के दिमाग में सवाल है, ये हम लोगों ने उठाया। लेकिन मैं कहाँ भी ये ऐसा नहीं बोला कि दिल्ली के बम कांड में आरएसएस का भाग है, बिल्कुल नहीं बोला। मैं ये गलत स्टेटमेंट कभी नहीं करता। लेकिन आरएसएस का जो विचार है वो आतंकवाद की तरफ जाने वाला ही विचार।
कुछ लोगों में रहता है कि भाई ऐसा क्यों होता है कि जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ग्राफ गिरने लगता है तब ऐसी कोई वारदात होती है, घटना होती है। पर मेरा ये कहना है कि दिल्ली का ब्लास्ट जो है उसको हमें गंभीरता से लेना चाहिए, और राजनीतिकरण उसका सबसे पहले तो बीजेपी और उसके दलों ने किया। आप देखिए, मुस्लिम डॉक्टर, मुस्लिम, ये पहले जो शब्द मुस्लिम है उसको फ़ौरन इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया। भाई बार बार हम भी कहते हैं, बीजेपी के भी नेता कहते हैं कि टेररिज्म का, आतंकवाद का कोई धर्म नहीं होता है, तो फिर आपने मुस्लिम लोगों के नाम लेना शुरू कर दिया। अब पता चला कि जिन डॉक्टरों का आप नाम ले रहे थे वो सारे के सारे डॉक्टर छूट गए, क्योंकि इन्होंने एक ये भी एक भाषा शुरू की कि देखिए साहब, अभी तक तो गरीब या जाहिल जो शब्द इस्तेमाल करती हैं वैसा मुसलमान था, अब तो पढ़े लिखे मुसलमान भी आतंकवाद में आ रहे हैं। ये दिखाने के लिए उन हिंदू लोगों को कि देखो कोई भी मुसलमान पे आप भरोसा नहीं कर सकते। अब वो भी उल्टा पड़ा, क्योंकि मुझे खबर आई कि 3 या 4 जो हिरासत में लिए गए उसमें बिना किसी सबूत के या कोई लिंक ही नहीं था, 3-4 तो छूट ही गए। और बल्कि ये किसी हिंदू, मैं तो हिंदू मुस्लिम कहना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन किसी हिंदू डॉक्टर का भी नाम आने लगा है। तो मेरा ये कि आप हर चीज़ को सांप्रदायिक कर लोगों के सामने उसका राजनीतिकरण करके पेश करेंगे, तो अगर कोई और किसी और एंगल से उसकी राजनीतिकरण करने की कोशिश करता तो फिर आपको बहुत दिक्कत होने लगती है। भाई मेरा ये है कि अगर आप पानी में कूद के पानी इधर उधर उछालने लगेंगे तो हो सकता है कोई और भी उछाले।
And the ED is conducting searches in the Al-Falah University case involving its trustees and related individuals and entities since 5 a.m. today. The raids are being conducted at least 25 locations across Delhi and other places. In fact, my colleague Chandrakala is joining us live on the broadcast from the Al-Falah University's headquarters in Okhla of the national capital. Well, we see that that there has been a crackdown continuing ever since the terror module has been busted, Chandrakala, and now the financial auditing is also taking place. A forensic auditing is also to be carried out at Al-Falah. What are you picking up?
Yes, Rakshita, right at this moment, of course, the ED is conducting searches as far as one of the prime location is concerned. That's the Okhla office of Al-Falah University, which is located at Jamia Nagar. Now, we know that this operation being carried out by Enforcement Directorate forms part of an ongoing investigation into financial irregularities, use of shell companies, accommodation entities and money laundering as far as Al-Falah University is concerned. The role of Al-Falah Trust and related entities is now under investigation. Now the fact that key personnel overseeing finance and administration have also been covered. Now we know that 9 shell companies related to Al-Falah Group is under scanner of Enforcement Directorate. It's been more than 10 hours. It's almost 12 hours that this investigation is still underway. Searches are still being carried out inside the Al-Falah office here in Okhla. This is one of the locations
location. As we know, 25 other premises and locations are under the scrutiny of the investigating team right at this moment. As we know that the 9 shell companies linked to the group, all registered at a single address, are now under examination. Now what we are learning is that these companies had no such physical presence or meaningful utility consumption at declared places of business. Common mobile number and email across various companies and accounts were used. The fact that absence of EPFO filings inconsistent with reported scale of operations have also come to the fore. There were also overlapping of directors, KYC, signatories and weak KYC trails across entities are also being reported right at this moment. And the fact that these 9 companies are related to the Al-Falah group. Now we know that various residents, premises, offices and the residents of the owners of Al-Falah group are also under the scrutiny. We know the chairman, the university owner, of course, Javed Siddiqui, also being summoned. There are 2 FIRs being registered against Al-Falah University, and as we know that Al-Falah University is the epicenter of this entire terror module. Now the investigating team are now taking up this matter very seriously, because the terror funding, the angle of terror funding is very much on focus. As we know that rupees 20 lakh has come to the fore, which was sent via illegal financial.
Absolutely. So the financial auditing is also carried out, and the agencies are at work and leaving no stone unturned. Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. Meanwhile, this blast, viewers, that had happened in Delhi's Red Fort shook the nation, and just days later, Indian Army released 2 powerful videos, timed, charged and loaded with a message of readiness. Arrests, demolitions and intelligence raids point to a coordinated counter-strike posture. Is this the clearest signal yet that India's patience is running out? Here's a report.
A car bomb outside Delhi's Red Fort. 8 killed, many more injured. A chilling reminder of how terror networks still operate inside India's capital. And now, the Indian Army dropped not 1 but 2 major videos. In the most recent video, the Army has claimed that the strength, passion and preparation will weigh very heavily on India's enemies. And in another video, the Indian Army has dropped a chilling message.
Is the door. Your sanctuary is your imagination.
Is this the clearest signal yet that after the Red Fort bombing, India's response will not stop with just arrests?
हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
The Red Fort blast has triggered one of the largest multi-state operations of the year. Across Delhi, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir, security agencies, NIA, Delhi Police Special Cell, IB and local ATS units are conducting coordinated raids. Amir Rashid Ali, the Kashmiri resident in whose name the car used in the attack was registered, was arrested from Delhi by the NIA. In Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, authorities demolished the residence of Umar and Nabi, the doctor-turned-suicide bomber behind the Delhi Red Fort car blast, citing illegal construction and terror-linked misuse of the property. Pulwama police detained Ghulam Nabi Bhatt, father of blast suspect Umar Nabi, for questioning after his wife underwent a DNA test. Several doctors linked to Umar in Faridabad and 3 people tied to the car's sale have also been picked up, though no formal arrests have been made yet.
સૌને ઉચિત સજા થાય
એના માટે ભારતના વડાપ્રધાનનો જે સંકલ્પ છે એ નિશ્ચિત રૂપે પૂરો થશે અને એક એવું ઉદાહરણ બેસવાનું છે કે જેથી ભવિષ્યમાં આવી ક્યારે આતંકવાદી ઘટના ના થાય.
The Indian Army has now entered.
Yes, India is ready to retaliate, and in the latest strong message also sent out by Dr. S. Jaishankar that India has the right to defend its people. We'll get you more details on the 10/11 conspiracy and the module busted, the investigation that's underway right now. It's time for a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene.
After the Delhi bombing, an alert has been sounded all over the international border and the line of control with the possible threat of Pakistan pushing terrorists into the Indian territory. Here you will see in the border area of the Samba district, the security forces have launched a massive cordon and the search operation, and the senior officials, including the Deputy SP rank officer of the operations group, they are also here trying to gather the details from the houses that are in the remote areas or very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border, and these areas can be used by the antisocial elements. And here you will see the troops of the special operations group carrying out the intensified searches. These searches are being carried out. They are looking into every nook and corner of these establishments that are here, because it becomes really very important at a time when there lies a threat from across the border. We have seen in the past also that how the security forces, they were targeted, and there have been several incidents when the terrorists have sneaked in into the Indian territory from this very area. And also the kinetic operations have also been intensified in such a manner that both kinetic and non-kinetic operations can go hand in hand with a motive that the entire ecosystem of the terror that operates in Jammu and Kashmir, that can completely be wiped out. Because what lies here, that the terrorists, those who are resorting to the kinetic force, not only they are threat, but also the non-kinetic support base that is there of the terror groups, that is also coming out to be a major threat. And that is what we have seen in the past also, that how this entire ecosystem of the terrorism works, that the terrorists carried out the kinetic action, and then their non-kinetic support base that comes out to their support, and to completely dismantle this kinetic as well as non-kinetic source. These are the operations that have been launched in the border areas of the Jammu. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Goswami for Republic Media Network.
Raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid the probe into Delhi blast case. We'll get you the details from Ground Zero. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Lots lined up for you, especially as investigation picks up in the Delhi blast case. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines we're tracking right now. Terrorist Umar Nabi's confession video out for the first time. Seen radicalizing and brainwashing youth just before the attack. Terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil seen in a car showroom buying a car which was used to carry explosives. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. Inside details of terrorist Shaheen's mission, Kafir Shaheen targeted Muslim women to radicalize them and create human bombs. Terrorist Umar Zaid Jasir Vani produced in Patiala House Court sent to 10-day NIA custody. Congress begins openly giving defense for terrorists, openly justifies and makes a case for how highly educated professionals turn out into terrorists. For the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, the former Home Minister, now in exile, Asad-Uzzaman, speaks to Republic Bangla a day after he was handed the death sentence. One of India's most wanted Maoists, the man behind 26 attacks. Hidma shot dead along with his wife and associates. India-Sri Lanka jointly conducts exercise Mitra Shakti drills, test combat readiness, endurance and agility. Viewers, Shaheen, a key suspect in the Delhi blast case, was reportedly planning to create Muslim girls and women as human bombs. According to the investigative agencies, sources reveal that Shaheen had ordered explosives and was targeting divorced Muslim women living away from their families, as well as girls between 14 to 18 years of age who could be very easily brainwashed. Her WhatsApp chats have provided crucial information, and she had taken full responsibility for finding targets. Operation was codenamed Mission Kafir, with human bombs referred to as Mujahid Jangju. Now, we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV, and Dr. Shaheen, terrorist Dr. Shaheen, is one of the key conspirators in this case. In this picture that you see, she is with one more suspect. This is a Jaish terrorist suspect, Dr. Muzammil, and they are buying a vehicle which has been connected to the 10-11 blast. So 2 terrorists and a Brezza car. That is what you see on your screen, viewers. We're getting all these back-to-back updates coming in. Shaheen was preparing to create human bombs. Source-based information coming in as the investigation continues in this case. Okay, let's move ahead. Getting some updates coming in a strong address on regional cooperation. Jaishankar has reiterated zero tolerance for terrorism, asserting that the nation has the right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will do so. This is a strong message coming in from Jaishankar, highlighting the shifting global economic landscape. Jaishankar stressed the importance of free trade and the need for the SCO to remain adaptable in the face of emerging challenges. India to SCO have right to defend our people. This is the message that Jaishankar is sending on terrorism. We have seen how our External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has taken a very strong stand against terrorism on the global stage. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
Your country. We must never forget that the SCO was founded to combat the three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism. These threats have become even more serious in the years that have passed. It is imperative that the world display zero tolerance towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. There can be no justification, no looking away, and no whitewashing. As India has demonstrated, we have the right to defend our people against terrorism and will exercise it. We must never forget that the SCO was founded to combat the three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism. These threats have become even more serious in the years that have passed. It is imperative that the world display zero tolerance towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. There can be no justification, no looking away, and no whitewashing. As India has demonstrated, we have the right to defend our people against terrorism and will exercise it.
Beginning some breaking updates coming in, viewers. CIK has identified a strong operational link between Jaish-e-Mohammed and a banned women's group, Dr.Umar. Dr.Umar was led by Asia Andrabi, who has been jailed since 2018. Investigators believe that Dr. Umar and his wife, Shehzada, they were involved in motivating and recruiting women in Kashmir on instructions from JEM. Sources indicate that Shehzada was being used to revive Dr.Umar's network, despite Andrabi's incarceration. Now, the nexus was focused on mobilizing female recruits and rebuilding organizational influence in the valley. This is a huge update coming in. And Shambhavi, I just want to come across to you right now. And there's a lot of focus on how some of these conspirators were trying to recruit women, that not just women, Shambhavi, but trying to recruit vulnerable women and brainwashing them.
Definitely, their target were the youth of the country, be it men and women. Of course, if we talk about Shaheen, this terror doctor Shaheen Shahid, who's who's played a very major role in this entire conspiracy and continues to play one. She was the one who was appointed as the head of the women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and she was being trained even by a lot of seniors in their organization, and even cross-border handlers were constantly giving her directions about how to make sure that the gullible girls, especially between the age of 14 to 18 years, they were the target of Shaheen. And we know that with the information that has come up during the interrogation by the security agencies, and also there is this recent video of Umar. Umar made that video before the blast, and he can be clearly seen talking about the suicide-style bombing and how it is one of the very misunderstood concept according to him. So he can be clearly seen trying to radicalize the youth, trying to brainwash the youth. And these are just some things which are there, which we can see in the form of videos, or even that has come up in the interrogation by the security agencies. We still don't know the extent of it, to what extent this was this is actually spread even in the university itself. The ED officials have been here since 5 in the morning. It has been several hours. It will almost be 12 hours that the officials have been inside. And they are definitely interrogating this angle of this story, that these people, especially Shaheen, Muzammil and Umar, who were actively working inside Al-Falah or were associated with it in some form or capacity, was definitely using the youth, the medical students here, and they were preparing them to be suicide bombers. In this mission, especially Shaheen has also accepted during the interrogation that she was preparing and radicalizing the young women to become suicide bombers, and their mission was called Mission Kafir. So this comes as a very clear fact that they were indeed trying to radicalize and brainwash the youth of the country.
Yes, okay. I requested to hold on, Shambhavi, because we're getting some more updates coming in. There's a new CCTV footage which has emerged, viewers, and that's showing Umar's I-20 car on Aruna Asif Ali Road. That's around 2:35 a.m. before the blast. Footage reveals Umar visiting the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque, shedding light on his movements prior to the attack. Now, this new video that we have put on your screens is at Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque. Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque, the investigation is trying to get all the footage they can of bomber Umar. This is the Hyundai I-20, 4 hours before the blast. Let's go straight across to Shambhavi to help us understand what we are watching on our screen. Shambhavi, coming across to you right now. The investigation has picked up pace, and the footprints of the bomber, terrorist Umar, is being tracked before the blast. What are we seeing on our screens now?
So, a team of more than 200 police personnel have been analyzing and reviewing around 60 CCTV footages and making sure that the entire route of Umar that he took that day of the day of 10th of November is traced, and we can see this as early as 7:30 a.m. when he left from Faridabad. Now, this very latest video that we are currently showing our viewers right now, this is of around 2:35 p.m., just a few hours before the blast. He takes the outer circle road, the outer circle CP road, and then he comes to this masjid, which is just opposite the Turkman gate. He enters at around 2:35 p.m. and there were several other footages and also pictures that were grabbed of him, but the picture was not clear very much. Of course, it was zoomed to confirm that it was Umar indeed in the CCTV. But then this video confirms the presence of Hyundai I-20, the same Hyundai I-20 in which the blast was carried on. So now this is 100% confirmed that he indeed take that route, and he took that route. He went to the masjid, he was there, he offered prayers for a matter of 10 to 15 minutes, and then he left for the Red Fort parking zone, which is around 2 to 3 kilometers away from masjid. That is, he entered the parking zone at 3:19 p.m. and he was stationary there for 3 hours, and then there was a blast. So this CCTV footage just confirms the route that the investigating team has traced of 11 hours before the blast actually took place.
All right, thank you for getting us those details, Shambhavi. We're getting some more updates coming in because we're seeing that the Congress leaders are making some controversial comments on Delhi blast. Congress MP now, Imran Masood, is called the terrorist misguided people. This is coming in the backdrop of a lot of Congress leaders. We have been talking about this, who are defending the terrorists. So we have seen one more instance, another Congress leader defends terrorists, coming in the backdrop of those remarks which have been already made by Mehbooba Mufti, and that's sparking a lot of controversy. The BJP, of course, has lambasted Mehbooba Mufti's comments, and now we see the Congress leaders also defending terrorists.
ये जो बयान, जो वीडियो आया है, मैं उस वीडियो से बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं हूं, क्योंकि वो इस्लाम की तस्वीर सही पेश नहीं करता है। और ये जो कहा जा रहा है कि साहब उसने फिदाइन हमले को जस्टिफाइड कर रहा है, खुदकुशी हराम है। खुदकुशी किसी भी सूरत में इस्लाम के अंदर नहीं है, जायज नहीं है। आप खुदकुशी कर रहे हो, अपने साथ इनोसेंट लोगों को मार रहे हो, तो वो इस्लाम की तस्वीर नहीं है, ना वो इस्लाम का रास्ता है। वतन के साथ मोहब्बत करना हमें हमारा इस दीन सिखाता है। तो आप ऐसे काम करके, ऐसी बात करके जो वतन के खिलाफ हो और उसको इस्लाम से हाथ जोड़ने का काम करें, उसका इस्लाम से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। और ये भटके हुए लोग हैं, इन भटके हुए लोगों की बात से इस्लाम की तस्वीर पेश नहीं हो सकती।
So we're seeing that the Congress is making such comments, and the Congress is calling terrorists misguided people. Congress leaders have sparked controversy by backing Mufti's comments on the Delhi Red Fort blast, suggesting that injustice in Kashmir might be a factor. There are multiple Congress leaders who have questioned why highly qualified individuals are turning to terrorism, implying that the government's approach is driving them towards extremism. He emphasized the need for dialogue and reducing mistrust rather than targeting a particular community. So many of these comments are coming in from Congress leaders, and they are backing Mehbooba Mufti's comments and calling the terrorists misguided people. Let's go and play out those reactions.
मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है कि पहले इस तरह के एक्टिविटीज में कम पढ़े लिखे लोग, नासमझ लोग इन्वॉल्व होते थे। ये पहला मौका है जिसमें ये देखा जा रहा है कि हाईली क्वालिफाइड लोग और अच्छे घरानों से, जिन्होंने लाखों करोड़ों रुपए इन्वेस्ट किया है बच्चों को पढ़ाने में, अब उस तरह के बच्चे अगर इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, ये देश के लिए एक मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है। तो इसको डिटेलिंग के साथ में इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जाना चाहिए, ये कहां से और किस वजह से इतने एजुकेटेड लोग, क्वालिफाइड लोग इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, ये हम सब के लिए कंसर्न है।
बिल्कुल नहीं करते, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। एक तो राम कदम आरएसएस में कभी नहीं थे, उनको आरएसएस क्या है वो मालूम भी नहीं है। काय के लिए ये आरएसएस का समर्थन करते रहते हैं? आरएसएस को बोलने दो ना। हमारा कहना है कि दिल्ली में बम कांड हुआ, ऐसे 2014 में मोदी जी आए, उसके बाद 26 जगह गड़बड़ी हो गई है, बम कांड हुआ है, लोगों को मारा है, क्या क्या हुआ है। ये क्या पहली बार हुआ? नहीं, जब भी इलेक्शन आता है तब होता है। ये क्यों होता है? ये लोगों के दिमाग में सवाल है, ये हम लोगों ने उठाया। लेकिन मैं कहाँ भी ये ऐसा नहीं बोला कि दिल्ली के बम कांड में आरएसएस का भाग है, बिल्कुल नहीं बोला। मैं ये गलत स्टेटमेंट कभी नहीं करता। लेकिन आरएसएस का जो विचार है वो आतंकवाद की तरफ जाने वाला ही विचार है।
कुछ लोगों में रहता है कि भाई ऐसा क्यों होता है कि जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ग्राफ गिरने लगता है तब ऐसी कोई वारदात होती है, घटना होती है। पर मेरा ये कहना है कि दिल्ली का ब्लास्ट जो है उसको हमें गंभीरता से लेना चाहिए, और राजनीतिकरण उसका सबसे पहले तो बीजेपी और उसके दलों ने किया। आप देखिए, मुस्लिम डॉक्टर, मुस्लिम, ये पहले जो शब्द मुस्लिम है उसको फ़ौरन इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया। भाई बार बार हम भी कहते हैं, बीजेपी के भी नेता कहते हैं कि टेररिज्म का, आतंकवाद का कोई धर्म नहीं होता है, तो फिर आपने मुस्लिम लोगों के नाम लेना शुरू कर दिया। अब पता चला कि जिन डॉक्टरों का आप नाम ले रहे थे वो सारे के सारे डॉक्टर छूट गए, क्योंकि इन्होंने एक ये भी एक भाषा शुरू की कि देखिए साहब, अभी तक तो गरीब या जाहिल जो शब्द इस्तेमाल करती हैं वैसा मुसलमान था, अब तो पढ़े लिखे मुसलमान भी आतंकवाद में आ रहे हैं। ये दिखाने के लिए उन हिंदू लोगों को कि देखो कोई भी मुसलमान पर आप भरोसा नहीं कर सकते। अब वो भी उल्टा पड़ा, क्योंकि मुझे खबर आई कि 3 या 4 जो हिरासत में लिए गए उसमें बिना किसी सबूत के या कोई लिंक ही नहीं था, 3-4 तो छूट ही गए। और बल्कि ये किसी हिंदू, मैं तो हिंदू मुस्लिम कहना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन किसी हिंदू डॉक्टर का भी नाम आने लगा है। तो मेरा ये कि आप हर चीज़ को सांप्रदायिक कर लोगों के सामने उसका राजनीतिकरण करके पेश करेंगे, तो अगर कोई और किसी और एंगल से उसकी राजनीतिकरण करने की कोशिश करता तो फिर आपको बहुत दिक्कत होने लगती है। भाई मेरा ये है कि अगर आप पानी में कूद के पानी इधर उधर उछालने लगेंगे तो हो सकता है कोई और भी उछाले।
And let's go to Zina. Zina is joining us live. Zina, I'm coming across to you right now, and we have seen how the BJP has lambasted Mufti's comments, but now we see Congress leaders who are calling the terrorists misguided people.
See, Shivangi, we need to understand there is a lot of politics going on as far as this case is. But meanwhile, it is seen as a worry, because when an educated youth are joining the terror ranks and planning something very big, though Miss Mufti has been quite critical about the government and the policies, same views have been shared by Farooq Abdullah, and now the Congress leaders are jumping the gun when they talk about that there is no policy, the people are not taken on board. this is extra, they are being pushed to the wall. So these are the comments that usually there is nothing new that the Congress leaders has talked about, or the leaders from Jammu and Kashmir, be it Ms. Mufti or Dr. Farooq Abdullah. Although, meanwhile, we are also seeing that the CM's Omar Abdullah's statement about it, that there should be more investigations, more leads should come in, and those who are getting, those who have been behind this, they should be arrested or they should face the law. That is what the Home Minister Amit Shah also said, that they will face the harshest punishment that the whole world see. So this is a case of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module in the Kashmir Valley, where the people or the OGWs were seen pasting the posters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed threatening security forces against that there will be an attack and all. And when the Srinagar police was investigating the whole module, and the strings were found somewhere in Faridabad, UP, and the doctors' net was there, where the local doctors, highly educated doctors, were seen planning or plotting against the country. And one of the biggest incident that took place at Red Fort, where the bomber blew up while carrying this attack, and then strings were also found how they were planning to revive Jaish-e-Mohammed's activities, Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. And today a lead has been generated by the CIK, where they have found a couple. One husband is working at the SMHS hospital as cardiologist, and the wife, she was planning and reviving the Doctorani Millat, which is a radical outfit banned by MHA, and she was trying to get more and more number of women to join the squad, because they all were planning, as per the investigating agencies, as per the security agencies, they were trying to wage war against the country by getting more number. There had been the reports that the Azhar Mahmood's sister is trying to revive the terror network, and she is getting more women support there. So the strings were found also in the form of Shaheen. She hails from Lucknow and presently in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir, a radical woman. And then now the another name that has surfaced is of Shehzada, wife of Dr. Umar Farooq, hails from Bugam of Kulgam. So these are the layers of the investigations.
All right, thank you for joining us with all those details. Zenith, I'll be coming back to you for more. And viewers, let's move ahead right now, because in the widening probe, viewers, we are seeing that the focus has now shifted to Al-Falah University. ED is carrying out raids linked to Al-Falah University, because we have seen that was one of the meeting points where these terrorist doctors met and planned. Here's more.
A coordinated crackdown before sunrise. The Enforcement Directorate today raided 25 locations across Delhi and Faridabad linked to the Al-Falah University, its trustees and associated entities. Teams searched the university's 70-acre Faridabad campus, its Okhla headquarters, several offices and residences, part of a deepening probe into the institution's funding.
It's all on the financial irregularities of the Al-Falah University Trust. Of course, apart from probing the Al-Falah University, they are also probing the financial, they're trying to expand the investigations of the financial operations of the Al-Falah Trust, the members of the trust, of course, among the 25 premises of Al-Falah Group. There are 25 premises which are under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate are conducting raid. This is one such office, that's the Okhla office, there's a Jamia Nagar office of the Al-Falah office here in Delhi, where the Enforcement Directorate are also conducting searches.
The ED has now filed a PMLA case, focusing on suspected financial irregularities and possible diversion of funds connected to individuals now linked to the terror module.
Definitely, the CCTV footages, we've been reiterating that has come as the backbone of this entire investigation, that has helped the investigators to track the route that he took, what was he actually doing in the hours before he carried out the blast, and the fact that how extended this module, this terrorist doctor module is, because initially there were just two faces. Initially there was just one arrest, and that too in relation to an absolutely different angle of the story. Adil was arrested just few days ago from Saharanpur, and that is what helped unfurl a lot of angles, a lot of people, how their families are also involved in it.
In a major development, the agency also questioned Chairman Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, who had been untraceable for several days. He was found at his residence when raids began around 5 a.m. Simultaneously, the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing is probing 2 UGC-triggered FIRs, one for cheating, the other for forgery, as investigators examine the university's financial and administrative conduct. In a parallel development, the Counter-Intelligence Kashmir Unit carried out multiple raids in Srinagar, Budgam and Kulgam early this morning, part of a white-collar terror investigation. One raid targeted the Kulgam home of Dr Umar, a cardiologist posted at SMHS Hospital. These searches follow earlier Jammu and Kashmir Haryana joint operations that exposed doctor-led links to the same JEM-backed module now under national scrutiny.
It was the links of Dr. Adil or the Muzaffar or then to the Muzammil or Dr. Umar and his key aide Amir, who was arrested by the NIA, and then the name of Dr. Shaheen, who actually comes from Lucknow, was with Dr. Muzammil at Al-Falah Institute in Faridabad. From his vehicle, the weapon and other incriminated material was recovered by the Faridabad police, by ATS and by the team of Srinagar police that was assisting this entire case.
Al-Falah University first came under the scanner after 3 doctors working there were linked to the Red Fort blast and an earlier explosives recovery in Faridabad. Investigators recovered 2,900 kgs of IED material from rooms rented by Dr. Muzammil, a terror doctor associated with the university. Another doctor, Shaheen, was arrested when assault rifles and live cartridges were found in her car. Police say she had a role in helping set up a Jaish-e-Mohammed women's wing in India. Hours after these arrests, Umar, also employed at Al-Falah, drove the car that exploded near the Red Fort, killing 13 people and injuring more than 20. The NIA is probing the blast, while the ED and Economic Offences Wing are now examining whether institutional funds, approvals or networks at Al-Falah facilitated the terror module. With financial scrutiny intensifying, parallel raids in both Delhi and Kashmir, and multiple agencies now working in tandem, investigators believe the next phase of questioning could be decisive in establishing the full extent of the white terror network.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to our next segment, Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Supreme Court will take up the bail pleas of Umar, Khalid and other accused in the 2020 Delhi riots conspiracy case. The Delhi police will begin arguments today before the bench of Justices Arvind Kumar and N.V. Anjaria. One of India's most wanted Maoist leaders, Hidma, has been shot dead in fierce encounter. Security forces say the elimination of the top CPI commander marks a major breakthrough in anti-Maoist operations. Indian Coast Guard ships during the IMBL surveillance in northern Bay of Bengal have intercepted 3 Bangladeshi fishing boats carrying 79 crew members for illegal fishing inside India's exclusive economic zone. Caught operating well within Indian waters, the vessels were boarded and inspected under the Maritime Zones of India Act. Action reflects strong coordination with West Bengal Police and the ICJ's commitment to safeguarding India's maritime interests. Stop for a very short break, but do not go anywhere. Much more coming up. For the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, the former Home Minister, now in exile, Asad-ul-Zaman, has spoken to Republic Bangla a day after he was handed the death sentence. One of India's most wanted Maoists, the man behind 26 attacks, Hidma, shot dead along with his wife and associates. Stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए।
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus is going to be on terrorists and what happened really on that day, and also the video of the terrorist confession that is showing how terrorist propaganda has been released and how he's confessing to radicalizing the youth. First, a look at our top headlines. Terrorist Umar Nabi's confession video is out for the first time. He's seen radicalizing and brainwashing youth just before the attack. Terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil seen in a car showroom buying a car which was used to carry explosives. Another CCTV video of the suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into Delhi blast case. Insider details of terrorist Shaheen's mission Kafir. Shaheen targeted Muslim women to radicalize them and create human bombs. Terrorist Umar's aide Jasir Wani produced in Patiala House Court sent to 10-day NIA custody. Congress openly begins giving a defense for the terrorist, openly justifies, makes a case for how highly educated professionals turn terrorists. For the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, the former Home Minister, now in exile, Asaidur Zaman, speaks to Republic Bangla a day after he was handed the death sentence. One of India's most wanted Maoists, the man behind 26 attacks, Hidma, is shot dead along with his wife and associates. And India-Sri Lanka jointly conduct exercise Mitra Shakti drill test, combat readiness, endurance and agility. Our top focus, Shiv Sena ministers except Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde boycotted today's Maharashtra cabinet meeting in protest against BJP's
alleged poaching of former Shiv Sena corporators in Kalyan Dombivli, a Lok Sabha constituency that has been held by Shinde's son Shrikant Shinde. The ministers have expressed their discontent over BJP's move. This is the big breaking news coming in. Only Deputy Chief Minister was present in the meeting. Shiv Sena ministers boycotted the cabinet meeting. The ministers expressed discontent over BJP's move, claiming it's an attempt to undermine Shiv Sena's influence. Eknath Shinde was the only Shiv Sena representative present at the meeting. Now, I'm getting this information. However, I'm going to first go across to our colleague Satya Prakash, joining us live from Mumbai. Satya Prakash, what are the details that you have as we're seeing the Shinde Sena is boycotting the cabinet meeting?
देखिए रिदम, आज जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र कैबिनेट मीटिंग में हुआ ऐसा पहली बार देखने को मिला, क्योंकि जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो मंत्री थे वो कैबिनेट मीटिंग में भाग नहीं लिए, सिर्फ जो है डिप्टी सीएम जो है एकनाथ शिंदे भाग लिए। नाराजगी की वजह थी कि जो कल्याण डोंबिवली महानगर पालिका वहाँ जो स्थानिक नेता है वहाँ पर शिंदे गुट के शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता जो है बीजेपी में शामिल हुए। शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेताओं का कहना है कि लगातार कहीं न कहीं शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो स्थानिक नेता है उनको तोड़ने में लगी है और बीजेपी में शामिल करा रही है। इसी को नाराजगी जताते हुए आज जो महाराष्ट्र कैबिनेट की मीटिंग हुई, इस मीटिंग में शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जितने भी मंत्री थे वो मीटिंग भाग नहीं लिए, जो कि जहां पे मीटिंग था उसके बगल में ही बैठे थे। जब महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस अपने केबिन में गए उसके बाद वहां पे जाकर नाराजगी जताई। तो वहीं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने आप कैमरा कहा कि जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो मंत्री आरोप लगा रहे हैं, नाराजगी जता रहे हैं, वहीं शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता भी बीजेपी के नेताओं को, स्थानीय नेताओं को शामिल कराएं। तो कहीं न कहीं दोनों पार्टियां जो है, चाहे बीजेपी हो चाहे शिवसेना शिंदे गुट, दोनों आरोप लगा रही है कि हमारे नेताओं को तोड़कर अपने पार्टी में शामिल किया जा रहा है। आज नाराजगी शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के कई मंत्रियों ने लगाया, क्योंकि वो कैबिनेट जो मीटिंग थी उसको बाइकआउट किया और बाइकआउट के जरिए नाराजगी जताया है। लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं, जो स्थानिक चुनाव हो रहे हैं और आने वाले दिनों में बीएमसी के चुनाव होने वाले, तो कहीं न कहीं इसी को देखने में।
This is very critical to understand because the rift in the Maha cabinet has to be discussed. I thank you, Satya Prakash, for giving us those details. We also move on to the other top focus that we're tracking at this hour. Madhvi Hidma, the notorious Maoist commander most wanted, was killed in an encounter with security forces in Andhra Pradesh's Maridumili forest today morning. Hidma carried a bounty of 50 lakhs, was responsible for leading 26 armed attacks against security forces, including the 2010 Dantewada ambush that killed 76 CRPF personnel and the 2013 Jiram Ghati attack that left 27 dead. He was the youngest member of the CPI Maoist Central Committee, headed the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army. He has now, the most wanted Maoist, has been killed dead. And the operation was a major blow to the Maoist movement. Union Minister Amit Shah had earlier spoken about it and set a deadline of 31st March 2026 to eliminate insurgency. Let me go across to Bijapur, where our colleague Bharat is joining us live from. Bharat, this is a clear crackdown on red terror. Most wanted Hidma has been killed in an encounter. भरत, आपका माइक म्यूट है, अगर आप मेरी आवाज सुन सकते हैं। Topmost Maoist commander is now being killed, and this is very clearly, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah had stated, Maoism insurgency will be wiped out of the country on 31st March 2026. Give us details about this encounter killing Hidma and his wife and others who were killed in this encounter. Okay, I'm not able to hear what he's saying, but I'm going to tell our viewers that we're going to try and connect with Bharat once again. Hidma carried a bounty of 50 lakh rupees. He was responsible for the 2010 Dantewada ambush that killed 76 CRPF personnel and the 2013 Jiram Ghati attack that left 27 people dead. He was the youngest member of the CPI Maoist Central Committee, headed the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army Battalion No. 1. This operation was a major blow to the Maoist movement. The notorious Maoist commander has now been killed by our security forces in Andhra Pradesh's forest area today morning. He's also been responsible for leading at least 26 armed attacks against security forces and civilians. This is a crackdown on red terror. This happens after the Union Home Minister has several times spoken on this crackdown and stated that there has to be a complete wipeout of it by 2026. Bharat, if you can hear me, how did this encounter take place today morning? All right, there's more breaking news coming in. We're now seeing another Delhi police vehicle entering the Al-Falah University as we are speaking. We're going to go across to those shots that are coming in today, viewers. And this is another vehicle, Delhi police team at the Al-Falah University. I'm going to try and go across to our colleagues who will be joining us on the story. The Delhi police team is entering after ED has raided Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites that are probing the Delhi blast case. Now the Delhi police team is also at the Al-Falah University. It's another police team there. Remember, ED had also registered a PMLA case of financial irregularities involving the university where the Red Fort bomber Umar, Nabi and other accused were working, as well as the owners of the institute. We can now see that a Delhi police team has entered it. The raids began at 5 a.m. They are currently underway at the university's headquarters in Delhi and at other premises of the universities. The action comes after the Delhi police has also registered 2 separate FIRs against the Al-Falah University. Those visuals on the screen, there are raids in 25 locations across Delhi and NCR. The Okhla chapter of the Al-Falah University is also being raided. A massive crackdown on the Al-Falah University after connections with the terror module have emerged. An FIR had been filed earlier by the Delhi police that pertains to allegations of cheating. The second has been lodged under sections related to forgery. Those pictures on the screen is how yesterday the police also issued summons to Javed Siddiqui in connection with the FIRs which was registered. Investigations also said Siddiqui's statement was crucial to resolving several inconsistencies. Let me go across to Samia joining us live from the Al-Falah University. Samia, give us more details as the Al-Falah University is under not only the ED scanner but also the Delhi police that continues widening its probe after the Red Fort blast.
Well, you can see that there has been an increase in the movement. There are several officials of the Delhi police also here, and ED has been here since 5 a.m. and there has been continuous investigation and interrogation going on. There has been movement of several doctors who were just finishing their duty in the hospital here, and they left, and each and every car that enters here is scrutinized, is being passed through several checks, making sure that nobody apart from the staff, the local staff, the doctor, the nurses, and even the students are entering the university. At the moment, we also saw, as you can also show, that is the Delhi police car. There are several officials who just 5 minutes ago have entered here in this car, and they will possibly be joining the investigation. The ED is currently conducting searches, conducting raids in 25 different locations since morning, actually. And this Al-Falah University and Al-Falah Trust office in Okhla, Jamia Nagar are 2 of the main places that is under the scrutiny. Apart from this, several houses, several residents of the trustees of the Al-Falah University and also senior members of the management are also being questioned. We have also got information that a trustee's daughter was also being questioned and they were being interrogated by the ED. So there has been constant raids, back-to-back raids with more information coming up. We know that even Danish, who was arrested yesterday, was brought to the court, to the Patiala House NIA court. And he has been given a 10-day NIA custody. So new members, new leads, new potential members of this terrorist doctor module have come up. And definitely the investigating agencies, the ED, are leaving no angles unexplored. in trying to make sure that each and every angle is touched.
Thank you, Shambhavi, for giving us those details. And viewers, like Shambhavi said, in the widening probe into the Red Fort blast, the Enforcement Directorate also carrying on massive raids that are linked to the Haryana-based Al-Falah University. The institution is already under the scanner after 3 of its doctors have been linked to the November 10 attack. Here's that report.
A coordinated crackdown before sunrise. The Enforcement Directorate today raided 25 locations across Delhi and Faridabad linked to the Al-Falah University, its trustees and associated entities. Teams searched the university's 70-acre Faridabad campus, its Okhla headquarters, several offices and residences, part of a deepening probe into the institution's funding.
It's all on the financial irregularities of the Al-Falah University Trust. Of course, apart from probing the Al-Falah University, they are also probing the financial, they're trying to expand the investigation to the financial operations of the Al-Falah Trust, the members of the trust, of course, among the 25 premises of Al-Falah Group, there are 25 premises which are under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate are conducting raid. This is one such office, that's the Okhla office, there's a Jamia Nagar office of the Al-Falah office here in Delhi, where the Enforcement Directorate are also conducting searches.
The ED has now filed a PMLA case, focusing on suspected financial irregularities and possible diversion of funds connected to individuals now linked to the terror module.
Definitely, the CCTV footages, we've been reiterating that has come as the backbone of this entire investigation, that has helped the investigators to track the route that he took, what was he actually doing in the hours before he carried out the blast, and the fact that how extended this module, this terrorist doctor module is, because initially there were just two faces. Initially there was just one arrest, and that too in relation to an absolutely different angle of the story. Adil was arrested just few days ago from Saharanpur, and that is what helped unfurl a lot of angles, a lot of people, how their families are also involved in it.
In a major development, the agency also questioned Chairman Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, who had been untraceable for several days. He was found at his residence when raids began around 5 a.m. Simultaneously, the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing is probing 2 UGC-triggered FIRs, one for cheating, the other for forgery, as investigators examine the university's financial and administrative conduct. In a parallel development, the Counter-Intelligence Kashmir Unit carried out multiple raids in Srinagar, Budgam and Kulgam early this morning, part of a white-collar terror investigation. One raid targeted the Kulgam home of Dr Umar, a cardiologist posted at SMHS hospital. These searches follow earlier Jammu and Kashmir Haryana joint operations that exposed doctor-led links to the same JEM-backed module, now under national scrutiny.
It was the links of Dr. Adil or the Muzaffar, or then to the Muzammil or Dr. Umar and his key aide Amir, who was arrested by the NIA, and then the name of Dr. Shaheen, who actually comes from Lucknow, was with Dr. Muzammil at Al-Falah Institute in Faridabad. From his vehicle, the weapon and other incriminated material was recovered by the Faridabad police, by ATS and by the team of Srinagar police that was assisting this entire case.
Al-Falah University first came under the scanner after 3 doctors working there were linked to the Red Fort blast and an earlier explosives recovery in Faridabad. Investigators recovered 2,900 kgs of IED material from rooms rented by Dr. Muzammil, a terror doctor associated with the university. Another doctor, Shaheen, was arrested when assault rifles and live cartridges were found in her car. Police say she had a role in helping set up a Jaish-e-Mohammed women's wing in India. Hours after these arrests, Umar, also employed at Al-Falah, drove the car that exploded near the Red Fort, killing 13 people and injuring more than 20. The NIA is probing the blast, while the ED and Economic Offences Wing are now examining whether institutional funds, approvals or networks at Al-Falah facilitated the terror module. With financial scrutiny intensifying, parallel raids in both Delhi and Kashmir, and multiple agencies now working in tandem, investigators believe the next phase of questioning could be decisive in establishing the full extent of the white terror network.
And our focus on the story continues as Jammu and Kashmir's police largest ever non-kinetic operations is underway across the UT. Kinetic anti-terror operations have also been intensified across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir with special focus on strengthening anti-infiltration grid.
After the Delhi bombing, an alert has been sounded all over the international border and the line of control with the possible threat of Pakistan pushing terrorists into the Indian territory. Here you will see in the border area of the Samba district, the security forces have launched a massive cordon and the search operation, and the senior officials, including the Deputy SP rank officer of the operations group, they are also here trying to gather the details from the houses that are in the remote areas or very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border, and these areas can be used by the antisocial elements. And here you will see the troops of the special operations group carrying out the intensified searches. These searches are being carried out. They are looking into every nook and corner of these establishments that are here, because it becomes really very important at a time when there lies a threat from across the border. We have seen in the past also that how the security forces, they were targeted, and there have been several incidents when the terrorists have sneaked into the Indian territory from this very area. And also the kinetic operations have also been intensified in such a manner that both kinetic and non-kinetic operations can go hand in hand with a motive that the entire ecosystem of the terror that operates in Jammu and Kashmir, that can completely be wiped out. Because what lies here, that the terrorists, those who are resorting to the kinetic force, not only they are threat, but also the non-kinetic support base that is there of the terror groups, that is also coming out to be a major threat. And that is what we have seen in the past also, that how this entire ecosystem of the terrorism works, that the terrorists carried out the kinetic action, and then their non-kinetic support base, that comes out to their support, and to completely dismantle this kinetic as well as non-kinetic source. These are the operations that have been launched in the border areas of the Jammu. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Goswami Singh for Republic Media Network.
We'll also now take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
ED is conducting searches in the Al-Falah University case involving trustees-related people, entities since 5 a.m. today. Raids are being conducted at 25 locations across Delhi and other places. The central agency's action follows the government orders to probe into the university's funding. A forensic audit of the university's accounts has been ordered. All government-aided, private and all colleges, schools in Puducherry and Karaikal will remain closed today due to heavy rain warning. Due to the continuous cyclone Fengal-induced heavy rainfall, high alert has been issued. And it's that horror time of the year. A layer of toxic smog blanketed the national capital yet again. The air quality index remained very poor, and in several places it was hazardous as per the Central Pollution Control Board. Visuals from central areas have been seen showing thick layer of haze. The 8th edition of the joint military exercises Ajay Warrior 25 between the Indian Army and the British Army has now begun at the Mahajan field firing ranges in Rajasthan. This 14-day exercise, which now runs until November 30th, aims to strengthen joint capabilities in counter-terrorism operations in semi-urban terrain under a United Nations mandate.
The warm atmosphere of Thar Desert, Rajasthan gets more heated up as the 8th edition of the India-UK joint military exercise Ajaya Warrior 25 kicked off. What began in a quiet ceremonial formation soon transformed into a powerful demonstration of resolve, discipline and international military cooperation. Leading the front line this year is battle-tested Sikh regiment from the Indian side, whereas on the other side is UK's elite 2nd Battalion of the Royal Gurkha Rifles. Both units have reputations carved not from ceremonial prestige, but from real operations across some of the world's most difficult terrains.
The UN mandate highlights the vital role of collective action in preserving international peace, and this exercise serves as a key contribution to that overarching goal. The threats of terrorism transcends national boundaries, representing global challenges that require we strengthen our abilities to operate cohesively in combined operations, thereby enhancing our effectiveness in addressing these threats wherever they emerge.
But this is no ordinary desert drill. Ajaya Warrior 25 is built around unmandated counter-terror operations, urban warfare, close-quarter battles, surveillance and reconnaissance and cordon and search missions.
As part of the joint exercise, battle obstacle course was also conducted where soldiers from both contingents participated. The session showcased the use of drones for reconnaissances, light specialists and all-terrain vehicles for rapid induction, robotic mules for room-to-room reconnaissance, sessions also uncovering route clearance drills, actions after detecting IED, preparation of charges and render safe procedure sessions were also there.
Coming up at 6 Stories at 6, chilling confession of bomber Umar. ED raids locations linked to Al-Falah University and Republic Bangla exclusive where Sheikh Hasina's aide speaks on the ICT verdict. All this and much more coming right up on 6 Stories at 6.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started.
Nation under threat from radicals. Radicals, fundamentalists, anti-nationals. Nationalists, time to fight the radicals. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The grand finale at Startup Park by IQ Ventures in Bengaluru was a powerful close to the festival. Under CEO Shafi Shaukat's direction, Startup Park became the crossroads of technology, leadership and social change.
We will move this way. We will make sure that
more such conferences happen, more such people come and more interactions come. Today, conversation with NALPAD is just a beginning. We are going to build this up. This is a startup that we are going to look in the direction also.
With this concept, they are not only giving the space, I was told by them that they're going to give the startup support financially also. That's a very good concept. That concept will make a lot of youngsters to look at their own business, entrepreneurial journey, and how they can make it bigger in life. And they should use this as an opportunity to grow to the next level.
You know what you want, right? When you love yourself, you know what you want. You know what you want from others. And when you know what you want from others is what you're going to give to the others, because that's what you want from others. Love yourself, love your ideas, believe that you're the best.
It is something very magical that is happening here, and as I said, that it's not just it's not the end, it is just the beginning. We are planning to do more and more stuff, more and more activities, events in Startup Park and throughout the Karnataka. We are planning to open more Startup Park in different parts of Karnataka and different parts of India as well.
Their presence proved that when ambition meets collaboration, Bengaluru truly leads India's innovation regulation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Our top focus going to be, for the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, the former Home Minister, now in exile, speaks for the first time after he was handed a death sentence by a court. First, a look at our top headlines. Terrorist Umar Nabi's confession video out for the first time since radicalizing and brainwashing youth just before the attack. Terrorist Shaheen and Muzammil seen in a car showroom buying a car which was used to carry explosives. Another CCTV video of suicide bomber Umar surfaces. Video shows him entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi mosque before the blast. ED raids Al-Falah headquarters, 24 other sites amid probe into the Delhi blast case. Insider details of terrorist Shaheen's Mishar Kafir. Shaheen targeted Muslim women to radicalize them and create human bombs. Terrorist Umar's aide Jasir Wani is produced in Patiala House Court, sent to 10-day NI custody. Congress begins openly giving a defense for the terrorists, says now highly educated professionals are turning to terrorism. For the first time since the coup in Bangladesh, the former Home Minister, now in exile, Asaduzzaman, speaks to Republic Bangla a day after he was handed the death sentence. One of India's most wanted Maoists, the man behind 26 attacks, Hidma, shot dead. And India, Sri Lanka jointly conduct exercise Mitra Shakti drill tests, combat readiness, endurance and agility. Good evening, welcome to Republic. Our top focus now, the Telangana government facing a backlash after the government official made insensitive comments to the families of the mega tragedy victims. The official repeatedly questioned the need for families to travel to Saudi to see the burnt bodies of their loved ones, saying What's the need to go to Saudi and see burnt bodies? This remark sparked outrage among the families who were already grieving the loss of 45 people in a bus accident near Medina. We have Aishwarya joining us live from Hyderabad on the story. Aishwarya, these are insensitive comments that are being made by people who don't realize empathy is sometimes needed. What details do you have? As the biggest story that we have right now is how the Telangana government has insulted the families of the martyrs.
What we can see here is the clear contradiction, because yesterday after the unfortunate accident, the Telangana government had promised these families who are suffering here, who are in agony here, that two of the family members of their choice will be provided necessities to travel, to make them travel from Hyderabad to Saudi Arabia to participate in the final rites of their loved ones who lost their lives in this unfortunate accident. Because all the family members here had asked for it, and the Telangana government had also yesterday promised them along with a delegation from the Telangana government that will be sent from Telangana here, from Hyderabad here, to Saudi Arabia, where these families can participate in the final rites. The Telangana government yesterday they publicly promised these victims that these family members, that two from each family of their choice, two family members of their choice can be travelled will be allowed to travel from Telangana. All the arrangements will be made by the Telangana government. They can accompany the delegation that the Congress government is being provided. But however, when the family members today met the Hajj committee member and Hajj committee leader, the Syed, he openly criticized, saying that what is the need of the family members to travel so long into Saudi Arabia, just to see the burnt bodies, which is beyond recognition. This is what his statement was, which received severe backlash from the families, because yesterday the Telangana government had promised to them, but today they are the ex-MLC himself is saying, and the Hajj committee member who is responsible for the arrangements, is saying that what is the need for them to travel.
And Aishwarya, exactly what you're saying, I want to show to our viewers, as that horrific road accident in Saudi Arabia that was there, that claimed so many lives. What was it that the Telangana government said while insulting these families? Take a look for yourself. This is how the Telangana government chose to pay its homage to the horrific road accident in Saudi Arabia yesterday that claimed the lives of 45 Indian Umrah pilgrims when their bus had collided with a fuel tanker on the Mecca-Medina route. It burst into flames. This heart-wrenching tragedy, one family from Hyderabad lost 18 members that included 9 children in a single blow. As we show you this report, we leave you with the pictures that we just showed you of the Telangana official, the government official there, questioning the families and why they wanted to visit Saudi Arabia to see the remains of their families. Take a look.
हमारे लोगों को जो हुआ वहाँ पे डेड बॉडीज अगर ला सके तो प्रोसीजर के लिए क्या हो सकता, वो एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्रोसीजर आसानी से करो बोलकर, और जितना हो सके तो जल्दी फास्ट प्रोसेस करो बोलकर रिक्वेस्ट है गवर्नमेंट से।
अबू धाबी में लास्ट 20-25 ईयर से वो वर्क करते हैं, ड्राइविंग वर्क। यही मंथ 9 तारीख को उम्रा के लिए गए थे अबू धाबी से। मक्के से जब निकले मदीने की तरफ तो रास्ते में जो है ना पेट्रोल का टैंकर आके बस को लगा दिया, उसमें आग लगकर 45 तकरीबन लोगों का डेथ हुआ है। उसके अंदर एक मेरा बड़ा भाई भी है।
वहाँ से फोन आया था, एक जने फोन करे थे, हम ऐसा हादसा हुआ है बोल के 3:45 बजे के टाइम।
तो अब क्या मांग रहे हैं?
वहाँ से फोन आया था, एक जने फोन करे थे, हम ऐसा हादसा हुआ है बोल के 3:45 बजे के टाइम। फैमिली के 4 मेंबर है। 4 मेरे भाई है, बड़े भाई है मोहम्मद मंजूर, वालदा है शौकत बेगम, भाभी है फरीन बेगम और जाहिन है भतीजी। फोन आया था हमारे को, एक बच्चा है मक्के में, उन्हें फोन करा था, उसको मालूमात जल्द से जल्द हमारे को मालूमात होना और क्या है इंफॉर्मेशन मिलना हमारे। हाँ, और जाने के लिए भी बंदोबस्त करने का।
और मेरे ब्रदर इन लॉ 2 है, मोहम्मद सैफुल रहमान, मोहम्मद शुएबुर रहमान, और मेरे मदर इन लॉ है रईस बेगम। उम्रे के लिए गए थे तो वहाँ पे उम्रा करे बाद से वहाँ से फिर वो लोग जो है मदीने के लिए निकले थे, तो रास्ते में जो है एक्सीडेंट होने की वजह से ये बताया गया कि सारे लोग का इंतकाल हो गया बोलकर। तो अभी हम कंफर्मेशन के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं। हम कंफर्म तो करें कि हो गया बोल के, ट्रैवल्स वालों के पास से आया अपडेट के हो गया इंतकाल बोल के, लेकिन वहाँ से हमारे को अपडेट अभी कुछ भी नहीं आया कि मतलब क्या कंडीशन में है, क्या है, ऐसा कुछ भी अपडेट नहीं है। तो तेलंगाना गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप इसके लिए कार्रवाई करिए, कार्रवाई करके हमारे जो गुजर चुके हैं उनके लिए सबसे है रिक्वेस्ट, आप प्लीज़ इसमें वर्कआउट करिए। इसके अंदर पूरा ख़ानदान हमारा ख़त्म हो गया एक चीज़ के अंदर। प्लीज़ आप लोग से रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो भी हो सकता है मुनासिब करिए हमारे वास्ते।
लोग के 7 मेंबर से टोटल 20 मेंबर से वो लोग गए। सो हमारे साड़ू के दोस्त वगैरह वो लोग भी थे, उसमें 7 जने हमारे फैमिली के हैं, हमारे ससुरे हैं, हमारे साड़ू है, साली है और बच्चा है उनका, और एक साड़ू 8 दिन पहले गए थे लास्ट वीक अल मक्का ट्रैवल्स। 96,000 कुछ था।
आपको हादसा के बारे में कैसा मालूम?
सुबह मालूम हुआ, बच्चा जो था एक उनका बच्चा जो है उन्हें कूद गया था बस से, ड्राइवर के साथ उन्हें कूद गया। वो उनका भी नहीं मालूम है, इंजर्ड है बल्कि खाली बस।
आप क्या चाह रहे हैं, अपना क्या चाह रहे हैं?
हुकूमत से क्या चाह रहे हैं, जल्द से जल्द यहाँ जो जाने वाले कार्रवाई करके अगर लाना मुनासिब है तो कहने की कोशिश करिए यहाँ पे लाने की, नहीं तो फिर वहीं होगा तो वहीं कर देंगे।
जाना चाह रहे हैं
यहाँ से बच्चे जाना चाह रहे हैं, हम लोग बच्चे को भिजा रहे हैं। 4-5 जनों जो जा रहे हैं, फैमिली के मेंबर जा रहे हैं, 5 जनों को भिजाने की जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई करके भिजाए तो अच्छा।
एजेंट कौन है?
My sister-in-law, brother-in-law, their son, 3 daughters and their children went for Umrah. They left 8 days ago. The Umrah was done and they were returning to Medina. Around 1:30 a.m., the accident occurred and the bus was destroyed in the fire. They were supposed to return on Saturday. 18 members of one family, 9 adults and 9 children have died. It is a terrible tragedy for us.
मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ मैंने इन तमाम उम्रा पैसेंजर्स के दोनों ट्रैवल एजेंसी से वीज़ा डिटेल्स लेकर कौंसल जनरल ऑफ इंडिया जिद्दा को और DCM इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद को और साथ ही साथ फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी को मैंने ईमेल किया है। मेरी भारत सरकार से और ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए।
केंद्र सरकार लगातार भारतीय दूतावास से संपर्क में है। काउंसिल जनरल इंडिया जो जद्दा में है उनसे मेरी स्वयं बात हुई अभी 1-1.5 घंटा पहले। वो जो है घटनास्थल पर खुद पहुंचने वाले थे, वो रास्ते में थे। आपने देखा होगा इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद और काउंसिल जनरल इंडिया ऑफिस ने जो है कई हेल्पलाइन नंबर्स भी जारी किए हैं जिन पर संपर्क किया जा सकता है। पीड़ित परिवारों से संपर्क स्थापित करने का पूरा प्रयास किया जा रहा है और सरकार की यही प्राथमिकता है कि जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हेल्प हो इस मुश्किल घड़ी में, खासकर पीड़ित परिवारों को, वो बिल्कुल हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उन तक पहुंचाई जाए।
Our top focus right now, breaking news that's also coming in. The Delhi special cell now reached the Al-Falah University. Earlier we had seen Delhi police raids that were being conducted at the university. Delhi police special cell officers now at the Al-Falah University, where my colleague Shamvi is joining us from. Remember, the ED conducted searches at 25 locations since 5 a.m. today at Delhi and Faridabad, linked to the terror-tainted Al-Falah University today in Delhi and NCR. Shamvi, give us details as we saw lots of visuals behind you at the Al-Falah University.
Well, there has been extensive investigation and interrogation going on in the Al-Falah University since 5 a.m. in the morning and at other total of 25 locations, which includes several houses of the trustees and even people on the top management of the university. What you saw just a few moments ago was the